没事，你看这03年、36国的是吧？07年足球08年，像这个哪一年就11年，都靠8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINTs. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls flow to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷的你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平安计可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平安装是不你在台先嚟以后将可以做嘅，所以我经常拿佢嘅平安装对着正在看待新年。梦想地个台先嚟以后就像平安装嘅样子。每一次以赶场走亲，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好嘅法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平安包容嘅人唱台。 就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅自由是先落用咗。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細子隻怪運對平旺嘅熱愛將先落書。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲過一次當作出發，我想對啲個嘅體會當作有平旺中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出啲個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下。我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一員。愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
Did you see this coming?
With each breath, pain
Did you see this coming?
我是蓝小鲁，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
再想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我細時隻就喜歡對着台山唱歌，喜歡坐山林度跑啊跑。唔是啫，只有老人頭上嘅盤王記可以教我電路族譜。我也對我講，盤王莊是不宜在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常難記嘅盤王莊對着將在看待新言，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像盤王莊嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅佛子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都唱對歌，其實都是盤王包容我人唱台，就符我人需要嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛進行落書，所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會擔作有平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是本意在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一環。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
俩任务就各自成这样。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36要国六是吧？07年自闭症58年，像这个哪一年这个11年这块80年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can't win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can't win.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the 2024 NBPL Spring Split. I'm your host and your caster. Joining me today is the lovely Hip Rain. Happy to have you back, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's been a while since I've got involved in any NARAKA action. So I'm really excited to see, how this season is going to shape out. Wow, I forgot how to speak over the couple of months I've been off. Yeah, I'm super excited to see how everything shapes out. We've got, some new changes to the game, which obviously for our viewers at home who've now watched 3 days on the trot of NBPL, you will have seen those changes. New players, new faces, as well as, new characters, new buffs. I'm super excited to see because, I feel like a lot of the changes we've had in NARAKA have all been pretty positive. I'm back during the second Worlds, but the first Worlds I covered. I was very vocal about how much I really liked the Roma Yang addition to the game. We've now widened that pool as well to make more Roma Yang action happen at the beginning of the games. I'm super excited to see what this season's going to look like, and it's always been tight. There's always been some really fun teams, and I'm sure I'm going to find my underdog because I always find my underdog who I'm going to fall in love with. So I'm looking out for my underdog this split.
Well, speaking of widening the pool as well, Jake, we've got some new drops for you guys this season. If you guys are here watching during the regular days, of course, you can see those drops at the top. And then during every bi-weekly finals, you can come in and get your chance to get some of these incredible new drops, including some poses, some new icons, the champion bubble choice, which if you have those, you see us in lobby, throw up those NBPL emotes. We love to see it. It lets us know that you guys are watching, lets us know that you recognize us, and we love all of our NBPL watchers. So make sure you guys have your Twitch accounts linked with your main account for NARAKA. And again, for you guys, as soon as you claim these drops, they do not appear in your account right away. They can take up to 24 hours to appear in your account. Just make sure you're claiming them and give it a little while. These drops will head your way. And speaking of things heading your way, this season is heading at you guys very fast, as we are already day 4 this weekend of the season. Is going to be day 2 of trios, and man, trios is going to be wild and wacky. I love the new hero point rule being added to trios as well. We saw this hero point rule at Worlds for solos. It played out very well, keeping things shaking up in terms of hero selection and things like that. We saw it day 1 of trios as well. We've had some new comps coming in. Of course, we had Sand Siphon that was around heading up into Worlds. Sand Siphon, dominating the Transformers meta a little bit. Transformers starting to fall off a little bit at Worlds, and we'll get back to that in a second. Let's talk about where the standings are currently. Of course, this is all your day 1 standings. These are teams who have had their first chance to come through and play. DRG right now with 45.3 points on the board, rounding out the bottom at 6 placements there in 6th place. And then as we head up, I do believe our world champions right now, if I'm not mistaken, are sitting in front. OUG at 101 points for their day 1 back. But Team Wolves, ladies and gentlemen, this is my team. Oh my goodness. Not only are they currently holding 2nd place in solos, but also currently holding 2nd place in trios. Team Wolves absolutely coming in, smashing the competition this year. I said it at Worlds this year, ladies and gentlemen. Team Wolves had a really rough year last year, but I said I'm not going to stop giving my support out to the boys of Team Wolves, and sure enough, I said this year is going to be their year. They're coming back. They're holding strong here for our first couple of days into the season. I hope they continue to do that. As you take a look, here's today's schedule. We're going to be heading into 3 games of Holoroth, followed by 3 games of Morris Island. This Holoroth are going to be those sort of sunny type days, and then as we head into Morris Isle, we're going to be heading into dusk and nighttime, and of course that means there are going to be more and more Fireflies available on the map for those final 3 games, which you can be sure is going to shape the way our comps come together. Jake?
Yeah, I think the map changes are very interesting actually, because we look at like last year, we saw a lot of it was Holoroth every game 2 and game 4 of the day. No, game 2 and 5.
Game 2 and game 4.
Oh, yeah, 2 and 4? You're right, you are right. Yeah, so what that normally meant was I felt like some players, it took them a long time to learn Holoroth and pick it up because you didn't have to play it as much. And that was kind of like almost their throwaway game. That's not the case anymore. Your first 3 games, which can really determine your trajectory for the rest of the day, are on Holoroth. And they're not the Firefly maps, which is a really big thing because that can really change up and affect what we expect from some of these teams. Seeing some of the guys backstage, KLA right there, I'm happy to see them still on the top end of the table. They were a team who I really fell in love with. I think they were a super impressive team. They had an amazing spring split last time around. And then for the summer split, they actually had changed their team up and there was relatively low expectations for them. And they just looked amazing throughout that summer split. And it looks like, not much has changed. I did have a look at their roster. Mostly the same. I think they changed 1 player over coming into this season. So keeping most of their core still there. Absolutely amazing. We got J-Team playing today, who didn't play last week either. And the new stage. Holy moly. That new stage is so pretty. Oh yeah. I vibe with that. I also like that they're like on opposite sides now. We got like a wall of death for anyone who's into metal music. We got a wall of death right now. Maybe we can put their tables on wheels and just slam them into each other.
Little bumper car action on the stage, Jake. I like it. I like it.
Sick. That'd be sick.
No, but yeah, the stage is looking absolutely insane. I was talking about this day 1, right? I love the fact now, before we had it separated where the players came in from 2 separate sides. Now everybody walks out on the stage together. And I really think that speaks again, this is something we talk about all the time, but the camaraderie that we see in the top tier esports here in NARAKA is like no other esports. These guys, when they're out on the battlefield and they're fighting each other, they are competitors through and through. There's rivalries, there's people who are out for blood against specific people, etc. But as soon as these guys step away from the computers, as soon as those headphones are down, hands are off the keyboards and mouse, it is nothing but laughs and smiles. These guys are patting each other on the back. You've got players like WBG's Spider and OUG's Mike, who are these 2 players who are constantly competing with one another, right? And absolutely just trying to gun for that top spot. But as soon as they walk away from those PCs, they're best buds. They're hanging out, they're chilling, they're gonna go get a bowl of ramen after the show. Like, these guys really do bring that level of sportsmanship and camaraderie. Words are hard, Jake. Camaraderie. Camaraderie that you don't see in other esports, I think, right? I feel like in other esports it is very hostile work environment. If you will, but these guys really do embody that sportsmanship and bring it here to the game, and they make the games so good for us to watch, commentate on, and for everybody at home to watch as well. So you really have to appreciate the energy that all these guys bring. And man, what a crazy season it's already started out to be. I'm really excited to get in and start breaking down some of these comp selections as we head into the first game of the day. I've really started, we've had our day 1 and I've seen kind of where some things go. Some of my predictions are coming true. I really came into this season not knowing what to expect for the first time. Usually I feel like I kind of have my finger on the pulse, Jake, but given the way some of these new heroes have come into the game, the buffs and changes to things, I wasn't sure what to expect. We've seen some of what I expect. Transformers very much on the way out the door. The new Cannonball comp, stealing that Yueshon, zipping, falling off in the Sand Siphon and being replaced with Kurumi, since Kurumi's no longer really being utilized in those Transformer comps as much, seeing as they're not being played as much. Lots of changes coming through, and I really enjoy it.
I'm so happy. I honestly, nothing makes me happier than a lack of the Transformers. I was an advocate against it for a while. It was fun at first, but I'm glad to see that, you know, we are moving things about a little bit more. So we are into our hero selection here, just seeing roughly what is getting picked up. Alliance and Balder actually locking in some Yoto action here. Good to see her back in the mix, and
Cannonball with Justina.
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting. We've been talking a lot about the potential for Justina to find her way back into trios in this current meta, and I do believe this is the first time we've seen her picked up. So I'm super excited to see how that plays out. I don't know if I agree with replacing Faria in the comp for the Justina, but it's an option. I mean, it is definitely there. We are seeing a lot of that Cannonball comp coming through, a lot of Sand Siphon coming through. No big surprises there. Both of these comps have been very dominating over the first day, right? These are the two kind of top tier comps in the meta, if you will. Because of these two comps, they have edged out Transformers, so it makes a lot of sense that a lot of these teams are going to be going on to them. A lot of traditional Sand Siphon with the zipping. That's very interesting. I wonder if it means those teams are planning to potentially play Transformers, so they want to save that Kurumi pick for it later. We do still see a couple of teams taking Transformers, not finding a lot of success with it, but it is an option on the table for these guys to pick it up and continue to play it. So we'll see how that pans out, Jake.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested by this. I mean, going back to the Justina Yoto, that really takes me back to like early Nbpl, where we actually used to see a variant of that where you'd have the Justina set up the Yoto for the slashes so you could get all that damage down. Haven't seen it in a hot minute. It's interesting to see, you know, that's been the variation, that's the adaptation coming in to this one, as we are getting ready to go into our first game of this Sunday. See what these players have got up their sleeves. I'm so excited for this one. I really am. There's so much variance. It's, you know, it's a new season. It's a new start. We're ending the week out on trios. And some pretty interesting picks. I mean, that Justina's obviously going to be the one that I've really got my eyes on. But when I'm talking about teams I got my eyes on, got to be J-Team, right? Like, these guys, we haven't seen them play yet. They've typically always been very bad in the regular season and then just kind of popped off when it counts. And this is a very different J-Team. So we'll see if, you know, they're going to be able to live up to the legacy of the former world champions now, as OUG have taken that crown from them. See if they've got it.
I mean, for me, it's got to be DRG. I'm always eyes on to DRG. This is a team that loves to pioneer comps and try out weird strategies and stuff all throughout the NBPL. It has served them very well, especially last year going into Worlds. So it's a team I very much watch. But also we have BBE and 521, who are two SEA teams here representing in the NBPL for the first time. So it's super fun, I guess, just great in general that we're getting to see a little bit more representation from other regions inside the NBPL. We also have Frostivus, who joined Alliance as well, right? And that is a cross-region representation. He's representing the NA region as well as the SEA region for Team Alliance in terms of solos. So the NBPL seeing some diversification in terms of players and regions, as well as these team comps that we're seeing for the season as we get ready to head into game one of Holoroth here. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like podium going to be heavily contested here by multiple of these teams as we get ready to lock it in. I'm excited to see who we're going to be starting off here on today. And KLA and J-Team already in a scrap of sorts over here. J-Team's XLY here with the cannon, trying to find some shots out onto KLA. KLA trying to break away here, looking for some potential loot. J-Team's Lee, the only one with the shield here. KLA looking to break away, try to find some of that loot that they're going to need to engage here, because CXE here, nothing under them whatsoever. No pots, no armor, no weapons, nothing. So KLA really just trying to avoid these grapples and find their way in as we move over to Team BBE here. Roy Shishi and their team engaging with the members of Team TE. Han trying to come in with the pulse sword, getting canceled out there, going to be forced to use the F early here, and immediately going to go down as Ivan lands a huge ultimate here on that Tessa, looking to clean up the fight. T's LYD is going to go down now. Now it's Leo in a 1v3. Leo just trying to hold the blue, wants to contest it for as long as possible, keep BBE busy, but it's not going to be too long as they clean up and find their first 3 eliminations of the game.
Yeah, that was huge, but cutting back to KLA and J-Team in the middle of this fight right now. CXZ finds his health bar completely stripped away as he's just trying to find an opportunity to get back into the mix, but 17 is going to go down. Unleashing with the dual swords, though. Able to take out Lee, but he's 1 versus 2. J-Team tidy this one up. QGG unable to hold as well. J-Team going to be able to pick Lee up, walk out the victors of that fight. Now DRG getting themselves in a fight here versus GG. You can see LXM able to get all of the damage he needs to be able to set this one up. And GG, we joined this fight late, but it was over quick.
Yeah, very, very quick indeed. GG here, more than happy to pick up the spoils of war. 3 eliminations under their belt. Going to be joining the likes of J-Team and BBE towards the head of this game. As we take a look over here, City of Tang, we're going to see JDG and 521 in close proximity to one another, looking to go ahead and pick up some of that loot. Now, I misspoke. This is not City of Tang. It looked like it was for just a second there. 521 breaking away, though. They don't want to take that early game engagement. They don't have their ultimates up just quite yet, and looking to wait for those Realms of Yang, likely, given that they're playing Sand Siphon here. BBE, though, will find Fun plus Phoenix here. We're going to see a Tessa ult invested. It doesn't look like, no, it does land onto one person. Roy Shishi here, holding on to that Viper ult as they try to find an opening into this fight. Their team going to come in and cover. Water going to pick up by double staffs here and take a ton of damage. Ivan going to pick up that elimination. Zhao Yui coming in and going to drop onto Roy Shishi's head as we see Roy getting extremely low here, looking to take the time to get a pot off here. We're going to see Don Quinn go down, but it is a 3v1 now, so no need for BBE here to invest those ultimates. They just need to wait for the Fairy Mech to time out here, and then it's going to be easy pickings for them to clean up the elimination. Zhao Hui here extremely low, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. BBE going to win that fight with just a single Tesla ultimate, still maintaining 2 of those ultimates, doing what the skirmishing team does best, able to maintain those ultimates for the potential of a third party or to continue to pressure on and find another team.
That was huge from Fat Milk as well, because normally you see a lot of Wushens kind of just throw all of their wind walls down very early. He actually was saving them every time they repositioned on the Feria. Another wind wall went up in front of them, and then you have to reposition again. It would just block so much damage and just completely wasted that mech transform there from the Feria. So it was really, really well played by Fat Milk playing the Wushen. Absolutely amazing. Now Alliance finding themselves in a scrap here versus GG. You can see the chasing onto CJ, gets the freeze down here with the ultimate coming in from the Justina, making that nice and easy. Quick Wushen port out. Do not want to be dealing with that one. Are inside the Bane's Breath. That is the Bane's Breath owned by them, so they're not under any threat. Means they get a free heal off, and GG just need to run away and reset as CJS unfortunately hasn't been picked up here, so GG going to be down a teammate for a little bit unless they can find one of those rebirth charms. I know they've got the revive, don't worry, I'm an idiot, they're in ghost form. GG gonna have all 3 people, but they have wasted one of their revives, unfortunately, off the back of that one. Alliance, this Justina, starting to look pretty cool, pretty good in these little skirmishes, to be honest.
Yeah, I really enjoy the Justina pick coming in, right? In trios, you find even more value out of it if you're running that V1, right? As long as you're hitting multiple targets, you're getting resets on the ultimate. You can keep doing it. We saw there Justina connecting onto 2 targets, not twice, but 3 times in that fight. maintaining a ton of those charges. The teleport, of course, coming out from the Wu Chen, meaning that they don't get extra value out of the charges that they were able to hold on to there. But it means that they have been practicing. They've got the skill to make sure that they are aware to capture those extra targets so they can get those resets. As we take a look, we're going to turn over to J Team here, engaging with Team BBE. Roy Shishi and Ibin on the bot side here, looking to give pursuit. We're going to see the grapples go up. Roy Shishi just doing a little bit of looting. They're not quite fully engaged into this fight yet. They're looking for the opportunity to find it. XLY, though, going to go airborne here with that pole sword, looking for some extra loot here and getting some information for the team. We are going to see now Zem caught out by Team BBE. BBE as well with that second early Bane's Breath of the game, going to be locking this fight down. The Tessa ult coming in to keep them locked into place as well. Roy Shishi just continuing to keep the pressure up. The Karumi from Team J Team. Lee here forced to go ahead and invest that ultimate. They can shift it once, so we're going to see if that comes through for them very soon. But J Team feeling a ton of pressure. BBE going to take their time here. They have the Bane's Breath. They're going to take the reset as J Team tries to break away, looking to find a couple of pots. Roy Shishi with the musket, taking a couple of pop shots, keeping the pressure up. I've been looking to force their way into the formation on the front side of J Team here, and J Team able to get most of a full reset here, but crucially, BBE still with all three ultimates here. Now we're going to see the Wu Chen ult getting invested. We're going to see the Viper ult coming through as well, looking to lock down the members of J Team. They can find one here. Zem going to get picked out. Can they find the second one to XLY? XLY going to use that Takeda shove to save themselves for now, but Lee going to find themselves completely separated. XLY coming through with the ultimate to cover for Lee. Is going to find some success. They pick up Roy Shishi. Ibin coming in now. XLY, that's going to be the last charge there. They're going to also eat the follow-up ultimate coming in, and BBE is going to clean up this fight. Lee locked down, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. BBE comes out on top of J Team and goes to 9 eliminations.
BBE just absolutely opening the day on a statement, climbing up the total score points. Keep in mind, they haven't played yet, so they're 13th in the standings overall, but this is their first game. Every other team above them, not every other team, but most of the teams above them are ones who have played at least 6 games at this point. They are just starting off on a statement here. Absolutely mad aggression coming in from BBE. Fat Milk looking really, really good on that Wu Shen. Very, very powerful. As you can see, the zone is closing up, so we'll see the Renma Yang spawning up fairly soon. See who's going to get their hands onto that. A lot of these people have used their revives. Obviously going to be a little bit hesitant after losing out and then having to restock on gear before jumping into a Renma Yang. Teams like BBE, I would be surprised if BBE don't jump into a Renma Yang, to be honest with you. Trying to see where they are on the map, actually. I've completely lost sight of them.
With their
south, aren't they?
Yeah, with their pacing, it would make sense for them to take a Realm of Yang. The thing is they are playing skirmish comp, right? So they're not really going to find a ton of success on this comp just because Wu Chen is a little nerfed inside of Realm of Yang, right? That reposition doesn't do your team too much. So they could see it as being fairly risky. I do believe they also took the blooms off of all the teams that they've eliminated. So they don't have blooms in the back pocket. They may just play for some mid-game aggression and wait out these Realms of Yang. We're going to see here our first Realm of Yang is going to be KLA versus Team Alliance. KLA here on that more traditional cannonball comp, looking to pressure in onto Alliance. Alliance coming in here, that Justina coming through for the anti cannonball comp. Yeah, looking for a good freeze. Is gonna find a huge freeze out onto the members of KLA, but it's not gonna be enough here as the Yodo here, CXZ covering for the team, doing a ton of damage. Now 17 into the cannonball mech itself here, putting a ton of pressure onto Alliance's bow, opening things up for QGG to continue pressuring the other members of Team Alliance while they have that cannon coverage coming through. Bo trying to cover for the team, but 17 continuing to position themselves between the members of KLA and the members of Alliance. But Bo and Rain here able to open up the opportunity to pick up that elimination onto CXZ. It is now a 2v2. QGG and 17 versus Bo and Lane. QGG coming in with the nunchucks, going to find some clean hits on both Bo and Lane. No. Bo going extremely low. He's looking to come back in with the staff. The Merciless Havoc going to pick up QGG. QGG gonna take a ton of damage. One hit and a dream. There it is. It's a 2v1. 17 needs to find the elimination onto Bo, but they're gonna get blocked out here. Bo gonna come in. He does get that pot off for the shield. Advanced heal in the back pocket. Gonna do a ton for him as blue shield completely returned. KLA lose control of the situation, and it's Team Alliance who come out on top.
That Justina freeze, man, was so huge from Alliance. But they also did so much work with the Yota at the beginning of the fight, absolutely shredding through the health bars. Obviously, going to take themselves the Vermilion Bird's Might. And I know we have a new buff, but Vermilion Bird's Might still definitely the safer bet to be taking after those first Realm of Yang. Now coming over to FBX, who've got themselves in a fight versus Bowder inside this Realm of Yang. It's going to be our deciding fight here. Water almost got the final hit onto Jing. FPX are down a player, but it looks like they're going to be able to equalize out the score there. 2v2, make that a 1v2 as Water now has to go up versus Yaran. He's going to find him, isolate him off with the swords, gets himself one. Peak, now it's the 1 versus 1. Water with a health disadvantage, his shield is low. It's going to lose all of his shield. Peak's keeping him up in the air, but Water's found an opening with those dual swords, with the halberds doing so much work to Peak. They're both low. It's blinking health bars. Water goes down. Peak clutches it.
Oh my goodness, Team Bowda coming out on top there inside the Realm of Yang. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be 4 Vermilion Bird's Might up on the map, because for the first time in a long time we saw a Morris Blessing coming through on the map with Vermilion Bird's Might as well. This is going to be a lot of teams scrambling to pressure the rest of the lobby. Things are going to pick up very quickly. KLA and 521, who lose their respective Realm of Yangs, are now going head to head here on the same revive. The team that comes out on top is going to find themselves back in the game. The other team going to be eliminated. 17 here caught out on the edge of that sand tornado. Tumult, and just getting tossed back and forth here between Tumult and the Takeda. Pampy trying to keep the members of KLA locked down, but unfortunately Pampy is going to go down to the pressure from the Yueshan here on Team KLA. KLA now in a 3v2. Unique extremely low. The pillar still available here for Team KLA as well. Unique able to catch some of those staff hits out onto 17, keeping the pressure up, but 17 not going to let this go. Able to jump above the horizontal. QGG follows it up, and KLA comes out on top. They get the blooms they need to come back into the game, and they send Team 521 back to the lobby.
This is my favorite thing about the fact that we have 3 Realm of Yangs at the beginning of the game. It means there's 6 teams with Vermilion Bird's Mites who are obviously going to be wanting to look because they have a get out of jail card with that. Then you also have 6 teams who need to find fights because they've got the Realm of Yang debuff on them, and they need to get those blooms. It makes it such a bloody, early sections of the game. I absolutely love it. And Bowder looking to use their Vermilion Bird's Might and hunt down onto JDG, see if they can find themselves a kill. JDG, though, they've been pushed towards FBX, who also have this Realm of Yang debuff on them. So they are going to be looking to try and capitalize on this fight, but they don't want to be jumping into the middle of 2 teams fighting it out. The no ult zone is popped, and this fight starting to get messy. Now where you don't have those ults to rely on, you can find yourself in a bit of danger here. Yaran gets caught inside that wisp, but is going to be able to break away from it. Jumps back out and instantly pops the Yota ultimate. Going to look to try and put some damage into the members of JDG here, just trying to hit those slices with the swords, unable to really get too much off there, as we do see a transform coming in from the edge on to that mech coming in, as it actually looks like FBX have joined into the fray as well. Dongqing immediately losing a lot of their HP, is going to try and heal themselves up, did get the bloom so they cleanse themselves of any danger, and at that point it's okay. They're going to reset, get some armor back, as Jing on the edge of the no ult zone, just letting the cannon fire rip through everybody. Bowder's Yaran going down in the middle of the fight. FPX Dongqing able to cleanse himself, now chasing up Water and him, just going to make their way out of here. They've got their soul blooms. Xiaohu did go down, unfortunately, for FPX, but they were able to bring 2 members back into this game.
Well, not only that, FPX has more than enough Darktide coins to buy them back, so as long as there's charms still available in the shop, they're going to be able to get their 3rd player back up. This zone out here has a ton of bodies in it, right? They're going to be able to come back out in the zone because it's early zone, pick through this loot, get their player back into the game as long as they play the smart. We're taking a look here. JDG, though, trying to keep both members of the team alive here. PP just trying to get these resurrections. They're able to get 2-tick back in. They need to get to Keiki here and pull them back in. PP will take the time to pop back up here. That heel cut going to come very soon as the zone continues to press away from them, but it looks like they're able to get that res off and get them back into the game here. So JDG going to hold on here in this game as we cut over to team BBE here. This team absolutely putting in work this game. 12 eliminations under their belt right now and continuing to keep the pressure up. They did not take that Realm of Yang, and like I said, they're playing the skirmishing comp. It makes sense for them not to take the early Realm of Yang, but we are going to see this next Realm of Yang getting ready to come through, and I don't know if they're going to opt to take this Yang or they're looking to grief it away from EWG. If they can keep a single member of EWG out of the Realm of Yang, it's going to be pretty bad for them, but it looks like all three able to get in. They are going to be one of the first teams in. GG on the other side already took their Draco Storm, so now EWG is going to get this Realm of Yang for free. We're going to take a look at which buff they are going to opt for, whether it's going to be the Draco Storm or they're going to take the White Tiger. We will see momentarily. 4 seconds left on the clock. They're waiting out for as long as possible to take hold of that buff, and I do believe it looks like they opt for the I think that's Draco Storm, if I'm not mistaken.
I love that Mystic Might just wasn't even in the question, because if you think about last season, Mystic Might would have been the go-to at that point. Not many people took Draco Storm, so it's nice to see the Draco Storm has returned in priority, because it's been a hot minute since this buff was really that sought after by the teams and by players. 13 minutes on the clock now, and you see that BBE have got DRG right behind them. DRG with their back to the zone, looking to see if they can find themselves a hunt. BBE, remember, they've done some serious work at the beginning of this game, starting on a 9 bomb. Don't really need to do too much more right now. They can probably just wait this out for a little bit, get a little bit more placement points, and then look to try and pick some people up at the end of the game. Still, plenty of players and plenty of teams left in the lobby. 10 teams and 30 players in this game right now, so there's still plenty to play for. Got 13 minutes left on the clock before we do hit that final circle, the complete collapse of the final circle. We'll keep our eyes on where the players are going to be looking to kind of play for. JT suffered an early loss at the beginning of this game, but nonetheless still have 4 kills under their belt, but definitely struggling a little bit off the back of that, seeming as having a quick look at the gear. All got the blue armor, so very easy to pick off. When you think about it, there's, Yoto's right now. Late game Yoto absolutely going to shred through some of these blue health bars on some of these teams. We are just getting a replay of EWG versus 521. This was our... Did we watch this one? No, this is the one we missed. So we missed this one. Yeah. EWG's 9 with the fans here. Just putting some work in versus Pampy. Pampy, I got his back pinned to the wall. Lovely little counter actually did come out from Pampy in the middle of this, though. So it wasn't completely one-sided. Able to pick his fans back up, though. And actually switched out to the dual swords. 9, though, just getting consistently countered. Every time he tries to join into the fight, finds himself getting countered. But 5-1 at the man disadvantage. Pampy gets 3v1'd, and EWG able to take themselves the win off that one. But they're the only 3 kills they've picked up this game inside the realm of Yang. Other than that, it's been a relatively quiet game from these guys. But they are pretty geared right now. Everybody rocking purple armor, purple weapons. Actually, I think they've got a couple of gold weapons as well on to 14. And can't remember the other player's name. Completely brain farted there. So pretty geared up towards these final circles. So they need to translate that into kills, into points. Otherwise, there's no point getting all that gear.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look now, though, GG coming up here onto Plume Castle, looking to potentially make a move. Quite a few teams here, Bao.te as well, as we had into Zone 3, collapsing onto Zone 4. Things going to get a little crowded with 30 players left remaining alive here in game number 1. A lot of kills on the board already for Team BBE as well. They have those 12 eliminations under their belt. They have avoided the Realm of Yangs in Phase 1 and Phase 2, which makes sense given the particular team comp that they are playing. They're doing exactly what that comp does as well, right? They're weaving in and out of fights, picking up eliminations, and then re-weaving back in as soon as abilities have gone off cooldown. Just kind of the classic version of that skirmish comp now that Tess has replaced the Yodo, and Yodo has moved on to Cannonball comp. Taking a look, we have Fun plus Phoenix looking to push into the Fight Club, breaking out here inside of Plumed Castle, Dongjing Water, and of course, Zhao Hui just trying to find a break breakaway in, going to use the bell there, use both bells actually there off the back of that repeating crossbow to get some information about what's going down here and pressure on to Team TE as we turn our attention over to DRG. Looking to open a stash, it seems like, over here, or waiting for the team who has the key to show up, potentially. DRG, with these very interesting strats, they like to draw teams into situations like this. It would not surprise me if they were the team who opened the stash and drew these victims in. And sure enough, it's Team Alliance who's answered the call, and DRG playing the ranged game here. All of their ultimates online, so just looking for a good opening as we cut back to Plumed Castle. GG going head-to-head with a J team, and I do believe TE fighting another team on the other side here. LXM looking to break away here. Needs to be careful. Caught out in the siphon by the tumult. We are going to see the sand go away here. And now GG with the opportunity to re-engage. Again, it's what this skirmishing comp does best, right? They're able to go in, blow a couple of ults, use Wu Chen to reposition, and then pressure on. And sure enough, J-Team sand siphon comp here with no ults available to them whatsoever. But GG still with that Wu Chen ult available, able to keep the pressure up here now, knowing that Sand Siphon doesn't have those ultimates in the back pocket, and they want to pressure onto J-Team. J-Team's them getting caught out in the back line, does have the Kurumi tether on them, but the grapples keep them locked down. The third party potential coming in, so GG needs to be careful here as those cannon shots ring out. They're going to change tactics here and start to play at range, try to position up the hill above these teams, trying to eliminate the potential of the third party from JDG, who's looking to secure the Moore's Blessing. XLY trying to break away here, but doing so, Lee, the Kurumi, is going to crumble here, and now J-Team with no healer is likely going to crumble. The target selection coming in from the members of Team GG, Fun Plus Phoenix, extremely good, knowing the healer going to clutch those fights out for them, keep them alive. Now J-Team with no way to bring back their downed members, going to be forced entirely out of this fight, and it looks like going to be heading into late game with just 2 members left alive.
Yeah, that's the issue. J-Team, they weren't really able to put the armor together, the gear together, and now LXY finds himself taken out by GG, and J-Team just down to the single player Zem up on the high ground here at Plume Castle, just trying to avoid getting caught, and now it's just placement for J-Team. They've got 4 kills, so it's not like it's a terrible thing. If they can get a good multiplier, they will be able to put some points together, but GG just camping the body, making sure there's no way LXY comes back. And that is going to be the final nail in the coffin there. J-Team purely going to be playing for those placement points. You can see FPX and JDG down on the low ground. GG quite happily holding this high ground here. They're actually going to find out PP instantly out with a Viper stun on TK and on to the other player. PP getting himself in some serious danger. GG just cashing on those kills like it was nothing. Easy little pickup for them, holding this high ground, and just the instant snap of LXM there to throw the ultimate down was so key for them getting both of those kills. And GG off the back of that one, going to be sitting pretty happy with their own 7 kills. So they're catching up with BBE on the kill chart right now. BBE, in the meanwhile, not actually exactly sure where they are. They're probably just finding themselves a nice little rock. Yeah, there they are, hiding off in the distance. As Han just going to grab the last little loot here. Anything that he can get for himself. As he's going to reposition, using the big farting rock to get himself up onto a higher ground. GG quite happy. Going to force Water actually away, taking out a massive chunk of his shield. Not going to really follow up. They're quite happy with just burning some resources. And I think this is that stage of the game, Rune, where the players, all they're really looking to do is get themselves a good position where they can not be under threat, but also pressure the resources of the people in the game. If you look at Roy He right now, they've got 4 pots for shield and for healing for the regular health bar. So a couple of cannon fire, those resources are just going to get burnt through here. You can see EWG burning so much. A lot of their shields getting heavily taken down. They throw down the sandstorm as well, just so they have a safety net to avoid getting hit by any more cannon fire while they full heal themselves back up. And GG, they're not letting up any of this pressure. They're keeping it up onto EWG and just forcing them away. As GG quite happily now going to take control of this area. Bane's Breath actually had been thrown down in the area, so everybody has to be a little bit careful of that one. It's just kind of a scattered array of where the players are set up right now.
Yeah, GG doing an excellent job keeping other players off the Morse Blessing. They don't really have the comp to secure it right now, given how many players are left in the lobby, but they are utilizing what they do have in the back pocket there to keep these other teams off of it, deny them resources, and either eventually the Storm is going to swallow it up, or these Team GG will be able to secure it once they continue to force these other players off of it. Team TE here taking some shots at Alliance, really trying to pressure Alliance out from this position. They want to have the coverage of that rock at the end of the circle, but Alliance not giving it up easy here as they're going to go ahead and invest that Yoda ultimate. Han going to return the favor to be able to avoid that first blade, wants to teleport away, and is going to end up not finding any value out of the ultimate outside of the teleports. If Team Alliance wants to, they can pressure back in. Cannon shots coming up onto Han. Team TE now going to be caught out between DRG as well. TE making the mistake here. They commit to the fight. They throw the ultimate. Now TE is completely separated. We're going to see, oh my goodness, the other team coming in. DRG going to pick up Han as well. TE makes a crucial mistake here heading into zone 6. They commit to a fight and then back out once burning ultimates. Unfortunately for Team TE, that means they lose their Yodohime and a crucial part of their comp. LYD now caught in a corner as well. GG and DRG happy to clean up the scraps here and take the easy eliminations. Team TE on the way out this lobby.
Yeah, it's classic, isn't it? Classic NARAKA. Once the sharks smell the blood in the water, everybody swarms. If you take a bad fight, you're the one with the low health bar. You're the one who's going to be getting jumped here. Fat Milk actually losing a lot of HP. His winnable did not really do much for him. Yaran trying to force some pressure on as Roy gets himself caught out here by EWG, instantly popping the ultimate. 2 ults actually getting popped. They're going to try and get the revive off. They do actually pick one up, so BBE keep themselves in this game for just a little longer, but that Flamer, that might just be enough to take them down. Yes, it was. DRG taking out Ivan with the Flamer. Absolutely beautiful work coming in from there. Roy he gets himself up onto the high ground where he can get some pots off, but it's not going to be enough. Taken down by Dongqing's Yoto ultimate there. Beautifully aimed, beautifully shot, able to secure that kill, and now it is just super scrappy here for this high ground. Everybody trying to hold it. LXM gets himself pushed back by the ultimates, by the Flamers, and just loses so much HP. Quickly repositions there by the Wushen so he can heal up, but Bowder are in the area. This could be very dangerous for GG. They're just trying to heal themselves up, themselves back into this one, as you can see, but Yaran pressuring forwards, trying to get some damage onto GG, but they have been able to find themselves a reset. And most crucially, Zen is still in this game. J-Team Zen being able to find himself a nice bush away from the action, away from all of the bloodbath. He's just playing placements right now, just trying to hold on into this game for as long as possible. Dongqing up in the sky, just getting some shots off here from that mech. Zen not been spotted out. This could be dangerous as Leo eating the cannon fire from Dongqing. So many transforms coming in, so many mechs on the field. Leo is going to lose their one. We can see the LXM throwing down the Viper stun onto 3. All of Alliance find themselves caught out, and GG taking out Moonlight with the fans off on the sideline. So getting 4 actually with that stun from Viper. Most crucially, Alliance were able to hold themselves, but Ibo, low HP, going to find themselves in a bit of danger. Needs to try and reposition and heal up. GG just doing a quick reset on the weapons. Bo is going to go down for Yiran. Bowder able to secure that kill, and now it is just such a bloodbath. Everybody trying to stay up. Zen, one of those players up in the sky, just avoiding getting taken out and playing for as high a placement as they possibly can. Alliance actually finding the time inside the zone to get the heal off, get the revive off, but the Tessa stun hits the entire team instantly, jumping in with a freeze, trying to lock people in place, but finds himself immediately caught out. 1, 2, 3, Alliance are gonna fall. All of the damage coming in from GG. Beautiful pick up there. They've got 1 player left standing, and I don't think they're going to be standing for long in the middle of all of this. There are still 7 players, 11 players, and 7 teams in this game. GG, LXM opening up onto Bo. Down goes the final player there from Alliance, picking them up like it's nothing. They've got the stun as well. GG in a commanding position with 14 kills on the board, and they are looking to just dot the I's, cross the T's, and close this one out. Another kill for GG as FPX Xiaohu goes down. Flamer pressuring up. Wushin gets himself into a position where he could be in a little bit of danger, but GG able to make sure that LXM is going to get himself saved. 50 seconds until the circle fully closes out. And by some miracle, J-Team still have Zem in the game. He's still applying multiplier, still applying placement points here for his team. Just hopping around, avoiding the danger, but this should just be him done. Toasted by the Flame Spitter on the edge of the circle. No room for him to go. And there it is, GG. They don't drop a single player. Dongqing going to be the only one up. It's going to have to be a bloody miracle from him. And I don't think he's got enough in the bank to be able to hold on to this one. I say that, but the O2 ultimate comes out. He's actually doing some work here. Instantly caught out by the sun. And there it is. GG. A perfect game one for them.
Yeah, GG really coming in here, ladies and gentlemen. A huge game number one from this textbook NARAKA, right? And this is the thing. We got to talk about how impressive this is, because given they are playing that skirmisher comp, right? This is a comp that really wants to pick up their kills early to mid game and then just try to ride out the late game and survive as long as possible. That's what we saw Team BBE do, right? They were able to take those early fights and skirmishes, weave in and out, pick up those early kills, but the team kind of lacks pressure into the late game, right? They don't really have a way to clutch out those late game fights and dominate the circle the way, you know, a Yodo Hime or a Fairy Shin or a Yue Shan can. But this team, GG, they know how to maneuver around end circles, right? This is one of those teams that was one of the strongest Transformer comps back in the past, right? 330 in contention for being one of the strongest Monk players. And what does that comp want to do? It wants to come into endgame and excel in endgame. So GG has that experience under the belt. They know how to take control of an end circle. And even though they're playing a comp that shouldn't necessarily excel in the final zones like this, that knowledge comes in clutch to be able to round out this game for them. They not only take the first place position, but they take the most kills, get the maximum amount of multiplier for those eliminations. This is going to be a huge game, huge MVP for Team GG.
Absolutely amazing start there for GG. And like I said, they made it work on a comp that maybe shouldn't have worked in the end game, but they just played it so well. That final circle, they were just always positioned in the perfect places. I'm excited to see, you know, maybe we do see a rise in more of these skirmisher comps purely for this late game. And, you know, if everyone's on skirmisher comps, you're all going to do great. I don't know. The BBE had such a brilliant start to that game, and they just, it was one positional mistake and they got themselves caught out. And then and from there, it all crumbled apart for them. So I feel, you know, I'm very excited by what they're going to be able to bring going into the next game, because BBE looked like a seriously good team. Like, I was caught off guard by how good they are. I mean, we've seen Roy before. They've been around for a while. Sorry, lighting went weird. Got a little distracted. Yeah, so I'm excited to see, you know, what BBE are going to be able to bring coming into the game too. Obviously, it's their first game of the day, of the season actually as well. So new additions to the league. And I'm always about these big statements. I remember KLA did it back in spring when they first joined. They had like an amazing day one. And then it just carried on an upward trajectory. So could BBE be our new KLA? Could they be the new kind of like hotshot new team who really shake and change everything up? I've got a good feeling, but that was only one game. So we have to see more from them before we can go, you know, any further before game number 2.
You know, like I've got faith, right? I mean, day one, I came in wearing my Bamboo Esports jersey. I was super happy to see the representation coming in from the other regions. I think it's really good. Yes. Like we talked about at the very beginning, all of the changes we typically see coming through for the NBPL, for Worlds, things like that, from the realm of Yang to the hero point system to the phase locks now and things, all of these things really do help to keep that pressure going, to keep the game exciting. And I think it's the same thing with us making the decision to bring in teams from other regions to represent here in the NBPL as well. I really hope we continue to see those sort of things moving forward. It really shows that both the devs and the esports side of the team as well have a care and love for the community and these teams, and that they're not just looking to go, hey, we're the best in the world, this is our league. we're open to everybody coming in. We want to see everybody succeed and really make this as exciting as possible. And I think everybody watching at home appreciates it too, right? Everybody loves to see a little representation from their region coming through, especially in the top tier league that we have for NARAKA. I absolutely love it. The game's phenomenal. This game was phenomenal. Bamboo Esports had a great showing. GG, though, just coming in and knocking it out of the ballpark, able to come through. And again, it really comes down to, I think, that phase knowledge for these guys, right? They're very used to playing these sort of comps that excel in the late game. Now, not only have they been able to shift to a comp that isn't so much a late game comp as a more early game aggressive comp, they've been able to learn that aspect of the comp and then bring their knowledge of their other stronger late game comps into the phases of the game to really excel, come out on top, position well, and dominate these other teams here in game one. I think they're setting a tempo for the day. I love to see it. GG all the way back in the day when we had the first Nbpl, and it was like 3 or 4 of us casters, right? They were the team that walked away with the first season of Nbpl. They were a team that everybody had high hopes for, and they've been kind of middle in the pack. So it's nice to see them drop the 20 bomb, Jake, here in game number 1. I know Dobby's going to be happy at home. First 20 bomb of the day on game number 1. 28 kill points, 4 ranking points for a total game score of 32 points for their first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
That is an absolutely banger opener there for GG. FPX also coming in with some serious points, kind of sleeper hit there. 8 kills under their belt, so they take 13 points. BBE walking out in 4th after all of that work. It was unfortunate they just got taken out a little bit too early in the final circle, but 4th place is still a fantastic showing. Alliance also taking 3rd place, narrowly edging that one out over BBE. Rocking that Justina version of the Cannibal comp. I'm here for it. I'm always happy when I see the Justina comps coming in. I absolutely adore it. So great to see that. But GG, absolutely phenomenal performance here. I think like they just work so well together. They always have. GG have always been one of those teams who just consistently at the top end of the table, right? I think that was what I always say about them. Is just like they're always in 1st to 3rd, sometimes 4th, but like they're always scoring. And this was not just almost in that top end. They just smashed it out the park. An absolutely brilliant start to the day there for GG. They're going to be feeling absolutely fantastic going forwards. And game number 2, I want to see more of these skirmishing comps because I've always thought of GG as a late game specialist. I've always thought them as the transformer specialists.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And this is the thing, right? The skirmisher comp, very, very interesting. It's a very different playstyle from what we're used to seeing. We've had mid-game comps before Tessa, right? And we've had late-game comps, but we've never really had a comp that looks to weave in and out of fights. Adding Tessa to this, because Tessa can ult at that 55% ult charge, means she can get those 2 ults per fight, right? You can really weave into a fight, and you can afford not to eliminate an entire team. You can take 1 elimination, you can take 2 eliminations, you can use your Wu Chen ult to position out, let them burn some ultimates off, and then come back in and clean it up and potentially not even have to use those ultimates. We saw BBE do it in the early game, right? They won a fight against another team on that sort of skirmisher comp where they only had to invest 1 Tessa ultimate. They weaved out, they let the other team burn out 2 or 3 of their ultimates, and then came back in and didn't even need to use their other ultimates to clean it up. As we take a look here, CJS here playing Tessa for Team GG is going to walk away with the MVP for the team here in game number 1. 26,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 10 assists. 13,000 of that damage coming through for the fan with the Hepta Detach and Storm Stride, Focus Slide, Soul Shatter, Twin Shot, and an Attack Soldier. That Soul Shatter so strong on the fan, right? No surprises here to see Soul Shatter and 13,000 of their damage coming through on the fan. Soul Shatter, very hard to predict. The parry timing window on it, very easy to follow up on as well. Just a very, very strong Soul Jade. So to see CJS here with that much fan damage, given the fact that they're holding on to Soul Shatter, no big surprises there. And just a huge turn for GG here as they're able to just come out on top in this first game. 20 eliminations, walking away with a 32 game score. What a way to start the day off. We have teams during day one of trios who didn't even put 32 points up on the board. So for game one, they're going to be very happy. We're going to take a quick jump over though, because we got a question for you, chat, ladies and gentlemen. You know you guys want to answer for treasure, and here it is for game number one. Who was the MVP? Was it A, GG's 330, B, Alliance's Leon, C, GG's CGS, or was it D, Alliance's Bo? If you get this one wrong, I don't even know what you were watching.
If you get this wrong, just, you know, go sit in the corner and think about what you did. This is a pretty easy one, guys. It's a pretty easy one. Yeah, I feel like, you know, GG, again, kind of playing... I feel like they're playing catch-up from last season. Because last season, they were a little disappointing at the beginning, and then towards the end, they looked absolutely amazing. I think this time round, GG want to be like, no, we want to be a top contender from the start. And this is how you make yourself a top contender from the start. The question is do they have the stamina? Can they keep this going? Now, I always do think of GG as a team who kind of consistently always play well, so I would argue, yes, they have that stamina, but when you have a massive game one like that, you paint such a target on your back. And we know the players in these games are super smart. And it's early days, so you don't fully know where all the drop spots are for the teams, but you'll have a rough idea. They've done some scouting. They've done, you know, scrims and stuff versus each other. So they should have a rough idea where GG like to drop. So some teams may. They're probably not this game. They'll probably play their own game this game. But games 3 and 4, they'll start to think about, okay, we need to maybe think about griefing this team because they play too good. They're too far ahead already. And griefing is a real tactic. I mean, I think it was DRG. Yeah, it was DRG last season who basically just psycho dropped on J-Team every game. They'd go Sunwing's Rest every game, psycho drop, coin flip the 50-50 if they win the fight. If they win the fight, J-Team just lose everything. And if DRG lose, they lose everything. And it kind of just a snowbally game pattern from there. And it really shut J-Team from taking over down every lobby. And I do feel like if GG have another absolutely banger game, someone in this lobby is going to go, I'll deal with them. That's my problem. I'll go take GG out of the game. Obviously, there are more windows to come back because you have obviously more loot on the table when you have a third Mora's Blessing spawning up. So you have, you know, the Mora's Blessing, Realm of Yang is the one I meant, third Realm of Yang spawning up. So if you do get taken out on spawn early, you can go, let's just play the toying costs, jump into the Realm of Yang, win that fight, grab some good loot and buffs, and then get back into the game off the back of that. There is the opportunity to do that because more people are going to be jumping into the Realm of Yangs, because typically when it was just four teams jumping in total, odds are it was always going to be the teams who felt a little bit more confident, had better loot. But with that extra one up, it's now 6. So you kind of have, you know, teams who maybe don't have quite as good a setup going in. So I feel like they're less risky because odds are, if you don't jump into a Realm of Yang, you might just end up running into someone who's got the Vermilion Bird's Might or the debuff on them, and then you're going to find yourself in a fight anyway. So the Realm of Yang, I actually think it's more worth taking now than it was before, because I think there used to be an argument of, oh, Yamk really got the gear, oh, your team hasn't got their ultimates up and stuff like that. I think you need to get into them. I really feel like if you're not jumping into them, you're probably looking to fight someone outside the Realm of Yang once they jump out.
Yeah, and you know, I want to go back on a point you were touching on before about teams kind of griefing each other out on landing and stuff. You know, just very, very interesting now, because we do have the rule changes coming through, but we're getting ready to head into game number 2 here very shortly. But like I was talking about, super important to know where these teams are going to be landing now, because when we head into those bi-weekly finals, when we head into those season finals, right, it's not just points anymore. Once you hit a certain point threshold, it is now match game point. Once you hit that threshold, you have to win a game to be able to walk away the champion. So knowing where those teams that are currently on match point tend to drop and things like that, the value of that has increased exponentially this season, because you need to grief those teams out as early as possible if they're on match point. just for you to have a chance to pick up the points to go up and go to match point yourself to potentially walk away the champion. And like you said, I think some teams are going to find themselves stepping up, especially teams like DRG, who this was already their previous strategy, looking to knock some of these teams out and go ahead and pick up enough points in that game so that they can head into the next game looking to clutch it out for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I obviously the meta will always change, but NARAKA is a game and an esport where the rules do change quite dramatically season by season, and I think this is a positive thing, by the way. This isn't a negative. I think they do it in a way which really shakes up the way the players and the teams have to think about the game. You know, the Roma Yang obviously is a really obvious one, but like that really changed the game. Anyone who watched NARAKA pre-Roma Yang will know, honestly, trios especially were pretty goddamn boring because not a lot happened in the mid game. You'd have fights at the beginning, and as soon as they lost their reverse, everybody would just find a house and sit in it. And in late game, it'd just be cannon fire because there'd be so many people in the game. The only effective weapon to use is the cannon, so you're constantly building up rage, doing splash damage, and eating resources of the enemy. But the Roma Yang completely changed that up in the sense where, you know, people had to get scrappy. They had to fight. They had to look for people, so you couldn't hide. That just wasn't going to be an option because you'd get hunted down and you'd end up losing a fight and getting knocked out of the game from there. Now with the way that, you know, the finals are going to change, it's going to force this aggression. It's going to force these hot drops. It's going to force, you know, very, very early, like pre-loot era kind of fights where teams are going to be looking to grief each other. And I think, you know, griefing, which was, I think, a niche tactic in last season, is now actually going to be a really, really big tactic going forwards, especially by the big teams, because I feel like griefing was typically done by teams who were lower down in the standings, looking to try and cheese early kills and knock out snowbally teams from the game early. I think now these teams who are actually very good in the mid to late game, the teams who are consistently scoring points, they're actually going to be looking to grief some of the other teams in a similar standing to them. And I think we'll have some really tight fights in the beginning of the game. Now, I don't know if we'll see that now. I think it's a bit too early. I think Biweek finals is where we'll start to see the griefing tactic really show up. So as we do get prepared for game 2, I think it's going to be more of the same. I want to see more skirmishy teams. Looks like that's the case with the Sand Siphons coming in from a lot of teams actually. Here, both Bowder and 521 locking that one in. Alliance as well, and GG. That's 4 for 4. Pretty brutal start there.
Yeah, so all Sand Siphons across the board here as we get ready to head into round 2. That's going to make those hero point increases maximize a lot. And we're still going to see a couple teams opting to play the Sand Siphon, but it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix here going to opt for the Kurumi, save out some of those hero points potentially on the zipping. We're seeing a couple teams opt into the Cannonball. We love to see Cannonball comp coming through. It's so good. TE going to be on that heavy skirmisher comp there with the Tessa, the Viper, and the Wu Chen. Hero points increasing yet again for the Takeda and the Tumulk going into the round 3 picks here. Looking like we're going to see another Cannonball coming in from DRG, another skirmishing comp coming in from the members of J-Team. EWG, BBE playing close to the chest, but it looks like both of them going to be locking in that Cannonball comp coming through. You know, last season we got to see, or sorry, during Worlds, we got to see Cannonball comp coming in for the first time, and we got to see one team really excel at bringing Cannonball to life. They were able to find this perfect rhythm where the Yodo Hime was constantly taking the pillar from the zipping, and every single time the mech would go down, typically you want to dogpile onto the player who has the mech, but if you're the Yodo Hime in that Cannonball comp, all of a sudden, if you try to cannonball or dogpile onto the Yodo Hime when they come out of mech, they just pop their ultimate and they go, cool, you thought the ultimate was over, but now we've got the Yodo ultimate. And while that's going on, what happens? You have the Faria playing the ranged game and constantly building ultimate back up. And as soon as Yodo comes out of ultimate almost, all of a sudden, Faria has another pillar to drop to cover Yodo Hime as she's vulnerable coming out of her own ultimate. And Yodo can just repeat the process, jumps into into the pillar and keeps the ult train going. And we saw it go to such huge success. I do believe it was a 26 kill game that we saw at World. Absolutely massive. So I think these teams still have not squeezed the maximum amount of potential out of this comp. And I think we're going to see some of them continuing to improve as we see more and more Cannonball coming through.
Yeah, it does seem to be the go-to right now in the meta. Last season, there was a lot of the Sand Siphon. It was like a major one, but I love seeing the kind of new variations in the comps. And what I like about this one is it's old heroes. It's not a new character kind of changing things up, because when Tessa first came out, there was comps built around the Tessa and what she could offer. But now we are back at a point where, you know, we're just reusing old heroes in new ways. And I think it's super interesting, but there's always a new way to figure out how to play these characters. And, you know, as changes continue on, I expect to see new variations, new types of comps coming out from all of these teams. So very excited to see how that is going to face out. As just having a quick look at the game, not too many people in the Plume Castle area. JDG are going to be close enough to the puzzle if they want to get an early blessing for themselves and grab some golden gear, maybe the red armor. Do we have red armor at Worlds?
So yeah, you can get red armor from Podium. It's just extremely rare in Immortal War, right?
Do we have it at Worlds though? Because I don't think we've had it in a professional match so far.
I think we had it once during Worlds.
Oh, so that would be the first time.
Yeah.
In 2 years. Wow.
Funnily enough, I don't think any Transformers were playing that game either.
That is so tragic, but also hilarious. And the one time I saw it, I played with you, and you immediately died, and you had the red armor, so that was fun. that was my experience. I'm convinced I'm just cursed when it comes to this armor. Like, I swear I never see anyone with it. I know it's like, is it like 7% drop chance? It's quite low.
It's quite low. I think it's somewhere around the 3 to 5% range.
Oh, it's gone. Yeah, okay.
Hey, so take a look here. KLA gonna be trading blows with, I do believe, the members of 521. Both of them playing at ranged here as we see shots coming out. Nobody wanting to engage, but CXZ trying to push into that forward position. We do see Yin a little separated from the team. CXZ wanting to capitalize on that, but Yin able to reposition and find their way back. Now 521 though, caught between the members of KLA. Yin gonna find a good hit onto CXZ though. Wants to keep the pressure up here. CXZ able to avoid the Wisp, but not able to avoid the double blue charge coming out and just completely wiping away their HP. QGG a little focused here onto 521's Pampy, trying to keep them away. They are able to find the elimination, but their other member a little caught out here by 521. 17 able to get some heals back off, still trading blows. CXC wanting to go to the shop, find some pots for themselves. Here we go. Unique able to get on to 17. 17 going yet again, able to find the parry onto Unique. Gonna keep the game alive here. KLA splitting things up into 2v1 and leaving 17 in a 1v2. 17 able to hold their own though. KLA now with the ultimate online, gonna start looking for these picks. Unique just trying to break away as we see Yin go down, and 521 regretting the engagement here. Unique able to find the armor swap into the white armor, but the chase will continue. 521 just trying to keep the members of KLA distracted, maybe looking to run this back or potentially just waste the time of KLA as the other two members go and look for a revive. Unique gonna throw the Wisp out, catches 17 out, but the grapple cancel gonna keep Unique from following up on it. KLA comes out on top and picks up their first 3 eliminations.
17 played that so goddamn well. He just ate all of the attention while his team were able to find an isolated player and get a man advantage. Absolutely clutch play there by 17, able to hold out long enough as we cut over to DRG, got himself in a fight versus EWG. 14 right now on the run. EWG getting absolutely minced by the fan as Wujin 98. They've got the Draco Storm on side as well, so this is not where EWG want to be fighting. Grouped up, low health bars. Moonlight has been taken down, but with this Bane's Breath, it's just slowly going to be eating through them. 14's thrown the ultimate down as he's just looking to use it as a reposition tool, and this gives DRG the opportunity to go for the pickup, but they're actually trying to chase through the kills. Not going to be able to find it. Going to be able to pick Moonlight up as J-Team actually right behind LXY, sitting next to 9 as Are they going to pull that trigger? Yes, they are. Instantly coming out with the Tessa Charm onto 2. 9 gets himself a lot of his armor taken away. They are going to get the mech out here just to keep themselves up for the Ferrier. Cannonballs coming down as they are just going to mint through the mech's health bar. Low armor, not going to be able to survive this. J-Team, they had a bad game last game, so they are looking to come back into this one. Tidy up these players. Another charm comes out from LXY. This time it's DRG jumping into the fight. Yoto Ultimate coming out as a response. Quick Wushen from J-Team into a Bane's Breath where they go down. There's no way it went that bad. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Lee able to give them the old ankle break and break away, but it does look like they spotted him out. Grapples are on. Lee caught out with a cannon. He is going to have to 1 versus 3 and play this bloody well. And I don't know if he's got enough fuel in the tank. Whoosh in with the fans, able to take him down. That was just a terrible timing on the Wushen ult. No one at blame, just giga unlucky.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's the moment where you've got to look over at your Wu Chen and be like, really? This is what happens. And this is, you know, it's funny enough, I love Wu Chen as a hero. I love these sort of skirmishing comps that exist around him, right? I love his abilities, but he is by far one of the highest skill ceiling characters, because in terms of his ultimates, his Fs and things as well, right? You can either absolutely be a godsend for your team, or you can teleport them into a brain's breath and cost your entire team all of their lives. And that's exactly what we just see happen there. So there's very little room for error when it comes to Wu Chen. You can even teleport, cancel out ultimates, and cause all kinds of grief. To be a good Wu Chen player really means your awareness has got to be top tier in terms of NARAKA. Bao Da here, while we're talking about this, unfortunately just getting shredded by the members of Fun Plus Phoenix, and this is off the back of their early game resurrection, so there are no options to get back in the game after this. I'm pretty sure Fun Plus Phoenix here gonna be sending Bao Da back to the lobby here. Yiran really trying to hold it out, but the triple shot coming in from the bow from Zhao Yue and Dong Qing just keeping him locked down. There's nothing that Yiran could have done there. Fun Plus Phoenix going to pick up the elimination there. Bao Da, unfortunately, that is going to be it for their game number 2.
Yeah, pretty rough one on that front for them, getting knocked out as Alliance. Got themselves a kill onto KLA. CXZ taking them down. QGG, sorry, on the run. Fan, really a favored weapon now. Having a lot of presence in the meta in trios. I'm assuming solos as well, to be honest with you. It's a very strong weapon. But Bo, unable to find the rest of KLA. As it's like they were able to break away, but 2 members did go down for KLA, so they have to use their revives. But Alliance just playing it nice and chill off that one. Only got the 2 kills under their belt. Had that amazing Justina game in the first game of the day. Really, really fun to see them picking that one up, and actually took 3rd place overall in that last game. So definitely keeping an eye on them. Alliance are a team who they've been so hit and miss across the last few years. It's nice to see them actually having some level of a showing and actually looking, you know, pretty respectable as a team. So we're interested to see what they can do going forwards. As BBE, unfortunately, not as amazing as a start as they did in the previous game. As GG, the winners of the previous game. Also had a very quiet start to this game. 0 kills, not a lot of anything, but they have got themselves in a fight here versus TE. Question is, are they going to full commit to it? It looks like they are, because LYD getting jumped onto. Leo also jumping into the fight as CXJ finds himself in a lot of danger here. The charm has been placed down into the Viper stun as well. There is just no break here for CJs. Able to hold himself alive for just a little bit longer though, as Han takes down LXM, and TE got so much control, just so much crowd control over this as CJS just being passed around crowd control to crowd control, really unable to do much of anything. Quick Wushen out there from TE as they actually reposition and shield themselves back up. GG gonna get themselves a pickup onto LXM. But if they get re-engaged onto, this could be really, really dangerous for them. GG though, keeping the pressure up, actually looking to turn around onto Han. Not a lot of armor, not a lot of health as CJ gets himself countered back. has to be very careful that parry. Is able to re-pick up his dual sword, just trying to re-engage him, but the Tetris charm does come down, and that is going to be a really dangerous thing for them. Leo, low HP, but the Tetris charm comes in at the perfect time. But Free-Free-O able to secure a kill onto Leo as TE. They let up the pressure, and they are paying the price for it. They let GG reset, re-heal, and return this fight around. The uppercut comes in onto Han as he goes down. GG gain control, and from a dire situation, able to find 2 kills, pick up their teammate, and save the day.
Man, this is 2 huge mistakes, 2 games in a row for Team TE here. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from it, but hopefully coming into our next game, they're going to be able to find a better footing for themselves and learn from these mistakes going forward. And this is not very typical of Team TE. TE typically does well throughout the regular bi-weekly and then even into the bi-weekly finals as well. But we're going to head into these Realm of Yangs. This is going to be Alliance heading head-to-head here with Team BBE getting ready to come in here on this cannonball comp. We're going to see Ivan go topside, but get grappled out there almost immediately. Ivan back down on the ground here with the dual blades, looking to go through that soul slash coming in from the members of Team Alliance Revenge, trying to lock in with that soul slash, continuing to threaten it. Ivan potentially looking for the parry there, but he's going to immediately go in for the ultimate. Smart choice here as well, as we do see the counter ultimate coming in from the Temi, but Ivan able to avoid getting locked down in the Sand Siphon there with the teleport. Revenge still continuing to be the target here. The healer, absolutely phenomenal target selection coming in from Team BBE here, trying to make sure that zipping, it wastes all of their abilities as soon as possible, and they can eliminate them so that they can't get them back off of cooldown. BBE gonna change targets now, though, as they know all of those heals are on cooldown, and they want to maintain the pressure that they've been able to get onto Alliance. Unfortunately, so far, nobody able to connect an elimination. Roy Shishi here, a little caught out, and oh my goodness, he steps forward into not 1, but 2 blue charges. Is gonna eat both of them there, and it's going to cost Team BBE here as Alliance takes control of the fight here into a 1v3. Ivan left by themselves, wants to try to at least secure an elimination here, goes for the F, will pick up Revenge off of it. Ivan here might not be able to clutch out the Realm of Yang, but they at least pick up 1 more point for Team BBE before they get sent back out to look for those soul blooms.
That was a beautiful little turnaround. 1 versus 3, just getting that 1 extra point, making that, you know, a little bit closer. JDG also losing their Realm of Yang. Everybody else cashing in. 5-2-1 were able to pick a Draco Storm up. They got that one from a Mora's Blessing. They did not win the Realm of Yangs. If there's 4 buffs on screen and you've had the first Realm of Yangs, all of the Vermilion Birds Mites are going to be the ones in the Realm of Yang. That's always the easy way to tell who won a Realm of Yang and who got a Mora's Blessing, because the Realm of Yang definitely going to be a big one. DRG, actually, they won there so long ago. They've only got a minute left on it. They have eaten through that timer. FBX just using this time to do a bit of shopping, get themselves some Soul Jades, get themselves set up as LYD here. On their lonesome, no revive, no way they're going to be able to survive this one, as down they go. GG cashing in on a kill, and that is GG now. Starting to come online, tidying up. That was, I believe, the last player who, from earlier, they had to deal with. GG quite happily able to take that kill, and they're on the board. They are off to a slower start than the previous game, but they're off to a start, so they can't really complain. JDG... 2.5 minutes left on this Realm of Yang debuff, so they need to go find someone to take out. Otherwise, they are going to be, unfortunately, knocked out of the game, and someone has to go down for these Realm of Yang debuffs to be cleansed, whether it's you or your enemies. Alliance getting themselves in a fight here with FBX. FBX still got plenty of time left on this Vermilion's Birds Might, so they are happy to full commit to this fight. Jiaohu finds himself in a little bit of danger there. Bo able to do a lot of work to him, but does get himself pinned against the wall as well. Strips away a lot of HP there from Water. Sandstorm comes out. Water caught in the uppercut. Bo putting some damage down on him. Switches target now over to Dongqing, who is unrelenting on revenge, hunting him down. Dongqing getting himself in a bit of danger though. Bo trying to put a little bit more work in with this golden staff, absolutely obliterating the health bar of Dongqing, who's just consistently pestering revenge. Bo trying to be a bit of a guardian angel for his healer here. Dongqing now deciding to turn his attention towards Bo, but in the meanwhile, Revenge gets taken out by the rest of FPX. The moment Bo led up, FPX kept the pressure on, and they take them down. Vermilion Birds might burn, and a bunch of kills into the pocket of FPX as now JDG looking to cleanse themselves of this Ramayang debuff. Ultimate coming out from 2Tick here on the Yotohime. Able to catch out onto Roy. BBE, amazing start to the last game, but every time we cash in on them, they are having a rough go of it. 2Tick able to take himself the kill.
Oh my goodness, coming through there. BBE, like you said, in a extremely rough position. They do not have enough Dark Tide coins to even buy a single member back of the team. JDG trying to capitalize there, still with at least one player with Yang depletion there, but given their position and the number of eliminations, they just got probably enough Dark Tide coins in the back pocket if that player gets eliminated to just go ahead and buy them straight back. They don't need to keep the pressure up. We're going to see Ivan skirt across here. J team doesn't see him, sees the members of KLA and JDG coming through, and they're going to start this fight up here in Plumed Castle. J team going to back off and let KLA and JDG duke it out here. JDG going to get that last soul bloom that they need to cleanse that last bit of that Yang depletion there. KLA down to a single member here, 17 just hiding. This position not strong for them though, because the Bell down below very easily able to give away their position. They need to slide away very quickly. If that Bell gets popped, 17 immediately going to become visible. We're going to see here XLY repositioning, potentially looking to go for that Bell. The Bell currently not available, so 17 has a few seconds there of safety. J team does miss them, and I think when we cut to 17, maybe they had just got done hitting that Bell, so they were not the one visible on the map. As we turn back to BBE here, they've been able to get Roy Shishi back in the game, but the members of Alliance dogging him down here. Gonna utilize the F there to break away from the combo, but it's not enough. The overhold on the spear there, gonna come down on top, and Roy Shishi gonna be sent back yet again. And then unfortunately, I do believe we just see Ivan go down to the Yang depletion at the exact same time, and that's going to be it for Team BBE here in game number 2. Team GG coming in looking to try and secure this Moore's Blessing. They have committed multiple ultimates here, and they're going to get chased off of it. Extremely unfortunate for members of Team GG as 5-2-1 come through, just able to pester them straight off and secure that Moore's Blessing for themselves.
Yeah, they got the Mystic Might. Maybe not the most desirable one, but they're going to be able to use it, spot people out, and hunt them down. The damage reduction also going to help them somewhat here is unique. Keeping the pressure up. Right now they've found a couple of members of GG. LXM in a little bit of danger. 5-2-1 just swarming onto LXM, who desperately trying to break away, but they are not going to be able to get away from 5-2-1. Down they go. GG, you've had a absolutely amazing start. Losing a player early going to really be detrimental for them going forwards into this game. I believe the Ramayangs did spawn up. Yeah, FPX able to pick up the Draco Storm. CJS finds himself in a little bit of danger. Down he goes, and suddenly GG are looking to potentially be out of this game. They've only got one player left. Luckily, it's the player with all the money. So if they can, there you go. They bought... did they buy a rebuff? Yeah, they did. I was about to say, I thought they did. That's only onto one player, so they're still going to be down another player. So ultimately, for the side of GG, not the most useful thing in the world. They are going to be in a little bit of a deficit as JDG able to cleanse themselves earlier of that Ramayang debuff after losing that. Are actually on the hunt right now, see if they can find themselves some members of Bowder to take them down. But it looks like Bowder have got himself on top of the big cannon gun. I can't remember what it's called now. Ballista, thank you. I had a complete brain fart in the name of that weapon. You know, the ancient weapon that is a historical weapon. Yeah, on top of that Ballista, able to control it, and Bowder do lose Yiran, because Yiran wasn't under the loving gaze, the loving, caring arms of a Ballista. They do lose a player, and Peak also on the run away. 2Tick keeping the pressure up, and Bowder could find himself in a real deficit here. Already down one player, being hunted heavily by JDG. Once they get into that grapple range, there it is. It's going to be hard to break away, getting chain grappled. Peak just trying to make as much of a distance between them and Tutik as possible. But Tutik with the staff putting some serious damage in. They're in that blueberry phase as well. They've only got the blue armor, so it's easy to strip away. It's easy to take them down. Peak is on a zipping. They do have a lot of healing, but when you got two people wailing on you, you ain't gonna be lasting for long. Peak goes down. Bowder. Only a single player left, but in comes the charm onto 3 by LXY. J-Team now opening up on to the members of JDG. Keke in some serious dangers. Down he goes. Lee able to take him out with a katana. Some serious work coming in. Tutik gonna pop that Yota ultimate. Probably just using it for the teleport to break away. But J-Team scatter into multiple directions. Wushen out from J-Team so they can reset. Keke trying to get picked back up. Cannon fire coming down though. They're gonna try and keep them off on the revive as much as possible. Tutik unable to get away, and down he goes. Another member of JDG falls as J-Team unrelenting on the pressure. PP goes down. J-Team cash in on the kills. Beautifully played third party from J-Team.
Yeah, absolutely well played. We're going to see J-Team here with 7 eliminations under the belt, a much better performance than they had in game 1 here, looking to come into that late game here on the skirmisher comp with as many eliminations as possible under the belt. It is Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4 with 21 players left remaining alive in the lobby, and things are going to start getting very interesting. We are past all of the Realm of Yang's gold armors getting ready to come into play, so a lot of these teams going to look to pressure those Morris blessings as we head forward. And this is very interesting. This is something we haven't talked about quite yet today, but we do have those new Banes coming in the following zones. We've got one in Zone 4, I do believe one in Zone 5 as well. But first, we're going to cut back to a replay. We'll come back to that here. BBE here trading with Alliance inside the Realm of Yang for a second time here, trying to lock down. Oh, no, we're going to go over. It's going to be JDG and Fun plus Phoenix going head-to-head. Dunkwing here just trying to hold on for the team into this cannonball comp, as we're going to see huge shots coming in from the ferry, but Dunkwing able to avoid it all. He's got 2 of those Furens left, looking for an optimal moment to use it, but going to take a ton of damage as he gets bounced back and forth between PP and Keke here coming in. We do see, wait, is that armor ult coming in for Kurumi? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, armor variation ult coming in for Kurumi. What an interesting pick. I haven't seen that all game from Fun plus Phoenix. Now Tutik gonna go down onto JDG as Fun plus Phoenix turns this fight around on its head, able to pick up those eliminations and come out on top inside that Realm of Yang. But back to talking about those potential Banes coming through in these phases. Those Banes will be dropping the same time every game, right? So these teams really need to think about going forward with these Bane changes when they are taking fights and committing to them, as well as the potential to be able to commit teams to fights that they don't need to be taking, given that the Bane potential to drop in the middle of everybody is there, right? So these teams need to learn how to play around these new Bane's Breath. Speaking of it, there we go. Fun plus Phoenix going to be shoved back against the wall to this Bane's Breath as they try to come in and secure that Moore's Blessing that comes through in this phase. It looks like they're going to be able to get it. They need to be careful how they position here with the Bane at their back. It buys them a little bit of extra safety. This Bane actually comes down in a favorable position as it looks to try to stop some of those teams pressuring up behind them. Fun plus Phoenix will pick up that legendary armor that they need. I do believe a legendary Hang Sword as well, going to leave them in a extremely strong position heading into the late game.
Yeah, really nice little pick up there from FBX, and that's more like FBX in my opinion. They're a team who are always so good at getting Mora's blessings towards the end of the game. I don't know how they do it. They always consistently are able to pick them up. EWG, just a little bit too late to the party. All of the goodies had been taken. All of the goodies of worth had been taken there from that Mora's blessing. FPX now just going to find themselves in a position to reposition and set up for the next stages. Is KLA quite comfortably got himself in a nice spot right now, and that's kind of the point of the game we are at, where you know the Rumble Yangs are all done. A lot of people are just going to be doing a mixture of either shopping, like Bo here from Alliance, or it's just going to be a section of the game where everybody goes and gets gear, goes and gets some gets a home, gets a place to buckle down and wait out until the zone changes, and then they can potentially look to kind of translate that into some more kills. It's just going to be a little bit of odd poking here and there.
Here, take a look at Fun plus Phoenix here yet again. The Bane really coming in clutch for them, right? They had teams approaching from the backside, which could have potentially sandwiched them out, but they were able to position, and luckily the Bane decided to drop on the bunch of teams that were behind them, and it buys them more than enough time to easily secure that box for themselves. And this is what I'm talking about. A lot of people look at the Bane's Breath coming through and think it's just RNG. But because they always consistently drop during the same time and phase of the game, it comes down to your macro knowledge, right? This is a thing that these pro players are going to have to adjust to, and learning how to position around them in your favor, right? Either by not overcommitting to fights during those phases of the game so that you're not caught out, you're not caught off guard by the potential Bane coming in. We're going to see J-Team here, Lee with the Aurora Burst, just threatening the space with it. The silence on that being absolutely huge. None of these teams wanting to pressure into it. But again, these teams, if they are going to be able to learn the macro decision making around those Banes, are going to be able to buy themselves some fairly distinct advantages. And here we go. Here's that last Bane coming in that I talked about during Zone 5. It's going to spawn right before the Morris Blessing comes through yet again. And this is the thing. It is consistent every single game, right, Jake? So these players, there is some RNG to this Bane where it's going to drop on the map, but it is typically going to drop around players. You know what phase it's coming in, you know exactly what time it's going to spawn on the map, and because of that, you can make some decision making to not only mitigate the risk of the Bane, but to potentially raise the risk for other players. It's going to take some time for the teams to adjust to it, but I think it's going to be extremely good once these teams really learn how to utilize that Bane to their advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another one of those changes we were talking about just before this game started. You know, there's big changes, there's also little changes, and they always do force the players to kind of adapt and change up their game style, and I think it's what keeps the game fresh. You know, even little things like this where, you know, oh, there's an extra Bane's Breath and it spawns at this time, and, you know, the players now have to play around that every time. They always have to think about it, but that has now passed. That is now done, as Dongqing just trying to find some work with the cannons. 22 players and 8 teams left in this game, so definitely moving at a slightly quicker pace for game number 1. But to be fair, game number 1 for some teams was their first game of the entire year, or at least in a competitive sense. Their first time jumping into everything and kind of, you know, getting the rust off, getting yourself warmed up, going into the rest of the season. J-Team just found themselves a nice little tower to hide in with a belt right under it, so they need to be a little bit careful. Taking a little bit of damage on the side lane as Lee just ringing the bell. Just ringing the bell. J-Team are going to be forced out of their little hidey hole though, so they need to get wiggle on. Get themselves set up into a more comfortable position. KLA just healing up here in the bush here, CXZ. Just going to join the rest of the team on the high ground.
Yeah, EWG, man, that Aurora Burst just is so much coverage for this team. Oh my goodness, the Merciless Havoc coming in from EWG as well. Don Queen tries to reposition, gets caught out. This could be bad for Fun plus Phoenix. We're also going to see the cannon shots coming in from top. Fun plus Phoenix sandwiched between multiple teams here. Don Queen trying to keep the game alive. Position as close as they can here to neutralize as much of that cannon as they can. We're going to see the Merciless Havoc coming in, but Water gets caught out on the backside by J-Team. J-Team trying to make something happen, but Don Queen with a huge shove coming in from the Furin, but J-Team instantly able to avoid it. Don Quinn caught out there in the... Oh my goodness, Don Quinn yet again still alive here. Nobody capitalizing on the stun coming through from the Tessa. The jabbing potentially coming through to make something happen, but Don Quinn almost completely caught out. Zhao Hui with the tether trying to get the resurrection back onto Water. Nobody wanting to give them the time. Don Quinn able to slide back under, buy himself a little bit more time here. DRG sitting up top with the cannon. Coverage on all of these players. Fun plus Phoenix able to slide back in. It looks like they might get that resurrection back onto the board. Wujin 98 going to come out there of the pillar, looking to make something happen. We're going to see Don Queen covering for Water here, trying to use that Merciless Havoc to buy them time to get those heals back up. KLA bunkered up on the backside here. Need to be careful. Fun plus Phoenix quickly pressuring onto them. I do believe KLA down to 2 members. Baodao wanting to pressure onto them as well. Will push them out of the hiding spot. EWG coming in. DRG's Wujin going to come in with a massive parry. The rest of the team pressuring up, but DRG not wanting to full commit to the fight as we have Zone 6 collapsing onto Zone 7. Alliance will lose revenge to the edge of the zone here. DRG able to pick up the elimination, and the rest of Alliance looking like they're going to go down to EWG as Lane is immediately slain there off the back of the musket shot. Wu Jin coming in here on the huge Yodohime ultimate, pumping out damage onto the members of Fun Plus Phoenix, just continuing to keep the zoning alive. EWG here in the mech, creating pressure across the zone there onto KLA. DRG's Wu Jin going to find the mech as well, looking to come through and start creating some huge pressure. Dong Qing wanting to come in as well there off of the step. That jabbing going to come through, do a ton of damage there to Wu Jin. Dong Qing just looking to keep things alive here for Fun Plus Phoenix. They were able to get water back into the game, so Fun Plus Phoenix finds themselves in a strong position here as the zones continue to collapse. 30 seconds until the final zone will collapse down. Dong Qing going to pressure over, but Fun Plus Phoenix only able to capitalize on the one elimination into KLA, not both of them. They will find one onto EWG very quickly though. DRG very quickly going to run out of ultimates here. The stagger coming off. They just have Moonlight remaining in the Yueshan ultimate. Dong Qing going airborne here, looking for capitalization onto something. They do still have 2 ultimates left remaining. They can use that Temi to zone out these remaining players, and there's not a lot of them left. EWG's 14 with solo pressured to go ahead and pop this Yodohime ultimate, trying to make something happen here. Unfortunately, they were not able to capitalize onto Moonlight. They wanted that elimination. Fun Plus Phoenix wasn't going to let them have it, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to find both. Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to walk away your MVP and your victor of game number 2.
Absolutely huge recovery there from FPX, because game 1 wasn't so hot. It really wasn't so hot, but game number 2, they come in huge, really consistent, and again, they did the FPX thing. They just get gear. I don't know how they do it. They just always find loot. They always find good, like, an opportunity just to sneak a Mora's Blessing when no one's looking, and some really solid mid-game skirmishing coming in from FPX, and I think that's the big adaptation for a lot of these teams. I think some teams are still in the mindset of, we'll go late, but there's so many scrappy skirmishy teams that you have to be able to challenge people early, mid, and late at this point. And FPX, they've proven that they're capable of doing that. They've been able to kind of match the rest of the lobby in the mid-game scraps, and absolutely fantastic stuff coming in from them. Huge game number 2. But GG, not so hot. BBE, not so hot. So this to me thinks that we're in for a pretty interesting day. I think we got a lot of teams who are going to be up and down all over the place, and it's still shaking that rust off. I give players a typically like a 2-week grace period. So the first 2 weeks, you're kind of getting back into the swings of things, especially when you're playing on a stage in front of a crowd, especially when the stage is new. You're used to playing on a big U. Now you're playing in a straight line, looking at each other. It gets in your head, man. If you're, let's say, BBE, and you're a new team to the league, and obviously, you know, you're experienced at this point. It's not like you've never played before, but like, you're sitting down and you look across the hall, all the lights, everything's all excited, and then you just see like FPX or GG or J-Team or OUG, you know, any of the kind of major names in the Nbpl sitting on the other side just looking at you. It's gonna get into your head, man. You're gonna be like, ooh, this is a bit scary. But all that to say, as I yap away, filling the air, I think, you know, we got that 2-week grace period where teams are going to shake that rust off, and the best teams are the ones who are going to shake the rust off the quickest. And then the best teams after that are the ones who are going to, you know, be able to kind of not get stuck in a rut, that new season rut for too long, because you do find some teams that like 3-4 weeks in, they're like, oh, we didn't practice enough during off season, you know, or we didn't play at Worlds, so we're a little out of sorts. I'm the casting equivalent of that right now. You know, you've been off for a while, and you gotta kind of shake it all off and pick up the game once again. So I'm excited to see, you know, by next Sunday, by the first bi-weekly final, who's starting to shape up as the teams to be watching for this split.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And in terms of rust, like you said, some of these teams very clearly able to knock that rust off a little bit easier, right? Like you said, some of these teams got to go compete at Worlds, some of them did not. The teams that didn't, They obviously have still been training. They're constantly playing, right? They're ready to come back and do the thing, but it's very different from being there, sitting on the stage, constantly competing with everybody else at the end of the day. And like you said, even us casters, like, even us ones got to go to the Worlds, there's been 2 months with no competitive scene to watch whatsoever. So we are still catching back up to the trends and things that are coming out. You can only get so much by playing ranked or even playing a little bit of Immortal War, right? There's things that you're not going to catch on to. It's a learning experience for all of us when we come back to a new season at the beginning of the year. It's one of the reasons I'm so excited to be back watching competitive, right? There's not been a place to watch competitive NARAKA for the last 2 months. So I love being back here to take a look. Fun Plus Phoenix, like we said, 16 eliminations, first place finish. They get that huge multiplier. They get those ranking points. A game score of 26.4. Unfortunately, BBE all the way down at the bottom this time around. GG not far from it, 9th place as well. So not able to carry that momentum from game 1 over here into game number 2. But with their huge showings in game number 1, it's still anybody's game here today. We have 4 more games to play. We have 1 more Hollow Roth. And then, of course, Jake, we get to head on over. You and me will paddle our boat over and head to Morris Isle for our last 3 games of the day. And those are going to be the Firefly maps. That's going to be very, very exciting to see. I'm surprised. We've seen a ton of Sand Siphon already today, and I expected to see a ton of Sand Siphon. But this is typically a team that excels on those Firefly maps, right? It was J-Team who pioneered the strategy of this particular comp, and they always picked them into the Firefly maps. So it's shocking a little bit to see the flip side of that coin coming through and seeing them locking in on these non-Firefly heavy maps and still making it work for themselves. Love to see it coming through. Love to see the Rumi coming into the comp as well. Again, like you said, it's been really nice. We have some new heroes coming in, but rather than the new heroes shaking up the comp, it's new tech that people are discovering, changes to existing comps with older characters, and they're able to just make it work. And the meta consistently changing around all of the changes being brought in terms of hero point selection and things like that. As we take a look, TE all the way at the bottom here, unfortunately, with a game score of 4.5 so far for the day. BBE still barely holding on with their consistency game there in game number 1. J-Team not too far behind them with a 16.5. Let's take a look at the mid-range team, 5-2-1, holding on to 7th place right now, but on the back of their performance of day 1, this is their 2nd day. They've only put up 2.7 points in the last 2 games. That's about 1.5 points per game. Jake, they're definitely going to be wanting to do better than that heading in to the rest of the games today. GG though, 35.5 points for a single game, or sorry, 32 points for the first game, a couple little points this game, but still sitting pretty. OUG still holding on the top. They're not playing today, but with a massive 101.9 points for their first day on the board. Wolves in a similar position at an 83.6, XCG with an 82.8, and today Fun Plus Phoenix moving up into 4th place, but it is their 2nd day. Very good day for them so far, 40.1 for their first 2 games, which is an average of 20 points per game. Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be very happy about that. They're already beating their day 1 score after just 2 games.
Yeah, I think it's pretty scary to see that the top 3 aren't playing today, and the bottom 3 of the top side of the table, the 4, 5, and 6, they played an extra 2 games and they're still not close. That's XCG. Honestly, that is terrifying. Where XCG are in 3rd and they're still not being caught up to. OUG, you have to do some serious work to catch up to them. But, you know, I actually do think GG are potentially in the running for that after that 20 bomb. Huge start for them. I kind of want to go back a little bit, just rewind time a little bit as we turn our cassette tape backwards, where you were talking about, you know, our next game is going to be our final Holoroth game, and then we're moving back to Morris Isle, you know, the OG map. But most excitingly, the Firefly map. That's where we're going to have all our Fireflies. What excites me and what also gets me about that is we're seeing a lot of skirmishing teams already. And typically skirmishy teams are the ones that thrive on Firefly maps because they want to take those early fights. They as well use the utility of the Fireflies to build up that rage so they can ult as much as possible. Holy moly, Dongqing. Those Soul Jades, we'll come back to that. This guy was loaded up. This guy was just kitted out, man. 23k damage coming in from Dongqing. Repair roll, Meteor, Hector, Soul Release, Merciless Havoc. I can speak, I promise. Jabbing, doing 12k damage, almost 13k damage with the staff. I mean, with the fact that he had Repair roll and Meteor, I honestly expected to see more from the cannon. I guess he didn't have Flame Breath, which is like old last season Soul Jade was just like, oh, you'd always have those two Soul Jades together and it'd just be Giga doomed for anyone you're playing versus. Great job, Dongqing. Next, going back to my previous point again, what the hell are we going to see on Morris Isle? Like, what are they cooking, man? These guys are in the kitchen. They're cooking something up, bro. Because, like, Firefly is a skirmish map, and we're having skirmish already on the maps where we expected to see, you know, maybe slower pace teams. What these guys got in the oven? Like, do you know what? While we think about that, let's ask a question, shall we? Let's do that. I know I'm Japanesing here, mate. I know, fluent in it. Hey, answer for treasures, guys. How many scores, or what was the score FPX got in game number 2 in a more linguistic way to say that, I guess. What was FPX score after game 2? Was it 24.6, B 26.2, C 26.4, or D 26.6? Now, I actually think this is a harder question than the last question, so I will forgive you if you get this one wrong. Please answer A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. You will be picked at random. And make sure you do check your whispers, because that's where you will be selected for your gifts. So keep your whispers, your eye on your whispers. A, B, C, or D. We'll answer all the questions I had earlier. I know I've yapped away, Rune, so you don't really get to talk too much. But we'll be back after a break, and we can talk a little bit more about what's coming up. So we'll see you in a moment.
Did you see this coming?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I said NARAKA, not Maraka. NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we get ready to go into Game 3 and our final game of Holoroth. It feels very weird saying that, but we are doing 3-3, so we're going back to Morris Isle after this. Earlier, while I was rambling away at you and you just had to sit there and smile looking pretty, Rune, I was talking a little bit about what I think, you know, how we've had a lot of skirmishing comps in these first two games. I probably kind of expect more of that going into game number 2, but for games 3, 4, and 5, well, 5, 4, and 5, the last 3 games, it's going to be a Firefly heavy game. So I'm curious what kind of comps we're expecting to see, because typically that is where the skirmishy teams do get picked up. That was where like things like the Decada and the Sand Siphon comps all really thrived. So what are we expecting here, Rune?
I don't know 100% what I'm expecting heading into the Firefly maps. I will say I have hopes for something, and I hope we see a little bit more of that Justina, right? We got that one Justina pick in game number 1, but Justina is a hero that excels exceptionally well on these Firefly maps. Being able to have that ultimate early coming through, being able to lock people down for your team and things like that. Maybe we see a little shift now that we're starting to see her show up in trios just a little bit to a similar sort of mindset going into these Firefly maps if these teams are going to pick her up. Time will tell as we do head into our last 3 games. We do have one more of Holoroth left. I'm super excited just in general. Like I said, we've had 2 months without any competitive to watch whatsoever. Being commentators, you know, that's the worst because you're trying to keep up with the meta just through whisperings of other people's and things like that, unless you're a top tier competitive player yourself. So we want to come back. We're really excited to see what the new comps, what these teams are cooking up with, because even if you've kept up with, you know, what you think is the competitive comp for your region, you come into the Nbpl, completely different region, and we might see some craziness come through. And then you have teams like DRG, right? DRG is a team that constantly is known for playing very weird comps, experimenting with stuff throughout the season of the Nbpl. They've already had a good day. They're continuing to do so today. So we might see them throw a little wrench into the works, if you will, play something crazy with a crazy comp to capitalize on it. But we're getting ready to lock in for game number 3, so we will see if DRG has anything in store for us here in game number 3. I don't think so. I think Holoroth is kind of, I don't want to say a solved map. I think there's always room for improvement, right? But for most of these teams, in terms of some crazy strats and things like this, I think it's pretty much a solved map. Typically when we do see DRG do their crazy stuff, it's over on Morris Isle. Morris Isle, just a very different environment from Holoroth, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, nothing's ever solved, but I think the current, like, consensus is kind of an agreed thing between a lot of these teams. They all have, like, a rough idea of what they're doing, how they're playing, what teams are good, well, what comps are good more than teams, because teams are them. Although, we're starting to get an idea of what teams are good. I do feel, yeah, Morris Isle, I think the reason why Morris Isle is the one with the experimentation is the one that these guys know like the back of their hand. They probably see more Morris Isle than they have their mother's face at this point. Like, these guys play so much on this. It is the OG map, and it is the one where I feel they always feel the most comfortable to play experimentational. But I wonder if the Fireflies do play into that, whether or not it means we can go for some really bizarre, scrappy teams. Or if maybe I hate to say it, maybe we just see some more traditional Transformers and stuff popping up. I know it's not going to be particularly common anymore. I'm also very happy with that, by the way, just so we're clear. But we are heading into game 3. I am not expecting anything too out there. I think we will see some, you know, some teams trying to save picks over for Morris Isle, especially these more skirmishy teams. So maybe it's just a lot of cannonball coming into this next one. So seeing who's up first, second, and third in the selection stages. See new hero pick rules. I like it. I think it's quite an interesting way of kind of handling basically like a semi-ban system, but there's not enough heroes so that you can do bans. So you kind of have like, this is your ban system. I think it's very, very interesting way of handling it, actually. They always do really cool ways of handling hero selection. I know solos last season and last year, I think, had the ideal situation for it, and trios I felt was a little bit behind. This is a really pretty solution to the issue. Having said that, typically we see the same thing getting picked first time round, and it is more Sand Siphon, although there is a variant here. FPX actually running the Kurumi variant instead of the Zipping as their pickup. Moving over now to the second round of selections, starting to see some variations coming in. The Tessa comps with the Wu Shen and the Viper coming in for DRG and J Team. Sand Siphon for BBE. And EWG left kind of scratching their head on what they really want to be playing here.
Well, you know what's interesting, right? We see that Kurumi comp coming in, and we kind of see it as an outlier, quote unquote. But right now, when we see those two comps go head to head, Kurumi versus Zipping, the Kurumi is coming out on top in those skirmishes, especially in the realm of Yang. The amount of healing she just puts out. And we saw that last game, right? The Fun Plus Phoenix able to just do a massive amount of healing with that Kurumi. So I really think Zipping is kind of on the way out the door. Maybe some of these teams a little reluctant to get rid of it because maybe they want to have that more traditional Transformers comp to fall back onto in case they run out of hero points. But I think Kurumi is going to be the way forward for this Sand Siphon comp because it did start to fall off a little bit last year after those huge nerfs that came through and hit Zipping. So a lot of teams just going, hey, look, we don't want Sand Siphon to go away. Transformers is definitely on the way out the door. Why don't we just situate the Kurumi away from the Transformers comp into Sand Siphon, especially with Cannonball becoming such a prevalent comp, because you're also situating the Yueshan away from that Transformers comp into another comp. So it just makes sense that if you're going to let that one comp die, to take some of those better heroes that otherwise haven't found a position in comps because of how prevalent Transformers has been for 2 seasons straight. Now finding a home in some of these other comps and really making them shine, right, Jake?
Yeah. I'm sorry to detract and take away from your really intelligent points. Have we got a name for the Tessa Viper comp yet? Like a cute little name?
So
Cannonball. Like, have we got a name for it yet? Because
I call that skirmisher comp, right? So yeah. Well, the reason is
it makes perfect sense, right? It makes perfect sense, but it's not cute. I was thinking blind date. Because you got the charm, got the blind bolt, the blind date comp. I'm just throwing it out there. That's my hat in the ring. You do with that what you like. But I'm vibing blind date. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, I think that's kind of a cute one. Because all of the other ones have got cute names like Transformers, Cannonball, Sand Siphon. Not quite. I mean, Anakin Skywalker hates that one. But, you know, a lot of them have cute names. I mean, Skirmish just says what it does. I know technically Transformers does as well, but that's also, you know, a movie, TV show, action toy collection.
You know, I'll give you this. They do have hit and run tactics very similar to a blind date. It still kind of does what it says on the box.
Hold on, what blind dates are you going on? Hit and run? Oh, what? I didn't go dirty, actually, and now I've just thought about it, and it's actually quite a dirty thing. Yeah, okay.
You've done this to me, Jake. I blame you. That's not what I meant at all.
We all know what kind of man Rune is, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of teams dropping in close proximity to each other, actually. Down by City of Tang, and I can never remember the name of that other one in the south. Something Tab or something. I can't remember the name. They're dropping. Is that Matab? Thank you. It's an M. Matab and City of Tang. A lot of action in those areas. Everyone else kind of a little bit scattered out. As you can already see, JDG getting themselves in a little bit of a fight versus some of these members. KLA as well, also forcing TE out from the podium at the bottom as LYD just getting harassed here. They haven't got anything. They got a zipping, so they got some healing, but KLA just catching in on a free kill, really. That was a pretty easy one for them. Oh. Ballista shot up top, taking out a kill as well there. KLA getting himself on the board already with 2 kills. Barely done any looting. J-Team getting himself on a scrap here versus Bowder. Peak going to find himself getting clicked away from the chance. He's going to be able to cleanse himself out of that one, but has lost a fair amount of HP in the meanwhile. J-Team grouped up, though, losing a lot of HP as LXY taken down Peak, looking for the charge from the Katana, unable to make it connect onto anyone. Comes in from the Scale Rush, though. Peak, low HP, getting knocked back here. J-Team trying to find the turnaround, unable to find it as Bowder able to close that one out nice and easily for themselves. Now KLA and JDG getting themselves in a skirmish. There's just a lot of action here, Rune. Everybody dropping in close proximity to each other. This is a very scrappy game number 3 of Holleroff, the final game for Holleroff for the day. Stanko, JDG, KLA. Lovely little fight for them as well.
Oh my goodness, KLA here coming out on top of that fight already. 6 eliminations of their belt, like you said, extremely scrappy. The momentum moving very quickly here, given that it is not a Firefly map. Now DRG, EWG coming in. 14 getting caught out by the Tesla ultimate here. We're going to see the charm come through, but DRG also coming back in there with a Bane's Breath early from them. This is a very similar tactic to what we're used to seeing coming in from DRG. Wujin trying to come in there and find that Dragon's Rush, not able to land the connection onto anybody in EWG. EWG breaking away, utilizing those grapples from their teammates there to try and keep the rest of them away. 14 caught out from the rest of their team. The rest of EWG over the wall going to come back over, but 14, 1 HP in a dream will catch some huge damage off of the pole sword. 14 goes down, but not without taking. Wujin 98 with him. EWG's 9 now coming in, catching out both members there with the Tesla ultimate. Now it's EWG in a 2v1. DRG had the advantage, but 14 able to clutch it out for the members of EWG.
Really, really lovely little turnaround there from AWG, able to pull themselves those 3 kills together. Alliance found themselves in a potential engagement with Dongqing, who is actually separated from the rest of FBX, so he has to buy some time. Pops the ult immediately, throws down one of those Fs. Instantly, Viper Stun comes out, breaks line of sight, gets out of dodge. Still has his ult up and available to him, as Water, though, wasn't able to break away from the Viper Stun. Ended up losing a fair amount of HP. It's getting pretty scrappy, just using the terrain and that line of sight to break away from everyone they can. Dongqing with the pole sword, just trying to put some damage in on to these members of Alliance, as Water has found land, gets zipped out in the moment before going down. Is going to be able to get himself healed back up. FPX. Nice little turnaround, considering it was Dongqing getting caught to start that off. Quickly came to the save the day. A beautiful little turnaround.
Oh my goodness. Here we are, though, ladies and gentlemen. Zone 1, we're not even into Zone 2 yet, and the action continues to be heated. Cutting back over here to BBE, who didn't have quite as good a game at number 2 this time around on the Sand Siphon comp. Looking to make something happen here for themselves in game number 3 and climb back up those standings. I do believe that is a bounty onto Snack's head, though, so BBE being very careful about how they maneuver and pressure around the map. All of them, though, with purple weapons and purple armor under their belt before Zone 2. This is a comp that excels inside Realm of Yang as well, so BBE, you can bet, looking to position around the map and find their way into that Realm of Yang and take an early fight to set themselves up heading into the mid game. 5-2-1. Taking a little break here to do a little bit of sightseeing, some shopping. You know, Unique says we got to stop at the mall on the way. As we cut back over to JDG, Fun Plus Phoenix, looking to pressure in on what looks like Team Alliance over the hill here. I'm not sure where the remaining members of Fun Plus Phoenix, there they are, pushing up behind them. Water really trying to bait Alliance out here. 2 members up in the front. The rest of Alliances, there we go. Lane coming in from the side here, going to pressure onto the backside of Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix, though, keeping them separated for the most part. Lane going to come in there with the F, able to connect onto 2 of the members there from Fun Plus Phoenix. Alliance now locked down here. They have that Temi ult popped down, trying to take control of the situation from Fun Plus Phoenix. Oh my good, Lane coming in there with the Aurora Burst, catching Water out, doing a ton of damage, but Water going to find the parry on the Aurora Burst coming back out. Fun Plus Phoenix able to clean up the elimination on Lane off the back of the parry. It's now a 3v2, and Alliance trying to make it happen for themselves. Fun Plus Phoenix keeping Revenge completely locked down with the Nunchucks. Revenge by themselves gets the port out just in time with a sliver of HP, but it goes absolutely nowhere. Revenge doesn't find the flick, and ladies and gentlemen, Alliance will go down to Fun Plus Phoenix.
It's rust. It's rust. They're a bit rusty. We've seen a couple of pretty tragic Wuxia imports today, to be honest with you. That was unfortunate, let's say. That was just very unfortunate from them. Right next door. It's not as bad as the port we saw last season on Holoroth, where someone ported their team into a Thorny Roller and got flattened. Absolutely hilarious. Tragic port. Just tragic port, but very, very funny. GG. So, very, very explosive game number 1. Game number 2, a little bit lackluster, unfortunately. Weren't really able to put too many points together. They're really enjoying dropping in the Imperial North and kind of just the... not Imperial North, sorry. Imperial Village in the northern areas of Holoroth. Seeing them here multiple times where it feels like a lot of the lobby on Holoroth prefer to drop Plumed Castle in the middle of the map or south. So GG, all of their kills kind of had to come together in the late game for them because they're not finding as many people at the early game as some of these other teams are. So the scores they're putting together early, not quite as convincing, let's say. The rest of the teams is right now eyes on J Team. Had a pretty rough start to this game, getting taken out very, very early, and they are just playing catch up right now. Blue armor, one person with a purple weapon, everybody else a little bit more at a deficit. It's actually a replay of BBE taking out KLA here in this fight. Really, really clutch coming in from them. 17S gets himself taken out as well, and that's just the 2 kills that BBE have been able to put together for themselves. We have the Realm of Yang spawning up fairly soon, and I'm sure BBE, as in previous games, will be wanting to jump into that one. You can see the circle building up off on the mini-map right now in the top corner of the screen. So BBE already positioned to be jumping into this one. You know they're going to be wanting to go for it. One portal's completely untouched, actually, so interesting to see that multiple teams aren't particularly interested in jumping in right now. FPX actually making their way over. GG also making their way over. There's enough portal for everyone, boys. See if they're going to be able to jump in time, or if this might just devolve into a fight for the portal in the first place. So it's going to be spawning up momentarily, and if you're good enough with it, you can catch someone before they get into the portal and separate them and isolate them from their team. Looks like BBE waiting to make sure they're all ready to jump in. Roy Shishi and Snack get in. Where's their third? There's their third. Got a little nervous for them there for a brief second. Couldn't quickly refill on the ultimates and see who BBE are going to be going toe-to-toe with in this first rotation of the Realm of Yang. At the moment, it actually looks like no one's really particularly interested in joining. GG actually maybe playing the ambush game afterwards. DRG get himself a Mystic Might from that Mora's Blessing, as FPX gonna try and dissuade. BBE are gonna be going up versus GG, so it's just a showdown of what was happening outside. Let's see how this is gonna go for GG. CJS trying to just get aerial here for a brief second, but actually kind of cancels it off until the last moment. There it is, gets up in the sky, keeping himself a bit of an aerial view on everybody, dropping down on top of the members of GG, catching Snack immediately. BBE finding himself very, very low HP. BBE needs to just break away. Snack already getting bullied out here by GG. CJS now finding himself being a little bit harassed here by Ibin. The Sandstorm comes out, and now CJS has got themselves caught out, is immediately going to force to throw that ultimate down. Is going to try and teleport away from all of this hairiness here from that Sandstorm. Is going to now reposition into a place in a more comfortable position as Ibin, low HP. LXM just keeping the pressure up on them, but Ibin still in this for just now. They're holding out, they're just breaking away, buying time, waiting out the transformations, as somehow Ibin keeping themselves in the game. CJS able to finish them up there with the fan, making it quick work, and now GG, just like that, with a snap of their fingers, take this win. It was tight, but they were able to pull it out.
Look, I think GG here, this was no contest for them coming through. They had such great target acquisition every time somebody from BBE positioned to potentially take control of the fight. Their Yueshon, while transformed, was all over them, kept them from finding an opening into the fight. Forced 2 ultimates out before GG even loses an ultimate to the backside there. They just keep the pressure up, and there's nothing BBE really felt like they could do to respond there. As we move over to Team TE, J Team going head to head here. these two very big rival teams into each other. TE going to keep enough pressure up onto J-Team. They're feeling forced to go ahead and burn that Wu Chen ult, but they have burnt a couple of abilities coming back out from the members of Team TE as well, so they can potentially turn back into that skirmish. And speaking of which, we cut over to Fun plus Phoenix. Trading blows here with the members of Team GG. Both these teams with that Vermilion Birds might just coming outside of their respective realm of Yanks here. CJS with a huge Yoda ultimate going to do a ton of damage there onto Don Quing, trying to keep the pressure. They've got him separated here, looking for the opportunity. We're going to see the ult being invested here on the side of Team GG, I do believe, or Fun plus Phoenix, looking to keep the pressure up. They do lose one of their members. Don Quing goes down. GG trying to stay on top of it here. They do have CJS completely cut out there, but Alex M going to come in and be able to cover for them as well, as the F3 being invested by CJS here just to keep the pressure up. Water, though, with the double charge to RMB. No back-to-back, no parry coming through, but Fun plus Phoenix all of a sudden gets turned onto, and GG comes out on top.
Absolutely massive coming in. Now we're cutting over to JDG versus BBE. Roy Shishi trying to get some damage off here with the katana on to PP. PP breaking away, actually. Sorry, Shishi playing defensive. It's PP they're going for. So many names. Tutik gets himself knocked back there by the parry. Almost finds himself in danger, but uses that charge of their ultimate to get some damage down onto them. Tutik, low HP. Roy Shishi just keeping the pressure up onto Tutik. Down he goes. Roy Shishi able to secure that one. Now PP caught out by the grapples, turns around, does a bunch of damage there with the dual swords, just sending BBE sending packing, but they are low HP. They are outmanned, outnumbered, and outgunned. Down they go. BBE able to secure themselves yet another kill. That is 5 on the board, so a notable recovery after game 2, where BBE, they kind of crumbled a little bit after that first amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, BBE here having a fairly good early to mid game here. The thing is, they're going to really need to be able to carry this into late game. They did not win that Realm of Yang that they wanted to. They were able to get the cleanse just here. They need to head in. They need to find a win in that second Realm of Yang so that they can create some pressure and put some points on the board heading into late game, or they're going to find themselves struggling once they get there. As you take a look, Fun plus Phoenix here coming through, going to open that treasure trove. Find a couple of goodies for themselves here. It looks like it was a money trove, so they're going to have a lot of money to head up and spend on some jades and some potential gear here for the team. Unfortunately, Zhao Hui here still rocking the blue armor for themselves. They need to find a way to give Zhao Hui some armor to get back into this game as we head towards the Realm of Yang. We're to see how Fun plus Phoenix came out on top in theirs, this time against the members of JDG. That Aurora Burst coming through. Don Quing going to get flipped over there almost immediately. Tuchik looking to make something happen, but gets caught out in the Aurora Burst, doing a ton of damage. That massive silence coming through. Silence coming in off of the staff as well. The Aurora Burst just putting in so much work here for Fun plus Phoenix as they continue to zone the members of JDG. Geki gonna go down. PP caught out here. The Sandstorm just locking him down. Tutik coming through as well. Sandstorm for Sandstorm here. Nobody gonna get any value out of it now. Tutik just looking to continue to keep the pressure up. Able to get that last second tap dodge there through the big swing off the staff here from Don Quing. Tutik really just trying to keep it alive. We're gonna see one for ruin invested from Don Quing. Tutik able to find the time to come back with theirs after avoiding the Fruin on the side of Don Quing, but it's Tutik and PP against the world here as all 3 members of Fun plus Phoenix come through and immediately just obliterate PP, and then Tutik goes down.
FBX coming hot off that last win as well, looking really, really solid right now. Running around Alliance, sitting in a bush actually, just avoiding getting into any trouble. Do not want to be dealing with them. Actually revealing themselves now, coming out with the bow shots to see if FBX actually are interested in getting involved in this fight. See, no buffs on them right now, so actually the FBX are quite happy just to ignore the bow shots and move away. Now BBE having a great game number 3 after a pretty tragic game number 2, have jumped into the Realm of Yang. Round number 2, they won their last. Oh no, they lost their last one. Yeah, they lost their last one to FBX. They lost their last one. Let's see if they are going to try and be able to pull a win out of this next one. It's DRG being harassed a little bit here by KLA off on the side of the portal. FBX also making their way over, seeing if they're just going to beeline towards the portal. KLA actually being attacked now from behind from FBX. KLA found themselves in a pretty rough position where they're surrounded on multiple fronts, so they're going to have to reposition, move away, as it looks like BBE, they've got 14 seconds left on this. Oh no, sorry, it's already timed out. They've just got this. That's going to be them quite happy. They'll probably take the Draco Storm, which is what most of the teams have been taking today from the Mora's Blessing. There it is. Draco Storm in pocket. Back through the portal. See if they can find any action to get involved in. Although a lot of the action is a bit of a distance from them. J-Team are nearby though. So we'll see if they find themselves in a fight with them.
Yeah, Bauda here with the Mystic Might, looking to track some players down. I do believe they picked this up from a Morse Blessing. Coming across here on this skirmisher comp, and you know, the Mystic Might, very, very good for the skirmisher comp, allowing them to pick fights and weave in and out of them. And if there's multiple teams making good decisions about when to use that Wuchen port to get out and then potentially pressure back in to the third party, J-Team here, who was nearby to the members of BBE who came out there with the Draco Storm. Looks like we're able to avoid the eyes of Team BBE as we cut over to Team GG here, having another fairly solid game with 7 eliminations under their belt and finding themselves in a strong position on that cannonball comp. DRG riding it out here on that Ballista, looking to find an advantage and break into a fight here as we have Zone 3 nearing collapse onto Zone 4 in the next 1 minute and 18 seconds here. This is going to be one of the last opportunities where these teams can take a safe engagement before we see those late game Bane's Breath start to come through as the Zone 4 and Zone 5 Morris Blessings start to spawn on in. DRG, again, just looking for an end to any fight here. Don Quing taking a little bit of damage, but able to just completely separate from DRG here, move away, and it does look like the members of Team TE have the Valiant challenge up right now, so they will know that Fun Plus Phoenix is down below, and they are trying to break away from them so that they can create a little bit of distance there. BBE sitting topside here, still with that Draco Storm. I don't know if they've noticed EWG down below, but it looks like they do. Roy Hee trying to find a break into this fight here with the range shot here coming in from the muskets. Not going to be able to land anything just yet. You only have 66 seconds left remaining on this Draco Storm. So Roy Shishi here really needs to find an opening for the team if they're going to make something happen, but it looks like they're going to opt to let EWG break away.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to put some distance between the two of them. 11 minutes. This game's actually been quite a lot more relaxed than our previous games. There was a lot of action at the beginning, but since then, things felt like they've really died down. 30 players still in the game, 10 teams. So not really lost all that many, actually. Only losing 2 teams so far. And everyone else is at full power, at least in manpower. We don't know about the items and the kind of loot layout that they've got. QTG, bit of a blueberry right now, can be pretty easily squashed. As EWG and J-Team find themselves up in the treetops, just taking a couple of light pot shots at each other. I think they're a little bit hesitant to full commit to a fight, especially with Bauda in the area as well. Someone could find themselves getting third-partied, and we've seen a couple of teams pull off some really solid third parties already today, so it's always something you got to be playing with in your mind, especially when there's still so many people left in the lobby. You take a fight, and when you're done with that fight, someone might swoop in and take you out while you're on cooldown and without full health and full gear. Catch you sleeping, so a little bit scary. Is LXM with the Flamer just putting a little bit of hurt there into Han. Han trying to land some cannon shots off onto LXM. LXM has to reposition as they actually lost a fair amount of armor there. Just a lot of cannon fire coming out. And it looks to be a pretty open zone. So this is almost typical kind of Buccaneer phase of the game where you have a massive open space, which is perfect for these cannons. People just to be taking pot shots at each other. Lots of high ground and little places to kind of hide in, but lots of open areas for you to see where everyone is and shoot those cannon shots out. And CJS, golden katana, purple cannon. Love to know what soul J's they got, but they're probably set up right now pretty well for that one. As you can see, it's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, CJS here really trying to pressure things up here for Team GG, make as much happen as humanly possible for the team. TE, though, not wanting to give up the space top side here. This is Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4. We're going to see those Morris Blessings coming through soon, which means we're going to see that first mid-game Bane Breath we were talking about, that these teams really need to start thinking about positioning around, and that's probably why you see things starting to take a much slower pace now as these teams prep to potentially play around that Bane's Breath and don't want to overcommit to these fights and find themselves in the middle of one as they take these engagements. BBE on the backside here, EWG just over the hill as well. With that Valiant challenge as the members of Alliance pressure onto them, as well as some of these other teams, we're going to see some huge damage coming in from the cannons topside there. Fun plus Phoenix really keeping that pressure up onto EWG. All of them in that sort of blueberry stage, as you like to call it, with just the blue armors. Oh my goodness, XG going extremely low coming in. We will see the Dreadful Whale coming out, trying to buy a little bit of space for XG to find some healing. They get behind the rock here, but another team immediately pressuring them. This is the worst case scenario for EWG, who's on that blue armor, stuck between two teams, able to take all of those shots at them, going to be forced to head into the cave to find any sort of cover here. BBE looking to continue to keep the pressure off. Fun plus Phoenix going to back off, and there we go. We're going to see 9 with that Dreadful Whale just trying to buy space, hoping to catch some of those range shots as they potentially come in through the front of the cave there onto the team, and they're able to keep their members alive after being able to shift position and find that cover. Things could have gone very terribly wrong for them if BBE wanted to commit there, but again, we're just before that Bane's Breath coming in, and these teams not wanting to overcommit into a situation where they could potentially find Bane dropped on their head. J-Team down below here in a not so favorable position as well, as DRG pressures them, but now Bauda up above, also in a position to jump down onto J-Team, and the Ballista waiting above as well as Wushin comes in. We will see that Tesla ultimate connected onto him, followed up by J-Team's Lee with a huge Viper ultimate, and that's going to force them to use that Wu-Chen ultimate. They're going to take control of the Ballista. Wu-Chen in range down below, going to be forced to go ahead and drop those wind walls to block the potential Ballista shots coming through, and Balda now finding themselves in an equally bad position down below, where J-Team just was forced to use their Wu-Chen ult to escape as well.
Blind date didn't go well for them. Get forced out, lost their car. That's a bad blind date, that is. That's all I'm saying. J-Team able to force them. They actually got forced off themselves. Gonna be moving away. Cannonball a little bit too rough for them, but J-Team getting himself in a fight here. Low HP onto Zem though, finding himself in danger. Parry comes out from Wushin, but a great charm timing will save his life. Zem still gonna be low HP, gonna get himself taken down a little as well. It's now LXY, the only one left standing. DRG able to take down J-Team like it's nothing. The Ballista shots came in to DRG, and I think that actually saved LXY's life. They were able to get away from that because the Ballista shot did hit, but now they're getting shot at by the Ballista, just breaking away, using those scale rushes and using as much movement as possible. Gets himself in the invisibility bush here as GG quite happily controlling this Ballista and this high ground for themselves. 6 minutes left on the clock, and LXY sliding by. Don't know if 330 actually saw them there at that point, so they were able to break away as KGG hanging around the edge of this this zone has got himself the golden armor and golden fan, so pretty stylish. Just gonna be healing themselves back up on the edge of this no ult zone. Do not really want to be getting involved in that. That zone is also backed right up against it. The Bane's Breath coming down as well. There's a lot of stuff going off in a very small space over here. BBE finding themselves. KLA just taking down QGG. The golden armor, the golden fan is theirs, but they're immediately getting jumped onto by KLA, trying to pick up their teammate, but it's going to be so hard to do so. CXE loses a massive chunk of HP. Ruishichi just forced away, but the golden armor's theirs. They're going to be able to re-equip it, heal it back up, and what a win there. BBE may just be able to keep the pressure up onto the KLA members. I believe they were able to get their teammate up. No, they were not able to get their teammate up, so BBE taking it all, sitting very happy with that one.
KLA here now trying to pressure away here. Down to 2 members left remaining alive. They have a decent number of eliminations under their belt, but that Ballista just staying in play, man, constantly pressuring these teams here, and GG still in full control of it. GG not wanting to pressure out too terribly much right now. They're more than happy with their Ballista control. They've been able to find 2 eliminations off of it. They're going to swap members on it as we speak now, though, as we do see the members of DRG trying to pressure in and create some pressure on them. GG's CJS here into the mech, the Yodohime here trying to cover the Ballista so they can maintain control as the zone pushes them closer and closer together. It is zone 5 collapsing onto zone 6. No more of those random Banes getting ready to come through. So these teams now trying to vie for position, trying to keep the strong position together. And it looks like this ballista is potentially going to stay in circle for a little while longer here as we move into zone 6. GG has really positioned themselves into such a strong position. 330 now going to opt to move on to the mech for the team here as they get their second mech back online. 330 using those range shots to constantly rebuild that ult pressure here. We are going to see the Viper stun getting ready to come through here onto the members. 330 turning the back to the rest of the lobby so that they can take as little damage as possible. Alliance's lane gonna go down here as we speak. GG continuing to keep the pressure up. Ballista coming through. 330 coming through. Flamer coming through. So much damage being pumped out by GG as they continue to take control of yet another lobby's end circle here. Ballista still in play. These teams cowering behind the rocks. Funkless Phoenix trying to find anything they can as they turn on to BBE here, but 330 still just sitting up on the Ballista, gonna bring it forward here to bear on the rest of these teams. So many Ballista shots coming in left, right, and center. This lobby can't do anything about it. GG just has a dominating position. Snack takes a huge shot. They're not able to find the second one. J-Team comes in using the Tesla ult to try to remove the Ballista control here, but GG continues to maintain the space and momentum. They're not going to let anybody have this Ballista. It is theirs. Control of the lobby is theirs. They catch Snack yet again with a direct shot from the Ballista. More continuing to rain down repair kits, just trading hands with the members of Team GG as they keep the space going. CJS gonna take the mech now. The Yodo gonna go airborne here to keep the superiority of firepower that is GG right now as they own this final circle. Zone 6 collapsing down onto Zone 7. Dunkwing gonna go down to shots raining in from CJS. We've got Ballista Cam, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see one of the players from GG being forced off the Ballista as the zone finally comes in to collapse that Ballista out of play. GG has used it to make so many plays, so many eliminations for themselves, ladies and gentlemen. GG rocking it here in our game number 3.
They're so low HP though, and they're gonna get jumped. Now that Ballista walks out, everybody exacts their revenge and jumps straight into the mix. LXY goes in for the transformation there. CJS goes up for the Yoto, gets himself as aerial as possible. He's low HP, got the flamer, got the golden katana. LXM able to secure himself one kill though as the zone continues to close in. BBE, Roy Shishi with the golden fan, with the golden armor. They took off KLA, still in the game, still able to do damage. Charms looking to connect onto GG. If they hold themselves against the edge of this cliff, it's going to be the rock climbing ending for everyone in this game. But NXM, low HP, gets taken down by the zone. DRG able to secure that kill. CJS now healing back up, using that flamer and just cooking everybody on the edge of the zone. That's going to be another kill for DRG as they got their 11th kill of the game. They are in control, but BBE holding the high ground. They might be able to take it all. They might be able to get the points on the board to actually win this one. But CJS just holding on low. Ibin keeping himself up. Ruishishi opening up onto DRG, and they are going to be taken down. Ibin juggles out the aggro, jumps into the zone, and puts the finaling touches on that kill for them. 6 players left in the lobby. Ruishishi once again opening up onto a J-Team member as LXY getting himself forced into the zone. Ruishishi makes sure that they are staying down for good. That's going to be another kill for BBE, putting them up to 9 kills as they're going to continue that pressure on. 3-3-0 now forced into the zone. Ibin and the rest of BBE just in complete control of the edge of the zone, in complete control of all of the fates of everyone else in this game. Scale rushes coming out. Now it's BBE who need to get themselves back into that zone. CGS trying to find some damage onto these members. Snack doing a lot to juggle them around, but there it is. BBE taking themselves to win in game number 3. I wonder if it's enough in points, but they're definitely placed first.
Let's go. BBE coming back. Game 2, not as strong as their game 1. Game 1, a consistency game, not quite able to clutch out the win, but I do believe Team BBE, or is it going to be GG? GG just barely edges out the MVP based on kills, but still a massive performance coming in from Team BBE as they're able to take control of that final circle. They play it low and slow, right? They're hiding on the backside of those rocks. They're letting the other teams, for the most part, take the ire of that ballista. Every once in a while, they poke their head out to check the situation, see that the ballista is still in play. They back off. They really want to set themselves up for success. And as soon as that ballista is out of play, it is BBE who takes control, dominating control over the top side of the zone, keeping those other players down below, controlling the edge of the zone, and BBE was able to come out victorious with a huge number of eliminations under the belt, just barely missing that MVP by one, maybe even less than 1 point. It feels like this is going to be a tight one when we get to the scoreboards, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tight one. But GG, it comes down to that ballista, man. They had so much control of that final circle. They were picking up so many kills off the back of it, and then they refused to give it up. You actually saw times where they would walk it into the zone if they didn't think they could keep control, and then someone would go, no, we can keep it, and they'd run back in and pull it back out. GG just controlled that final circle. BBE, I have to give it to them. A massive change up from what we saw from them in their first game. Their first game, they were the early game kings. They played an amazing early game, were able to pick up lots of skirmishy, scrappy fights. And then this game, they got some early, don't get me wrong. But I think the big thing is they looked good late game. And that's the major thing for me is BBE, you always have your worry. Are they going to be like a early game only team, or is this team actually capable of playing the game beyond that? And the answer is yes. They look fantastic in that final circle. So I'm starting to be pretty sold on BBE. I think they're looking like a really, really solid team. GG though, it could be their year, man. It could be their year. It's early days, I know, but man, they look so good right now.
Look, GG, man, I have high hopes for GG every single season, so I'm gonna maintain them, but time will tell. Though they are one of those teams that make it to the bi-weekly finals and then crumble just a little bit. So hoping they've worked on that. Maybe they've learned to just deal with the pressure going into those big end sort of tournaments where you got to clutch it out right then and there to come out on top, because GG always a fan favorite, man. These guys come out, they always do something crazy during the regular bi-weekly, like this final zone. I mean, they realized that Ballista was going to be in position. They were able to take control of it away from DRG, and then they were able to hold it. They were on the perfect comp to do it, right? They had the Yodohime, they had the Farrier, and they were able to constantly rotate those ultimates out, right? As soon as Yodo takes the mech, you have the Farrier jumping back on the Ballista to not only cover the mech, but to immediately start being able to throw those Ballista shots down range. As soon as the ult goes down, start building that ult charge back up, get the pillar down as soon as possible, lets another teammate take back onto the pillar to continue to maintain that pressure. You have the Ballista, right, able to force these teams kind of into a pocket of protection away from the Ballista, but then you have that mech who is able to capitalize on these teams being forced into that pocket and going, cool, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I'm going to go up in the air, we're going to pop the jets, and I'm just going to keep raining shots down on you. And between the Ballista and that, they were able to pick up 4, 5, 6 successive kills back to back and just maintain control of that circle until the Ballista finally goes out of range. Like you said, as soon as that Ballista goes down, the rest of the lobby says it is time for GG to go. We're not happy with this situation. We couldn't do anything about it, but now we can. And they evict them basically from the lobby, but they are able to hold on for as long as possible. They lose one of their members very quickly. They're forced to the very edge of the zone, and we see 330 continuing to vie for space for that team, use that flamer, pressure other people off of them, continue to hold that space, catch pot after pot, and just continuing to take pop shots on these players getting knocked down to the edge of the zone by the members of BBE. So even though BBE takes control of that final space, GG is able to capitalize on it to maintain space in the game so that they can make those 14 eliminations count for as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing is even though everybody swarmed GG the moment the Ballista was given up, they still didn't have enough in the tank to actually take the rest of them out. And like, it was one person who went down. Flamer, like you said, absolutely huge, and GG looking like a front runner for today at least. It's early to say though. I said this might be their season. It is only the second day of trios. I know UG have 100 points and KLA were pretty high up. They're like 5th and stuff. So there's a bunch of teams who are still very much within the runnings. I think the big thing for us is the comparison at the end of the day. How well GG did on the first day versus how well like OUG did on their first day. Here's the points right now. 14 kill game from GG, so that's another 22 points under the belt. They are over halfway to OUG's score, so they're on track. If they continue on this track, they are on track to at least match OUG for that first day. But BBE coming in, a lot of almosts there from BBE, but coming in with 19 points, so they were 3 points behind GG at the end of it all. Even with the ranking points, even with the kill multiplier, they were just a couple of kills short, unfortunately, from taking that top spot. DRG had a really, really solid game there as well, ending out in 3rd place and 5-2-1, sorry, with 0 points. So there's the O. Not particularly a great game for them, unfortunately. It's interesting because I feel the scores are shuffling around so much. I don't think I'm consistently seeing some teams at the bottom yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very interesting day, right? GG kind of towards the top always, except for game 2 here. Taking a look here, look at the amount of damage coming in here from 330. 27,000 damage coming out. Absolutely huge for 330 here for the team coming in. And again, that V3, this is what I talked about earlier, right? When it comes to this comp, if you're able to constantly put the Yodo Hime into that mech, you enter into this vicious cycle in those end circles where you're just able to constantly rotate those 2 ultimates back to back. That's exactly what Team GG does in this game, right? It is CJS who's constantly taking the mech. And on top of that, they have the ballista to also apply pressure as well as get damage out and build that rage back up so that they can keep that cycle going for as long as possible. Because of that cycle, nobody is able to evict them from that ballista. And that's what I keep saying is Cannonball is not only here to stay, but I think these teams have yet to squeeze out the full potential of the comp, especially with that ult rotation. It's extremely strong, and I think it is, if not the top meta team right now, very easily the 2nd best team comp in the meta.
Yeah, it's a bit tragic when we're looking at the standings to see TE at the bottom. I mean, obviously they're halfway through their first day, but they've only got 8.9 points. And remember, TE are a team who, there were a lot of high expectations for them last season. They're a team who, you know, very, very established as a team anyway. So it's a bit tragic to see, you know, them having a pretty rough start. But again, we're in that 2-week respite period where I like to say you've kind of got 2 weeks to really shake the rust off. You want to be kind of finding your form halfway through next week, really. That's kind of like, especially with the bi-weeklies coming up. Obviously, some teams, as you can see, have found their form. OUG at the top, 101 points and 101.9 points is what OUG are at, and that's probably what GG are going to be looking to aim towards at this point. FPX already performing massively better than they did on day 1. We are halfway through the day, and they've already beaten that old score by 17 points. So 17.2 points if you want to get pedantic. So they've been having a very, very good day too. So FPX, I feel like we've been very much singing the praises of GG, but you kind of have to remember they did win that second game. They've been pretty consistent all day. Starting to be off to a pretty good start here, so I'm excited to see what FPX also have under their belt. Obviously, we're all excited by BBE. I think it's very fun to see a new team coming and honestly pop off.
Well, you know, they're no strangers, right? This is last year was, I do believe, their second Worlds, right? They're a team that always does exceptionally well in the ASC, so they are no strangers to performing under pressure like this. Now it's just making it happen here amongst all these pro players, and they definitely are proving that they have what it takes to constantly be here every single day in the Nbpl. As we take a look at some of these replays, though, GG here inside that Realm of Gang just absolutely making it happen, dominating this space just like they did the end game there on that ballista. They're able to turn this fight instantly into their favor here. We're getting a little bit of the comms coming through as well from this team. Now into the 3v1. They just take control of this, and again, this ballista in the end game, man, they just control so much with this, sending so many people flying back over the ridges here. And again, It's that balancing between those two ultimates where they're able to constantly get the ults back up online, but they are also able to use that ballista to force players into a condensed pocket so that they can make the absolute most out of that Pharia mech. She's able to just go airborne, and even if she's not able to pump out a ton of damage, because she has those rockets, all those players are congested into one little pocket. All she has to do is pump damage into it, and as soon as somebody gets low, they're going to pick up one of those eliminations. We saw that happen twice, where they're just throwing those consistent rockets in, making damage happen, and just picking off somebody who's low, who's being forced to take engagements with those other teams because of how condensed that little pocket of safety is from the ballista. It's such a good strategy. They execute it expertly. They make the most out of the particular comp that they're playing as well, because of the rotation of ults between them, constantly putting Yodohime in the mech, having the Yodo ult to cover when the mech goes down, plus having the ballista to add that extra layer of coverage. This is one for the textbooks. I think a lot of teams are going to go back to this VOD. They're going to clip this down and talk about what GG did right here and use it as a teaching tool going forward. It's just one of those very clear moments where you're like, hey, look, this is the position that they were able to take. And I think what you have to do is you really have to cut back and look at the moment that GG is able to evict DRG from that ballista, right? It's very early on. It's just at the start of that zone 5, but it's because GG really notices. They go, hey, look, we're going to put ourselves on notice. If this ballista ends up in the final circle, this is win condition. And sure enough, it does end up in final circle. They're able to evict DRG from it. And we saw how easy it was for them to maintain control. So DRG giving up that control because they wanted to chase down after those kills that they had been shooting with the ballista really ends up being a huge detriment for the team. They still end up with good placement and good eliminations, but it could have been DRG maintaining control over that final circle. But because they got a little antsy, right? They were a little impatient. They were like, we keep getting these people low. We're wasting resources by constantly using the repair kits to keep the ballista in the game. They go, we're going to get off ballista. We're going to go chase some of them. We can come back and take control of it. And what happens? They get evicted from it. They end up losing out because of it. GG comes out on top. Speaking about coming out on top, we've got a quick interview for you guys before we come back and lock in for our 3 games of more Xyle.
Welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Xiaohu from the team FunPlus DQ to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 现在小虎跟我们打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FunPlus 朱雀的小虎。
Okay, welcome. So after 3 games, how do you feel about today's matchup? 那也是3把比赛打完过后，现在感觉如何呢？
今天来说的话，队伍状态还是可以的，比昨天好多了。昨天毕竟只拿了30多分嘛，对吧？
Okay, I think today's we have a better shape than yesterday because in yesterday we only got like more than 30 points. Well, so I remember Xiaohu was a 10 high player before, but in this season you change into the support position to play Kurumi. So why is that? 那其实我们都记得小虎是一名天海玩家，那这个赛季做了一个位置上面的轮换，去玩了3号位的奶，这个是为什么呢？
因为队员的那个性格问题嘛，然后我觉得我们队我适合玩3号位嘛，然后我就在所有的阵容都换成了3号位，然后感觉这样试一下效果，感觉其实还可以。
Okay, so because our team need a support position, and so based on all the teammates' personality, and I think I am the one who is suitable for this kind of position. So what kind of personality you think a support position needs to have? 那你觉得一个3号位需要具备的这个性格是什么样的呢
？3号位就是第一就是站位嘛，然后站位要靠后一点，然后注意自己状态，然后其次就是多吃场的信息，大局观好一点，这样。
Okay, so first you have to catch the position of yourself. You have to be the back of your team. And second, you have to look the whole games and to catch the important information in the game. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure. And for this time, our question is, how many kills did Team FunPlus ZQ get in the game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，FunPlus 朱雀这一把一共拿了多少个击败分？ But by the way, I thought in the J-Cup patch, Temuj, Takeda, Ziping is a really popular combinations. But in this season, I saw some team change Ziping into Kurumi. Why is that? 那其实，在结备版本的时候呢，不死杀就已经是非常流行的阵容了。那这次把子平换成了这个桃是为什么呢？
子平换桃的原因，第一是因为殷子平削弱了一点嘛，然后大招少了200的回血，然后第二就是带奶妈有个庇护手，可能更好的 counter 那个妙刀月嘛。
So Ziping is not as strong as before, and we use Kurumi because we want to do better when we faced Farina, Yueshan, and YouTube combination. Okay, please count down the time, 小虎。那也是请小虎跟我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So back to this question. But for us, for our normal players in the daily game, which one is more easy, you think, Ziping or Kurumi? 那其实对于这个阵容来说，对于我们普通玩家在日常的这个比赛，日常的游戏当中，哪个更简单呢？你觉得？
殷子平吧，殷子平毕竟 F 还有一段闪避嘛，而且大招也是全图的，就更轻松简单。
Okay, so I think for you guys, you can use Ziping in the daily game because her F is better to survive for our players, and you can have a little dash when you are in the game. Well, also for his ult, for her ult, and you can give more support to your teammate in the fight. Well, also I want to ask you about your coach because we all know Jin is a solo players in the last seasons, but come to this seasons, he became your coach. So what kind of help you think he bring you guys? 那其实我们也知道小金是我们之前的这个单排选手，这次变成了金角，觉得给你们有什么样的帮助？
更多的是就是细节上的帮助吧，因为他毕竟是单排选手嘛，就是对我们的刀还有战术方面有很大的帮助。
Oh, especially he can catch more details in the fight, and so also because he was a solo players and he can give us more help when we to have a face-to-face fight. Okay, thanks Xiaohu, come to our interview and thanks for doing this. Hope you have a good luck in the following games. 那谢谢小虎来到我们的这个采访，希望在之后的比赛可以有更好的运气，更好的表现。Okay, that's all for our interview, guys. Bye bye, everyone.
你俩用的歌之前的
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年3要国的是吧？07年是不是要58年？那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA Blade Point 2024 Spring Split. We're day 2 of our first week of trios, and I'm super excited to be joined by the lovely HipRain. It's been far too long since we got to cast together, my friend, and these games have been juicy. But, you know, we just took a short break because me and Jake, we had to hop in the boat. We have to paddle on over because we're leaving Holoroth behind as we head on over to Morris Isle. And things are about to get very, very heated because all 3 of these maps are going to be Firefly maps, which means if you thought the last couple of games were exciting, you better go ahead and pull up and sit on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, the Fireflies are going to make it super interesting. I would expect things like the Fireflies to affect, you know, the blind date comps. It is now formally called that. I was expecting to see a lot of that and the Sand Siphons and, you know, the comps that want early ults as quick as possible and want to just get in there and start, you know, smashing skulls. But we saw a lot of those on Holoroth. So I'm curious, you know, what the points are going to look like by game 5, game 6, because these teams are going to start to burn through them at this point. So I'd be interested to see what the selection is going to look like. God forbid we see Transformers. God forbid we see them. I would be very surprised. I feel like that's 3rd rotation. You've kind of run out of options. But you guys at home haven't run out of options. You guys can get yourself some goodies. So if you watch your games on Twitch, which you are obviously, how's you watching them? Unless you're in China, you could be using a different platform. Can't remember what we use over there. But make sure you get your account linked up. I'm waffling away. Make sure you get your account linked up and you can grab yourself some goodies. Obviously, for the regular days, there are daily drops of all of these goodies. You know, your silk, your tay, everything you need to get yourself all set up. But the bi-weekly finals coming up next Saturday and Sunday. Be able to get yourself some even better goodies. So make sure you're all linked up and ready. You'll watch on that front. You're going to be sitting pretty. So, there's 1 per day. That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, watch every day, basically. That's an hour. An hour. You can take an hour out of your Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, and Friday. Right? Easy. Get yourself some goodies for NARAKA. We all have loads of free time for that. But obviously, why wouldn't you be watching anyway? Because there's some really banger games, some really banger series coming up on that front. Yes. Morris Isle, it's been a hot minute. Honestly, I've completely lost that whole Spectral Silk waffle has just got me completely lost. Been a hot minute since we've been to Morris Isle, at least for me, in a casting professional sense. What are we expecting? Obviously, we talked about the fact it's Fireflies. We were kind of having the expectations that these more skirmish heavy teams and comps were going to be showing up on this map, but we saw a lot of them on Holoroth. So do you think there's anything spicy? Have they got anything cooked up, Rune?
Well, I think probably for our first 2 games over here on Morris Isle, we're still going to see a lot of the same just because of the way the meta is shaking out. Also, you've got to remember, because of the way the phases are now, most of the teams that say have played Sand Siphon picked it during phase 1, so it didn't cost them those extra hero points going forward. So they're going to still have some of those hero points available to really be able to lock in if they're in that phase 1 situation. And the other team's going to follow suit, right? The things that have been picked in the phase 2 and phase 3 more traditionally, they're still going to have some points. I think if we see anything really interesting, it'll be the final game of the day, but I'm still hoping we're going to get to see that Justina version of Cannonball, particularly siphon back through that we saw from game 1 from one of the teams. I think Justina deserves to kind of work their way back into the meta. We've seen it definitely happening in solos. The buffs, very, very good for Justina, especially considering any transform unit, she gets the extra long freeze on as well. She's also capable of catching multiple freezes out now, especially in the V3, which we don't see a lot of right now. I don't know if we will see it, quite honestly, but if we do, she gets now, they get freeze immunity for 4 seconds instead of the 6 seconds. 2 seconds doesn't seem like a long time, but if you've played other games like this, 2 seconds is a world of difference. You're able to get multiple freezes off of that V3 now instead of potentially just the 1 freeze. And again, with as many of those mechs that are stomping around now, especially Yueshan in those comps as well, being able to get those extra long freezes out on them, being able to zone, I think there's potential for it. But I think if we see it, we'll probably see the V1 just because of how, how clumped up these teams get. You're able to get those extra charges for the ultimate for hitting multiple targets off of the V1. You're able to utilize that to really control space, keep that CC strong in a comp. I hope we see it. Will we? Time's gonna tell, Jake.
Time will tell. I hope so as well. I'm a big fan. I mean, like, look, there's at least hope for me, for my favorite. Odds are not going to be seeing any Valor, unfortunately, as much as I would love to. It's that face said it all there, Rune. It's pretty doomed, but we are getting ready to go into this fourth game. I'm super excited to get back onto Morris Isle. You know, there's a homely comfort in Morris Isle, I think, for all of us, but I'm just interested to see what the teams have got kind of lined up and what we're going to be seeing, because, you know, typically, and as of last seasons, we were using map rotation, so it was random what we were going to get, but now they kind of know what they're working with. They're going to be able to plan out for these Firefly maps, knowing that this is that point in the day. GG right now, though. These guys are on such a tear. They had a pretty lackluster game 2, but then completely made up for it in game number 3. And one thing that you were talking about, and I kind of wanted to hit on actually, was typically what I think separates like a good team in this game from the rest isn't the mechanical side of it, because I don't think there's a single bad mechanical player here. There might be some who maybe shine a little bit more than others, and I think that's fair to say, but I think that's not the real difference maker. I think it's the ability to be able to adapt, and that's the key skill in NARAKA. Because of the fact the way the circle works, you never know where you're going to end up. You never know what tools you're going to have to work with, or terrain, or even loadout by the end of the game, to be honest. So being able to adapt on the fly and clearly decide on a plan and have a good way to work around it is what really decides who wins and who loses in these games. And GG, they saw a perfect opportunity to basically control that final circle. And the odds of them getting into a final circle like that again is very, very low. There are obviously spots on the maps, on all of the maps, where you can have a ballista in the final circle, but you know, it's the ability to be able to understand how to control it and how to use it. And GG, they are a team who are consistently always very good at setting themselves up in a good position in those final circles. They are a team who I always think excel at the end of a game, but they are starting to show more and more. But they are a team who are capable of actually doing more than playing for endgame. They're actually starting to be able to play for these kind of earlier scrappy skirmishes. So we are about to get into Hero Select for game number 4.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what's going to happen coming into these games. Like I said, I'm really hoping for Justina. We've got one of our co-casters over in chat right now talking about the potential for Justina Kurumi combos. I would love to see it, but no surprises here. Like I said, I expected to see more of this Sand Siphon coming out from this first stage of hero picks here, right? These teams have specifically been picking it here to save on hero points, right? This is a very strong comp. They don't want to get rid of it. If they have the option to lock it in, they are certainly going to do that. So no surprises coming out from any of these teams here. As we head into phase 2, we're going to see a lot more skirmish comps. Now, typically in this phase 2, we've seen a lot of the cannonball, but we're on the Firefly map. These skirmisher comps excel very well when they have access to those ultimates early. No surprise to kind of see the position of these comps swap just a little bit, right? We're going to probably see more of the cannonball coming into those third round picks rather than the second round pick. Now, this is kind of what I expected going into the round. We're going to take a look now as we head in to our last round selection. Here comes the cannonball. Will we see the Justina pick, ladies and gentlemen? It doesn't look like we're going to. Man, this played out textbook exactly what I thought it was going to be. It's 4 comps of Sand Siphon, 4 comps of Skirmisher, or Blind Date comp, as Jake likes to call it, and 4 comps of Cannonball coming through. No big surprises here. 4 trios. I'm a little sad, but you still know it's going to be good games because we are headed in to Firefly maps, and we've paddled across. It's going to be Morris Isle, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, game 1 on Morris Isle, I kind of expected to be more of the norm because, again, it's kind of that shaking the rust off, getting warmed up. I think game 5 and 6, especially when the hero points have been start to be stretched a little bit more, that's where we'll start to see more adaptation. It's weird because obviously the way that the new hero select works means that the limitation doesn't really come till a lot later on in the day. Typically before, you kind of had to tactically think about it, but it's now kind of because of the way we have a turn order, and you can basically heavily limit your opponent. But if you're earlier on in the order, you can kind of pick what you want. It makes it for a little bit more kind of like, it elongates it, but the variation will come. Does look like we are about to get into this game number 4. First one on Morris Isle. See what these guys have got. It's going to be a scrappy game, I can tell you that much. A lot of Fireflies. I am really excited to see how that's going to be going down, especially when you have like down by the mines, well, not the mines, like Secret Tunnel and places like that. There's always a bunch of Fireflies in that area, so typically we see a couple of teams drop over in that location. I'm just going to be waiting to get into this game. I'm so excited, man. It's been, for me, it's been a while since I've casted a game on Morris Isle. It's been months and months, so I'm ready to get back into the action.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, heading into Morris Isle. We're going to take a look at these drop locations. Pretty standard for this spread here, right? We do have the gold zone in the middle in Celestra. We saw a lot of this at Worlds, right? Teams dropping around that gold zone rather than into it to go ahead and pick up some loot, and then pushing into the inevitable skirmishes that are going to break out inside Celestra, where they have all of that movement available to them. If they make mistakes, there's a lot more options for them to potentially be able to break away from those mistakes, turn the attention onto some of those other teams, because those big skirmishes break out and there are so many teams available for them to turn that attention onto. And you've got to remember, it's very easy when there's a lot of these similar comps in the lobby, because these players don't see names above heads and they don't see cosmetics. They see the basic tier cosmetics. So if you're a Sand Siphon team, you make a mistake, you slip away, all you have to do is slip past another Sand Siphon team, and all of a sudden it may look like to the other team that that is the team they were originally chasing, and you get a break. And here we go, immediately off the rip, we're gonna have a fight break out between BBE and DRG just outside of Celestra here, as we see a lot of things that start to turn. No, this is just outside of Celestra. This is south side of Celestra here, and this is typically a very heated spot, right? So many Fireflies available here. You can see Roy Shishi was at 89% ult charge here. WFZ will find that ultimate coming online here. Needs to go ahead and make some value out of it, but they've already come out on top here into BBE.
Alrighty, well, 29 minutes in. So 29 minutes in, 1 minute in. Already kicking off with a little bit of action, as expected from a Firefly Dusk. Morris Isle kicking off with some style already. 5-2-1 getting themselves a kill onto Bowder's Malmon there with the staff. Now Yin in a little bit of danger. Unique also in danger as well. Peak trying to put some damage in with this purple staff, just bonking heads. Unique on the run, but he is not going to be long for this world unless he finds a miracle. I don't know if he can, because they come in with a charm. Unique coming forwards, but Pampy slides in forwards. Low HP on the Bowder members, and out they zip. Bowder able to just about survive this one. The turnaround coming in from the side of 5-2-1. Peak still got that purple staff, not wanting to give that up with the blue armor as well. Immediately opening onto the backline, finding Unique, isolating him off, but the counter comes down. They steal away the staff and they take Peak down. Easy pick up there for 5-2-1. TE versus KLA also in a bit of a scrap. Transformations broken out from the Yueshan here on QGG. Keeping the pressure up onto Han, will not let him grapple out as he tries to go for it. The slam comes down, but now we can see that LYD has also gone for a transform, as QGG is about to lose his transform. Is desperately trying to put some distance between him and LYD. LYD keeping the pressure up. Purple armor onto QGG though, so he's pretty strong right now, able to tank a fair amount of the damage they're putting out, as LYD doesn't want to step too far away from his team, so now they're just chasing on to the mech, looking to finish up the Yoto inside. They're not going to be surviving for long. LYD, actually Leo with the musket, able to take them down. Lovely little pickup there as KLA. Can they come in for the save? I don't think they can. They've already got CXC on the run in ghost form and breaking away.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, though. 1 minute, 40 seconds until zone 2. So still a lot of early action to come. Like you said, these teams really utilizing those Fireflies, immediately going in for the fights. We saw, teams like BBE immediately drop and contest those Fireflies as well. Unfortunately, Roy Shishi was literally just a couple percent away from their ultimate, didn't get to use it. And that is what happens sometimes. You are taking a big risk dropping head on to those Fireflies, trying to contest them. Sometimes it works out in your favor, sometimes it does not. Two-tick here. Speaking of which, chasing on to Team BBE here, who just recently respawned up there at the village, and now we're going to see JDG not wanting to pressure too deep here, as they only have the one ultimate online. They're going to look to gear up and prep for those Realms of Yang as we move back over towards Celestra. Exactly like I said, a lot of these teams going to start pressuring in here to pick up this loot and start taking these skirmishes in the safety of Celestra. Team TE on the backside doing a little bit of looting here, still looking for those blue armors for the Team Alliance in a much stronger position with 2 sets of purple armor under their belt. They want to look to pressure on to Team TE here. They have all of their ultimates and can very easily commit to this fight, as no other teams have yet to break into Celestia. There it is. Leo going to get grappled out here by Lane from Alliance. Alliance's Lane going to come down, though, and get caught out by the charge right click there from TE's LYD. LYD wanting to keep the pressure up. The F3 coming in from their team to keep even more spacing. Lane coming in, though. We do see the Tessa ult and landed, and now TE going to be in a bit of a pickle. The Wuchen ult coming through on the side of the other team, not going to be able to make it happen here. Alliance finding themselves in a terrible space. The Wu Channel at the last second is going to get Lane out of it. BBE looking to pressure in on Alliance and the members of Team TE as well. A Bane going to be coming in, and it's going to be Alliance's Bane. They were able to move to the shop early on, get that Bane. Han caught out here by multiple abilities here, including the ult. The stun going to come through from the Tesla. There it is. Down. The charm connects. Bane is going to go down. Han just absolutely going to get blitzed through, and now Alliance is taking control of the situation. Needs to be careful, though. They need to clean this up quickly before the members of BBE come in for the third party, as none of them have ultimates to be able to deal with BBE if they find this fight out and turn into it.
Okay, Alliance are kind of looking pretty good right now. This has been years of disappointment from them, but this season we're starting to see some life now. Obviously, hard to call off day one, but this is more life than I've seen from Alliance in quite a while. They did have that one bi-weekly finals where they almost could have taken it all. But Malman here gets himself caught out by the counter. Immediately, Wuchen out to safety. I think they were able to pick their weapon up, but EWG keeping the pressure up onto Bowder. Just trying to see if they can find an opening and get themselves some picks here. Bowder scattering in different ways. Remember, Bowder have already used their respawns at this point. They were taken down pretty early in the game. Right at the beginning, actually. So they are somewhat exposed and somewhat easy to punish, but it looks like EWG unable, especially when Nine's getting caught on a wall, to chase. It looks like Bowder have been able to go off scot-free off the back of that one, but let's have a quick look at the overall scores. Right now, KLA are leading the charge with 5 kills in their pocket. Alliance 4, and DRG also on 4. DRG being, I feel like sleeper is not the right word for DRG. I think they've been very, very good. I just think because so many other teams have been performing, they've gone under the radar a little bit with us today. DRG have been absolutely popping off. And J-Team finding JDG. PP going to go for the transformation. Kek gets himself in there. Is it Keke or Kek? I'm going to call him Kek for now. Gonna get into the mech and just rain Holy Hellfire down on to XLY. He's dodging away on the cannon fire. J-Team trying to push up. Kek gets himself caught out, but a lovely little shot actually coming in onto them. But J-Team unrelenting in their pressure onto Kek. Dongqing and the rest of FPX actually coming in on the flank. They're going to mech up, and now XLY finds themselves in danger. Kek just trying to break away from J-Team, but the cannon shot could just come through, and FPX looking to steal and pinch this kill for themselves. Not going to be able to connect onto that one, and this could just be the opportunity to break away. But J-Team, they're finding themselves in some serious danger in the zone. Their health bars being burnt through. Cannon fire through the door, just absolutely mincing their health bars. There is nothing J-Team can do, but they just have to sit there and accept all of that damage just being laid down onto them. FPX did lose a player, though, so they're able to pick up, and now Zem going to step forward. The sandstorm's broken out, and Zem immediately going to get himself in danger. They're looking to keep the pressure up onto XLY as they are turning back around. Water lost a lot of HP there, but he's coming in for the slams. Can a Scale Rush come in and do enough to kill Water? Yes, it can! The reset Scale Rush coming in for another one. J-Team finding an opening, finding an opportunity to take out these FPX members as we are seeing a whole bunch of damage coming into Dongqing. As down they go. FPX punished for the third party, but JDG coming in for some revenge now. 2Tick looking for XLY. XLY putting some damage in on the 2Tick. 2Tick goes in for the ultimate on the Yoto, just trying to connect some damage forwards, but XLY goes down as he is staggered down by J-Team. By JDG. There we go, got them in the end. They take them out.
Oh my goodness. I love it. Fun plus Phoenix turning that fight on its head there, able to put together as many eliminations as possible as well. They knew they were going to go down there no matter what. They made the most of it, and I love it. Fun plus Phoenix coming out, showing us why they are here and showing us that they're here to fight. A huge tether coming out here from 521 onto the members of DRG. Wuxin 98 just disappears in an instant. Oh my goodness. WFZ also going as 521 cleans up the team, but Alliance coming in for the third party, and 521 a skirmishing team. They invested too many ultimates to come out on top of that. They're going to be punished for it. Alliance with the third party means that 521's got nothing left in the tank. Pampy trying to draw them away, but is unfortunately going to be the one getting caught out here by all the members of Alliance. Pampy also with the tether, able to get the parry. They're able to break away from the tether. Pampy keeps it alive. Bo in a 1v1 with Pampy as the rest of Alliance tries to chase down 521. 521 gets away. Pampy will separate the teams. They're going to be able to get the resurrection later. They only lose Pampy, and 521 lives to fight another day.
Inside the realm of Yang, KLA finding themselves in a fight versus TE. Transformation comes out from 17 and Leo up in the mechs, get in the sky. Yoto's just chasing each other around the map as Han being harassed down. The cannon fire is huge coming in. Leo just trading onto 17S. They're just trading shots into each other. 17S, he doesn't break though. He holds his nerve and Han goes down. Leo's mech is next to follow as well. It is being melted. 17S goes under the air to join him with the boosters, and now Leo loses his mech. Cannon fire. Couple more shots going to be coming out from 17S as they lose mech now, but this is all KLA's advantage over TE. Leo goes down. They're coming in for the scale rushes, and the last transform fades, and KLA, that wasn't even close. They look so clean in that one.
Yeah, I mean, KLA has been on fire today. Their coordination has been absolutely insane, especially in these realms of Yang. I do believe they've only lost one today, and it was just due to a little mistake, one of them getting caught out unexpectedly. I think it was a Katana Soul Slash that kind of came around the side of the pillar, catching one of them out.
Yeah.
But KLA really performing above expectations, if you will, today, quite honestly. GG. This team's done exceptionally well today. They've got 2 MVPs under their belt out of 3 games already. They're on Skirmisher comp here. We saw them perform extremely well on Skirmisher comp in game 1. Sorry, I apologize. They're on blind date comp.
Thank you.
We saw them.
I'm dying on this hill, man. It's called the blind date comp now.
Blind date comp, they performed exceptionally well on in game number 1. We see TE here with those resurrections available to them outside of the realms of Yang here, looking to gather a little bit of information, see where they can maybe find some bodies, see if there's some soul blooms laying around before they bring themselves back in. Alliance, that Vermilion Birds might 36 seconds left remaining for them as they look for a target to engage onto, but they need to be very careful as that Vermilion Birds might get around out very soon. So maybe they think better of it as they continue to move. We're going to see Team TE here, and it looks like Alliance is actually looking for where TE is going to respawn. So TE playing this exceptionally well. They've got the patience to play it off. They do have that depletion, but they do not want to get caught out by the same team that picked them up in Yang. And that's exactly what Alliance was looking to do with that rotation. And TE just buying themselves some information and making the most of these resurrections. Smart plays coming in from the members of Team TE.
I will say, because earlier you said KLA kind of maybe performing a bit better than expected. Remember, they were in top 6 at the start of today. Right now, they're actually 3rd overall in the standings. So I think KLA have been very good. I mean, they were good last season as well. I think towards the end of summer, they kind of lost it a bit, but they're a team who I think have always been consistently in that top 6, in top 7 in the worst case scenario. They've been a pretty consistently solid team, and I don't think they're performing to the GG level or the OUG level right now. But I think there's, you know, it's early days. I think there's room for them to, you know, remain in that top 6 and maybe move up a little bit higher in the standings. Now, TE and Alliance finding themselves in a fight. That Realm of Yang depletion timing out on Han fairly soon. So he has a minute to get, well, 2 minutes to get this kill. Getting staggered up, instantly coming out for the O2 ultimate as they're just going to continue the chase here onto Bo. Bo's taking all the slashes, and that might be enough to finish them up. Bo zipped out. TE unable to connect the kills as Alliance able to break away that Draco Storm. Doing a lot of work for them here. Actually, they don't have Draco Storm. So what they got? They got nothing. That was just I've forgotten the name of it. Soul Jade. They got Lightning Soul Jade. I've forgotten the name of it, but it does look like TE keeping the pressure up on to Alliance. They need to. They're desperate. Han, no armor, needs to refresh their health and armor really before they go in front of a fight onto the Alliance. Alliance getting enough distance that they can get some healing and some pots off Han. Now going to take this opportunity to heal up themselves. The question is are Alliance going to hang around for the fight, or are they just going to look to break away? Because it's starting to get desperate. 50 seconds on the clock here for TE. They're going to throw the transformation out from LYD. Instant no ult zone. Turns off that transformation for LYD, and that could just spell his demise. Alliance swarm to him like flies, locking him down, taking him out. Han tries to come in for a hero play, but immediately 2v1. Gets himself a great counter off into land. Gets a load of damage in, but Bo finishes him up, and TE are taken down by Alliance.
Oh my goodness. Alliance really coming alive here in this game. Man, they are just looking so good this season, Jake. I'm so excited. I know you're happy because they're the EU boys. They're representing right now.
Them and Wolves, bro. Them and Wolves. Wolves are from our home country, man.
Wolves is always going to be my team. No matter how good or bad they do, I'm a Wolves boy through and through. I can't help it. Speaking of which, KLA here heading back into the Realm of Yang yet again. I love to see these boys pop off. Hopefully we get to see them go head to head with somebody. We love a free Realm of Yang when we're playing NARAKA. We don't love it when we're casting NARAKA. Alliance, thinking about it, I would love to see these two go head to head. Alliance into KLA would be such a good matchup here inside the Realm of Yang. They're not particularly on a strong Yang comp, but they're definitely, think about it, EWG potentially pressuring in as well. They do have a bounty on their head here, so EWG, this would be a great way for them to bide some time from it. It looks like GG gonna pick up a Draco Storm from a Morris Blessing while we wait. KLA, 1 second. Unfortunately, they will be getting the free Realm of Yang. We won't get to see them go head to head with the members of Team Alliance here. And what are they gonna take here coming in from the Realm of Yang? Is it gonna be the White Tiger, or are they going to pick up that Draco Storm and look to create some pressure onto some of these other teams? We actually haven't seen the White Tiger invested yet today. It is going to be the Draco Storm coming through. It's very interesting. We did see it picked up quite a few times during solos day one here. So none of the trios teams wanting to opt into it, as we do see GG starting to put some pressure up onto team JDG, giving chase, looking for that opening so they can maximize that Draco Storm here. And JDG wants absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to have much of a choice in the matter once PP's been caught and the slow starts to get applied from that Draco Storm. LXM keeping himself just out of line of sight until the perfect opportunity to jump onto 2Tick arrives, and 2Tick getting a lot thrown on them, instantly comes in for the mech up. LXM comes down for the stun, locking them all in place. That mech's not going to be firing for a little bit, but LXM actually loses a fair amount of HP there, but they still find Keck trying to break away from this one. LXM keeping the pressure up. Instant port out as GG realized that was getting a little bit too heated, especially with extra players joining into the mix. The Ballista ripping through the health bar. JDG losing Keck is pretty rough as Pampy is just going to grab some of the goodies off them and now turns the pressure back on to JDG. Yoto ultimate coming out from 2Tick. 2Tick needs to break away, but they are not going to be able to do so. The stun connects in, the charm to follow and everything. Pampy, though, taking shots from the Ballista from the distance. Coming in now is GG, looking to get some damage off. The Wushen ult out. Now there's a lot of people in the area. GG Ballista once again.
Yeah, I was going to say, just on the Ballista yet again here. dominated the last game with it, looking to come in and make the same thing happen here in game number 4. Not quite sure if this one's going to make it into Final Circle. It's way too early to say, but GG more than happy to make a repeat of the tactic. Alliance just over the hill, looking for an opportunity to potentially evict GG from this ballista here, as they probably don't want to see a repeat of last game. The no-ult zone just up the hill popped as well, so players needing to play around that. We are zone 3 getting ready to collapse onto zone 4 in the next 20 seconds, which means we are going to see that first Morris Blessing coming through with the legendary armor, as well as that first of the mid to late game Banes coming through that these players are going to need to think about heading into these fights, whether they want to full commit or not. KLA out here with 60 seconds left remaining on the Draco Storm. 8 eliminations to their name, on the hunt for a fight, so they can make the most of that buff as they can. BBE out here a little bit on the slower side this game here. They are playing that Sand Siphon comp with the Karumi, but no eliminations under their belt thus far. A little bit of decent gear. They are missing some shields out here, but it is still the mid stages of the game. They're going to have some opportunities to pick up a couple more purple armors for them, doing a little bit of trading there on the resources, potentially looking to get in and do some shopping for themselves, find some soul jades that they may need heading into the late game. We do see them positioning towards the shop here as we move back over to 5-2-1, sitting here on a lake looking for some teams to potentially pressure in. Now 5-2-1 here, really behind in terms of the soul jades, right? Most of them on complete blues or blues and whites. Alliance over here taking some shots down onto EWG as we do enter a little bit slower phase of the game. Again, these teams really keeping in mind that Bane's Breath is going to be spawning in here soon, and not wanting to overcommit to any of these fights and get themselves caught out in a bad position due to a third party and being stuck inside the Bane. I think it's really smart as these teams start to adapt. We didn't see this in games 1 and 2, right? Now we're seeing it in games 3 and 4. I think they're starting to become more and more conscious of it, Jake.
Yeah, I really do think they are. I think a couple of people have cottoned on to hear what some of the teams are up to at this point. 10 minutes left on the circle, so got a bit of time left in this game. Just having a quick look at the Soul Jades of EWG. I think I've said this multiple times, but unfortunately I can't read. Well, I can read, but I can't read that. So can't tell you what they got, but we can draw some conclusions from when we see them fight. KLA trying their best GG impression here. GG doing their best GG impression here, sitting on top of the ballista themselves. Looks like no one's in the area. Everyone's learned their lesson. Don't go near GG when they got the ballista. It's bloody horrible. Does look like Alliance have found EWG. Alliance, honestly, been so on form today. I think they've been really, really impressive to watch. You know, it's very easy to sing the praises of the teams at the top, but the teams who are doing good and consistently good are also teams who deserve a little bit of love. 8 kills this game as well, so this isn't even just like good. This is a great game for them. Mostly now, they can go for more points if they really want, but I think ideally what they're wanting to do is just wait this out, wait for the circle to get smaller, wait for a few teams to drop out and look for those multipliers and those placement points to get as good a score as possible. I think if you greed too much, you can find yourself getting caught out, and I think Alliance are keenly aware of that. Bane's Breath spawning up as well, as you can see just off to the south of KLA. 5-2-1, going to get their hands on this Mora's Blessing. No one's going to be coming through and contesting that. Lovely little wind walls coming out from Unique to make sure that they get it for free. They do not, because the wind walls are off at the wrong angle. As EWG coming in on the flank. Oh no, they did. They got the staff out of it and the golden armor, so they're happy. EWG a little bit too slow to the play. 5-2-1. I don't expect to see them go for a fight, because having a fight now basically just calls the entire lobby to come kill you. It's that blood in the water thing we talk about quite a lot, where if you get low, everybody's going to be chasing you around because you're not going to find a respite. It's big enough right now, the map, but you can probably find a place to hide. But after the next circle shifts, I think that's when you're in danger. You've got, you know, a much smaller circle. If you get hit by too many cannonballs, you're going to struggle to find a place to reset.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, again, these teams are really holding off because here we go. We're going to have that Bane getting ready to come through. It is Zone 4. As soon as we see that Moore's Blessing spawn on down, we should see that Zone 4 Bane instantaneously come through. They do tend to gravitate these random Banes towards larger groups of players, so you have to be careful. Again, you really don't want to commit to a fight at this stage of the game. End up being caught out in wherever that Bane drops and then getting third-partied out. And again, we've seen the players adapting to it. There it is. The Bane has come down. The Morris is up. These players being very, very careful not to get caught out here. Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5. As we see now, we're going to have the last one coming through as that second Morris Blessing with the second set of gold armor comes through. A lot of these teams want to pressure in and take that. I really enjoy the positioning of where this Bane comes down now, because as these teams look to pressure that Morris Blessing, they also have to worry about that Bane coming through. So it's a stage of the game where a lot of these teams end up wanting to engage with each other, but have to worry about the potential for the Bane. We are going to see a double parry coming in. Absolutely huge. Unfortunately, they don't get to follow through. This is what I talked about earlier with the potential for the Wu Chen to grief it out. Lane had the double parry. They had the double guaranteed gold riposte follow-up coming through, and their Wu Chen at full health just ports them out of the position, completely keeping Lane from finding the follow-up there. Oh my goodness, I know they're not happy about that. 5-2-1 forced to invest in their Wu Chen ultimate as well, but with still a Tessa ult on deck, they can pressure in to the members of Team KLA, but KLA going to be in a much stronger position here with all three ultimates online. They need to be careful, or 5-2-1 is going to find themselves completely caught out. CXC here taking those range shots, not wanting to invest. There's the Bane coming on through that we talked about, and 5-2-1 finding themselves pressured against the Bane. They do have a little gap on the backside of the map, but BBE stands between them and it. They are feeling forced to go Bane surfing. Ladies and gentlemen, 5-2-1 very easily killable within Bane's range. A huge musket shot coming in from CXC to pick up Yin, and now 5-2-1 Pampy and Unique just having to Bane surf to stay alive. Threats coming from every angle and raining down from above.
Absolutely brutal positioning of that Bane's Breath, to be honest, at this point. It's GG actually getting pressured here on the low ground. Unique just putting some wind walls up. CJS not going to pull up trigger or go for anything up there. Just going to climb himself to the top of the wall. The Mora's Blessing sits right dead center and in the Bane's Breath. It's such a hard position to contest. 5 seconds left on it though, so everybody inside probably feeling a little bit more comfortable now that that has worn out. Very small circle with 18 players actually, so we are moving at a relatively fast pace at this point. I've seen circles with way more people at this point in the game. Earlier on in the day, Charm comes through, 5-2-1 goes down. Well, the Unique does anyway. Beautiful little pickup there from GG. Quickly having a very quick smooch on their blind date. Just grabbing that one for free. As everybody's just trying to get themselves settled for a good position for this final circle. It's going to be a big decider here. KLA CXZ needs to reset their armor, but the Charm has come in, and that is going to be CXZ going down. 17S transforms. QGG also transforms. They're just going to pester Alliance for that. Coming in for revenge, although it was actually BBE who got the kill. Revenge. He's going to get his namesake thrown onto him instantly, though. The stun looks to come down onto 17S, and everyone in the lobby can just start shooting at the mech. 17S losing so much HP. That mech is melted through. No way he's going to survive that one, and they are taken down. BBE gifted yet another kill as GG take the next one in response. Trade 1-for-1 on the kills there. 4 minutes left on the clock. BBE holding this high ground with the cannon, just raining it down on anybody who comes nearby. This is what I was saying about the shark in the water analogy. If you get low health bar, if you put that blood in the water, everyone in the lobby is going to turn for you, and LXM's looking to put a whole lot of blood in the water with a big stun onto all of Alliance. Bo getting cannon shots coming in. The Zephyr takes him down, and EWG come and steal the kill from LXM and the rest of GG. Quick port out though from the Wu Chen so they can reset, heal up, and make sure they're feeling comfortable to pressure on more. But They've got someone chasing onto them. It's JDG. PP trying to finish up 3-3-0 on his lonesome, though, versus all of GG. Not going to be able to do much here. GG are able to find the reset off, and that could have been so much worse for them. 10 players left in this lobby. It's not many people, but it is really, really bloodthirsty, this game. BBE holding the high ground. They got 5 kills put together. They need to do some work if they want to take their first win of the day, and it feels like a couple of those wins have been taken from them. LXM caught out by the Wisp, able to survive for now as he's just dodging away, jumps up the cannon, just gets a cheeky shot off onto BBE on the high ground, but GG find themselves in a little bit of a more dangerous position as LXM knocked back into the zone. It can have a little bit of HP taken from them. The charm, lands onto BBE, but they're able to break away and under no threat. CJS low HP here. You can see EWG shooting cannon fire up onto GG on the high ground. Their health is being stripped from them very, very quick. As you see, PB being chased around, the final standing member for the side of JDG, knocked into the zone. He is going to be going down. Ibin's able to secure that kill for BBE, and now CJS just shooting the cannon fire into Snack. They put down the sandstorm so they have a position to heal on, a place that is safe for them as GG. Now they're in control of a slight high ground, and they're going to push up onto EWG. Charm comes out, lands onto a couple of members. EWG, though, pressuring onto them. And BBE also keeping the pressure up onto GG. GG struggling right now, as they're the ones being picked on by two sides of these teams. Both sides just pressuring and pincering on to the side of GG. EWG's E9 getting taken down by BBE. No, he's able to hold on, get back into the zone, gets the charge clip with a longsword, and just gets a whole bunch of damage down onto Roy Shishi. Roy Shishi low HP. They're just backing off, low HP, able to get some healing in this. Healing's just not enough. It's EWG able to take them down. Stuns coming in from GG. GG looking to tidy this one up, make quick work of the members of EWG, securing themselves yet another kill. That is going to be their 5th of the game. They've got to win versus EWG at this point. Can they pull it out? LXM got the full armor, comes in with a cannon shot, trying to get just a little bit more damage down onto them, able to take down Snack. That's the final member of BBE, eliminated and taken down. 14 will be next to follow, and GG, they've done it again.
Oh my goodness, I feel for BBE so bad right now. This is the 3rd game that they were set up to take the win, Jake, and yet again, it's Team GG walking away with their 3rd MVP, and it's BBE who has it stolen out from underneath of them, Jake.
Absolutely, just, it's so crisp. GG is so good in the end of the game. They're just really, really good at understanding how to get themselves into a commanding position. And there was multiple points in that game where I think a lesser team would have been knocked out. Like, there were multiple times when people ganged up on them, and they are so good at doing enough damage to basically turn the lobby against someone else instead of them. And it's the burglar with the squeaky toy, you know? They get jumped by the dog, they whip out the squeaky toy, squeak it twice, throw it in the distance, and the dog runs off. That's what they do in every final circle. They're so good at turning the attention away from them. And I'm sure BB are frustrated because this is now the 3rd game in a row, well, not in a row, but the 3rd game today where honestly it looked like they could take it all, and then just in the final moment it's been snatched right from underneath them. But I don't think BB are going to be too frustrated because I think they're just going to be happy that they're playing this well. Remember, this is their first performance at the Nbpl. Yes, they've got Worlds experience, but it's such a different thing. These guys play weekly, regularly in this league, on this stage, and this for BBE is a really big deal. They're having an absolutely amazing performance. Even if they're not taking it all, they're still looking like one of the top teams in the games today. Absolutely huge. But Alliance as well, right? Alliance have been looking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Both the teams, Alliance and BBE, having very, very good days. Alliance very much in the best form. I think we've seen them in a very long time coming into a season as well. BBE, even though they're having a good day, though, I would be frustrated. This is game number 3 that they're set up for success, that they're very close to taking that MVP. And you've got to remember, every one of those MVPs not only helps you put points on the board, but that's an extra check you get to cash at the end of the season for your team. Right. So having it stolen out from underneath you not once, not twice, but 3 times, and by the same team, there's a level of frustration there. But I still have to give it to BBE, like you said, performing exceptionally well. And given the fact that they are no doubt frustrated by the turn of events, they continue to perform. They are not letting it get to their mental and affect them in a negative way in terms of gameplay. So BBE coming in here, again, coming in representing from another region as well, a very strong Vietnamese team, locking it in and making it happen here in the Pro League. Super proud of these guys, super proud of their performance coming through. You know, Roy Shishi, very, very good player, very humble player as well. Somebody I got to meet while I was over there, previously a member of ENGC, somebody who's playing both solos and trios. He brings a lot to the team in terms of that, right? Such a humble dude. Every time I talk to him, he's just so full of joy. He's like, Rune, so happy to see you. Like, just loves the fact that he's there and competing. And that's the kind of energy I love from a player who's just like, they're a pro player, they're super skilled, but always in bewilderment that they're there and they're playing on such a big stage, right? They're just like, what? How am I even here? Like, I love it. Absolutely love it. Team GG, though, again,
KLA.
Walking away with it. Yeah, KLA, again, the KLA is one of those teams, they performed so well all day. Always towards the top of the pack.
Look at the kills this game. Like, T, the only ones who didn't, you know, get a decent amount of kills. Like, everybody scored at least 4 here. That was pretty bloodthirsty game coming out from these teams. Morris Isle, it awoke something in the lobby, because we've seen some teams get, like, you know, they're kind of like 8 down. It's been like 1 or 0 kills, and then it's just either placement points or something that was being putting scores on the board. But like this game, everyone was out for blood. There's multiple teams on 8 kills. Absolutely huge. KLA getting 9 as well. They just got knocked out a little bit too early. Really, really big game coming in, and I think I'm pretty sure I know who's getting MVP this game. Huge game from LXM there on the Viper multiple times. I think it really was his Viper that kind of did a lot of work here for the team, because there was multiple times where they were getting turned on, and then he just gets like a group stun and does enough damage for everyone can go, oh, actually, we're not going for that Wu Chen now. We're going to go for the people that Viper just stunned. Let's take some of those guys out because they're free kills, free damage.
Well, not only that, LXM also utilizing that F3 to constantly cover for the Wu Chen. That Wu Chen was at 1 HP for a hot minute. We saw the Viper save him not once but twice with the F3. Immediately, as soon as it was off cooldown, slid into the perfect position, because not only does that F3 do a big chunk of damage now, but it also knocks a player up and away now. So being able to utilize that just to reposition players off of the Wu Chen, the fact that their Wu Chen didn't go down and they didn't have to resurrect them as they got caught out and moved across the middle of the circle the way that they did, really clutches out that final circle for them. It allows them to come back and take control of it. And then on top of it, like you said, those big stuns coming in and really drawing attention away for the team, buying them the time that they needed to find the reset and then find control of the final circle. Huge game for them, huge day for them, as they're already at 72.8 in range to beat the best score. Yeah, they're in range to beat. To beat the best score that we've seen so far, which is 101.9. They've got 2 games left to do it in. They could easily make it happen.
And I mean, next week they're going to be playing versus OUG's group, and I think GG are going to be tied or just above OUG by the end of the day, unless something really bad happens from here. I think OUG versus GG is going to be very fun when those 2 groups meet next week. That's going to be very, very exciting. KLA making some level of recovery, currently in 2nd place, but unfortunately, with the fact that Wolves have got 83 points off one day, XCG have 82 points off one day, I expect to see them slide a little bit down the ladder, unless these next 2 games are absolutely banger games from them, like 220 bombs in a row. I do think, you know, there's a little bit of a concern, but, you know, they're probably going to be top 6, but I reckon that's about 6th by the end of the day. Well, by the end of the week, going into the bi-weeklies. The main thing is you're in the top 2 tables. That's all you really need. As long as you're in the top 2 tables, you made it. You made it to the bi-weekly final. And I think making the first bi-weekly final of the season, it's such a confidence booster for the teams, because it's like, okay, we got that first bi-weekly finals, regardless of the outcome, they made it. And then they just have to look to do it again, and you can kind of learn from that. And speaking of learning, I kind of want to go back a little bit in time and just talk a little bit about this kind of BBE being stolen from GG, because I think while BBE are doing a lot right, I think their final circle leaves a lot to be desired. And I think what they'll do is they'll go back and they'll watch the final circles and see what GG were doing and try and learn from that, because that's going to be the major thing for me, I think, is depending on what GG do, it basically determines the final circle for everyone. So I think BB are going to look back and try and learn from this, because while today they've been robbed, I don't think robbed is the right term. They've just been outperformed in the final circle. Anyway, here we are. Our MVP, LXM, no surprises there. 18,000 damage coming out from the Viper. Got quite an eclectic mix there, actually. Got 8,600 from the cannon, 7,300 from the pole sword. A lot of work coming in from them, and only one legendary soldier, that repair roll. Very useful for that cannon, hence why a large chunk of their damage is the cannon. Repair roll, very useful for them on that front, but they had the Rupture Gale Orb and Burn as well, to be fair. So they had that really lovely combo coming in on them. Huge game coming in from LXM, and another win for GG. Again, they're just the best team at the final circles in this particular group. And I think a lot of people are going to be watching to learn what they do in the final circles and try and understand their decision making, because they just look so formidable in these final circles. I'm really excited to see them go up versus OUG. I really am.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, GG, we talked about it during the first game, right? This is a team that has that final circle experience. They have constantly been playing for those final circles, just like you guys are going to have to play a little game for us here. If you want to answer for treasure, so we got a quick question for you guys coming at you, chat. It's going to pull up here in just a second.
There it is.
Which hero did GG LXM use in game number 4? Is it A, Viper Ning, B, Tessa, C, Yodohime, or D, Fairy Shen? Given that we just came off the MVP screen and we talked about their abilities and we talked about how they were able to peel for the team, I don't see you guys getting this one wrong. This one's a freebie. Take it and run. Congrats to whoever gets the treasure.
For a brief second, I forgot.
Oh my god,
very brief second, I forgot. And then you went MVP chart, and I was like, oh yeah, that's Remember, guys, A, B, C, or D in chat. Don't be like me and an idiot. Answer right. It's a pretty easy question. Make sure you do check those whisper boxes, because that's where you will be spoken to and awarded your gifts. So keep your eyes out on those whisper boxes, A, B, C, or D. That's all you need to put in Twitch chat. Good luck, I guess. Get yourself some goodies.
I love it. I love it, Jake. You never fail to disappoint me.
Okay,
when we come into the questions.
Let's break the fourth wall down for a brief second. I'm very bad at the timings on this show, so I pretty much, without fail, not email, I'm not 40. I message on Discord, Moxie, every week, like, what time is school time again? And Moxie told me, I'm in the UK, by the way. Moxie told me it was 6:30 in the morning. So I was like, okay. I went to bed early, had a good night's sleep, woke up at 6:30 in the morning. Doesn't matter how many hours sleep I have. If I have 12 hours sleep and I wake up at 6:30 in the morning, I'm gonna be tired, because that's just how my body is. I'm a degenerate gamer. Like, I wake up at like midday most days, so 6:30 is still quite early. Even with, I had a good like 10 hours sleep, but I'm still pretty tired. Anyway, let's not talk about my tiredness. Let's talk about how Moxie screwed me here. So Moxie said 6:30. What she forgot, and to be fair, I forgot as well, but this is Moxie's fault because she told me 6:30. In England, the clocks went back last night. So I woke up an hour earlier than I did have to. I could have woken up at 7:30 and had 11 hours sleep. I thought I was really early for some reason when I did sound check. And they're like, yeah, you got 2 hours before the show starts. So forgive me if I sometimes get a question wrong. If I forget who the MVP is. It was we all know it was Viper. I might have just roared it for everyone, but there you go. We must be done with the question by now. If you needed me to tell you the answer, did you also wake up at 6:30? If so, thank you for being such a trooper for joining us at this early morning. Anyway, game 5, Morasile. I'll bring us back. More of the same, or maybe something a bit. Maybe the chefs have prepared their seasoning, have cooked something fun up for this game.
I would love that, Jake. Honestly, you know me. I want to see new comps. I want to see what people are cooking up. I feel like there is always some missed opportunities. There's some things that people haven't tried, and we have not squeaked out the optimal meta yet. Especially when we're just starting the season, right? There's a lot of tried and true coming through, and don't get me wrong, I love my tried and true. But sometimes, you know, I go out for brekkie. I want to try something different in the morning. You know, maybe instead of pancakes today, I want waffles. You never know.
That's the same thing. That's like saying I'll have a Transformers comp, but instead of Karumi, I'll have a I'll have Takeda or something. Like it's not Takeda. That's definitely that is a bit weird. It's the same thing. It's batter. It's just cooked different. It's the same thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about them cooking it different, Jake. You know what I'm saying? I love it.
We're talking like, you know, full English or pancakes or cereal or, you know, like a Japanese breakfast with rice and fish. I absolutely couldn't think of anything worse than fish for breakfast, but some people do it. Who am I to judge? Let's hope we're getting ready to go into game number 5. This is our round selection. So who's going to be picking first? Alliance Powder, 521 and GG be getting their pick of the litter for this selection. We'll see what they'll be picking up any second now as we slowly pan away from the 5 and 6 on the games, or 5 of 6 on the games. See what these teams are going to be picking up here for this game number 5. I do hope, but we got something spicy. Some Valda. Give me the Valda. It's not meta. I know it's not meta, but so bit of Blind Date, bit of Sand Siphon, bit more Sand Siphon, and looks to be Cannonball coming in from Valda. So nothing too extravagant here. Actually, a pretty broad selection of basically all 3 meta comps here. So kind of seeing where people's preferences fall on what they want to be picking first. GG still enjoying the Sand Siphon and those very skirmish heavy style teams. See what second selection is going to be looking like for these guys. Looks to be a little bit more Blind Date coming in across the board. Some Sand Siphon as well. Yeah, that's pretty standard stuff there. Nothing too extraordinary. But
oh my goodness.
No,
you know what is extraordinary though? Moxie calling out in chat and saying they are never helping you with time zones ever again for that call out, Jake.
Moxie, please. Moxie, I won't be up in time. I need you. I'm sorry. It might be your fault, but I need you regardless.
Oh my goodness, as we take a look here coming in, we do have some more Cannonball coming in, a lot of Cannonball coming into this final phase. Like you said, a couple of Blind Dates thus far, especially surprised to see Blind Date coming in on the first round pick. We're going to see another Blind Date coming in here, BBE.
I'm so glad we're keeping this, by the way. It's sticking.
But BBE here, crucially, going to use a ton. I want you to see this. They have 3 hero points left remaining because they're picking up that Blind Date comp coming in here, and it was picked so much in the earlier 2 zones. I do believe after this, they might be down to close to 0 hero points. They're going to have to bring something different into game number 6, Jake.
That to me says they've got it all cooked up. I just got a DM, so I'm a bit worried. Oh no. Yeah, I think this is where this is where Ratatouille comes out for this game number 6, where these teams are exhausting the points. But it's interesting to see where the priorities lie, because, you know, some teams picking Blind Date a little bit later because it's a less heavily desired thing for them. Some teams wanting it so they can get up early. It's really interesting to see who prioritizes what of the kind of 3 meta comps we've got in trios right now. And this Hero Select kind of really showed us a lot. GG, loving the Sand Siphon. That was the one they put the priority on for this. It's cool to see the pick rates. Get to see a little bit of this. FBX actually, this is an unpicked comp for them. First time playing the Sand Siphon. So, well, not ever, but today at least. First time picking the Sand Siphon. So, really interesting to see them pick that one up. Same for J-Team. First time on Cannonball as well. So, really, really interesting. BBE, though, they're obviously picking up a little bit later. 25% pick rate on the Blind Date comp. 40% pick rate on 521. Holy moly, they love it.
Oh my goodness, you've got me dying over here today, Jake. I'm gonna give you a small clap. I think this is the funniest you've ever been on broadcast.
So what we're saying is I just need to be tired and delusional, and then I'm actually good for broadcast.
I'm trying to pay you a compliment, Jake.
No, it's I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. That's the problem. We Brits, we can't take compliments, so we have to just instantly self-deprecate as like a quick defense mechanism. No, I'm stupid.
You got to recoil back into the shell. I see how it is. But who's not recoiling are going to be these teams, as we do see the common. We're seeing a big spread around Celestra. We do have one team, Fun Plus Phoenix, looking to pressure into Celestra quite early. They've dropped just south of it where there are some potential Fireflies. It's very interesting because Celestra not being a gold zone, I can see them wanting to take the Fireflies. There are some other heavier Firefly zones they could have went for. Maybe they don't want to challenge them super early, but they do want those ultimates. Speaking of challenging early, EWG challenging Bao and it not turning out in their favor. 14 already going down, but they do have a couple of the members split away. One of their members is down below, so EWG has the opportunity here. They've got a member caught out with no weapon, but it's not paying out as Pete comes in with the charge R&B off the fan. 9 goes extremely low. The shoulder tackle coming out. 9 is going to go down, and Bao clutches this out. The problem for Bao now is it looks like there's a potential third party coming in. No, I lied. That's the other members of EWG. Yeah, the ghost slipping on in there. Bao easily cleaning up that skirmish. We move over to BBE going head to head here with Team Alliance. The two teams we were praising for doing very well today. BBE able to catch out a huge Tessa stun onto 2 players here. They're not going to get the interaction. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The charm coming through. Bo going to take a ton of damage. Able to live through the charm, though. Revenge goes extremely low. Blow just blocking out there as much as humanly possible, but they are going to take Roy Shishi here. Now it is a 2v2. Fat Milk versus Revenge and Bo, but it looks like they're going to come in. We will see the Wu Chen port come out to pick Roy Shishi back up, and Alliance going to take the time to get Lane back in, as well as both teams decide to back off as their ultimates tick down. We see some trades back and forth here. BBE with 1 elimination, Alliance with 2, as we move very quickly to KLA and GG. KLA losing 17. GG very quickly in control of the situation. CJS almost biting the big bullet here, but it is Team GG who's able to come out on top as they keep the pressure up onto KLA, and they pick up 3 eliminations.
That looked like it went bad for GG, and then suddenly it just went so right, so quick. Really, really nice stuff coming in from GG. These guys are on fire today. 3 kills under their belt. FPX chasing J-Team down here through Celestia. See if they can actually close the gap onto them. They've actually got a bit of a pincer because Dongqing coming in from the side is keeping the pressure up onto J-Team. J-Team, they've got some pretty good weapons there on LXY. Rocking a purple, but got the grey armor. Their health bar is going to get absolutely liquefied. Water takes a shot to the face. Isn't going to be too deterred by that. It was only a grey weapon. Not going to do too much damage. Just keeps the pressure up onto J-Team. Zem trying to put some space between. And J-Team, they've got to make that decision of, do we take the fight or do we split off and just try and sacrifice someone? Looks like they're grouping up together. Holding fast for the moment. Water quickly going to run over. Do a bit of shopping mid-fight. Why not? LXY catches the grapple onto Dongqing. Dongqing may find himself in a bit of danger here. Actually catches onto all 3 members. Instant Yoto ultimate comes out. Sandstorm as well, just to keep the pressure up. J-Team now reassessing this fight, just kind of reposition on to the members. Xiaohu breaking away. J-Team need to have some pretty good target selection here. Gets the mech up as well. Zem being run down, but the cannonball does come in from the distance onto Dongqing. Dongqing takes a second cannonball to the face. LXY just keeping the pressure up onto FPX. This fight is getting very hairy across the board. J-Team now rejoining up with their mech. Dongqing avoiding away on the cannon fire, but can't avoid all of it. It's going to take another shot there from LXY. Losing that mech relatively soon here. Trying to just reposition up, healing up, getting some damage in. Dongqing chasing on to LXY. More cannon fire coming down. J-Team using this as a great opportunity to heal up and reset away. LXY gets himself caught out by the parry. He's going to be going down. No, able to hold on for just a little bit longer. The healing from the zipping will keep them up for now, but down they go. Dongqing's able to take LXY down, and Water, low HP. Little now being chased out by Dongqing. He has no armor and only half HP. Dongqing pressuring them into the river, separating them from the team, isolating them for the 1v1. Little's gonna have to pull a miracle off to pull this one out, as they are just pulling the distance between them and Dongqing. Scale rushing away, trying to find an opportunity to armor swap, trying to find an opportunity to heal, but now they are 2 versus 1. The grapple chases are coming in. Down they go. FPX. It was a long, hard-fought fight, but they take down J-Team.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do lose one of their members here to BBE. In the meanwhile, they get separated. J-Team's going to lose LXY as well. BBE off to a decent start. 2 eliminations under their belt. Unfortunately, they did lose. Or no, they came out on top in their early skirmish. I apologize. I was thinking the other team that was fighting Bao 5-1 outside here, just north of the lovely Shadow Jade Mines, doing a little bit of loot trading off here and trying to decide where they're going to head out into this game. Bao here, speaking of the quote-unquote devil, looking to pressure on up to Lake here, potentially collapsing onto Team TE, who just respawned nearby as well. TE with 1 resurrection left under their belt, but as Zone 1 collapses down onto Zone 2, that resurrection not going to buy them a lot of safety. They've got a lot of looting to do if they want to find their way back into the game. Team GG up north side of the map here at Sun Wings Rest, doing a little bit of shopping as we head into that lull as teams decide how they want to approach this first stage of the game as the Realms of Yang get ready to come through as soon as Zone 1 collapses onto Zone 2. EWG's 14 breaking away from the members of DRG here, doing a little bit of shopping just on the far outskirts of the map. Coming over the top side here, Wujin 98 potentially getting eyes onto EWG, might be giving chase. 14 and the remaining members of EWG just trying to break away as far as possible as we cut back over to Team BBE and Fun Plus Phoenix going head to head here. Where to see Water getting caught out huge by a pole sword here from Roy Shishi. Don Queen coming in to try to cover for the team. The F coming in. The F3 buying them quite a bit of space, but Roy Shishi yet again taking a charged R&B. Roy gonna pop that ultimate, trying to lock somebody down here. Zhao Wei gonna be the one locked down as all 3 members immediately pressure onto him, but the Zipple gonna buy them so much space that BBE forced to invest the Wu Chen ult to get away here, and they find no value from the skirmish with Fun Plus Phoenix as we get ready to see those Realms of Yang come in. DRG has finally found the members of EWG, and they are trading blows here. DRG coming in, looking to lock it down with the barrier mech. We're gonna see Zai Li go extremely low. There it is. G's going to go down. 14 caught out, separated from the rest of the team. 9 trying to come in and cover, but both of them so low. 9 in the ult, no place to go as the members of DRG just completely rip through EWG.
Yeah, 9. That might be the last of his 9 lives worn up, but we're going to cut over to 5-2-1. Pampy gets the stun off onto DRG. Moonlight takes them down. They're scattering away. Looks like that was going to be the end of all of that front. Actually, no, Moonlight's off in the distance. Oh, no, that's their ghost. Don't worry. Getting falling for the same thing you fell for at the beginning of the game there. WFZ running away from Unique and Yin. Just keeping the pressure up onto them right now. 5-2-1. Quite happy to chase and force DRG away. But DRG, this is a rough loss for them on this one. Losing all of those players already. Do have the the one player. Do have the respawn though, so it's not the end of the world. In Ghost form, just going to be running away, finding a place to reset and re-heal. The BFZ, though, they are in some danger now because their death timer has worn out. They do not have the revive anymore, and they are in the zone being hunted by 5-2-1 Unique. Unable to see them, but there is a bell nearby if they want to ring it. See if they can find him. Catching in the bush, they saw exactly where WFZ is. Ying connects on with the grapple. WFZ now in some danger. Charm actually missed, I believe, there by Yin, but not going to be able to stay alive for too much longer. Getting caught out and down. There you go. 5-2-1 swarming and securing the kill there. Not really getting an opportunity to pick him up.
Crucially for DRG here, right? Wujin 98, DRG's WFZ acts as a distraction, gets Wujin out. They give all of their Darktide coins to Wujin. Wujin has more than enough Darktide coins to buy them back into the game. The Realm of Yangs are up. They can very safely, there it is, the Rebirth Charm comes through for WFZ. WFZ immediately back into the game. Great strategy here by DRG. They immediately pull one of the members to get the attention off of them. They have the Darktide coins. They just invested to buy them back. Excellently executed by the members of DRG. As we cut to our Realms of Yang, it's going to be Team Alliance versus Team GG here inside our first Realm of Yang here in game number 5. We do have our big boy Sand Siphon comp going up here for Team Alliance. Alliance Bow looking for those bow shots, trying to find some grapples. Will eat A
nice.
huge amount of damage coming off of that fan there from the airborne here. Bo just trying to keep it alive here. The double grapple coming through. Bo taking a ton of damage, just gets pushed into the edge of the tornado. They're going to respond with their own ultimate as well, but Bo still no opportunity to get away from this. Goes down to half health, looking to heal while the rest of the team tries to fend off the members of GG. GG here with all purple armor in a massive advantage over the members of Team Alliance. We're going to see the Wisp connect onto Bo. Bo with one Furin left needs to make something happen, able to get away. Now Furin shoved from behind, forces it out though. Bo, no ultimate left in the tank, finds no value out of it ultimately and needs to be careful. 330 coming in. There it is. The huge parry looks to go through. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough as they get shoved back. Bo still just not able to find anything. Continues to get pressured off the Zipple, trying to keep him alive desperately here. Alliance hasn't lost a member just yet, but there goes Lane. It was only a matter of time. GG, a parry coming through onto them. 330 trying to make something happen. There it is as GG comes out on top in your realm of Yang.
Zip is unreasonable. Bo lived for way too long there. Zip is so unreasonable, man. Unbelievable. GG, though, ultimately still able to find themselves a win off that. FPX with a Realm of Yang debuff on them themselves. Going to be heading back into the zone. Looking to see if they can find any stragglers on the edge, but they got to do some work now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on their debuff until they are unfortunately knocked out of the game. I don't think we've seen anybody go down to the debuff. We've seen people with the debuff go down, but I don't think we've seen anybody just fade out. No one's gone out on a whimper, and I think that's because there's just more teams running around with either the Million Birds Might or running around with the debuff. So, like, you kind of just have to fight. So I think we're seeing less teams kind of just whimper out of the game as FPX, speaking of it, found themselves 5-2-1 here. See if they can get themselves a victory. They're going to need it. Although water actually is cleansed. So I assume they had a few soul blooms lying around. That's what I'm going to make the assumption on here. But I believe some of the members still have the debuff on them. 5-2-1 do not have the debuff at all and are quite happy just to go for a fight. Pampy coming in for the uppercut. Charm, lockdown, stun. That is so just brutal for Dongqing. Just complete CC lockdown. Pampy, though, going to get so much health stripped from them immediately. The Sandstorm comes out, and there's the Wushen to safety. Do not want to be dealing with that fight any longer, but they TP'd very close, and Pampy, very low HP, needs to find an opportunity to get some resets and some heals in. Grapple does go a little bit wide onto Pampy. Pampy going to heal somewhat, but FPX did invest a fair amount of their ultimates and abilities there to try and pull that victory off. Pampy just avoiding away. Charm doesn't quite connect. Water gets battered back. Unique trying to keep the pressure up with the staff onto Water. Water's shield has been knocked away. Low HP, 2 versus 1. Down they go. Meanwhile, Pampy now turning back around, and it looks like FPX may have found themselves in a dangerous position here. Xiaohu with the staff being knocked into the zone. There is no room for breathing here as down goes Xiaohu. 5-2-1. Easily able to win that fight.
Oh my goodness, now Alliance going head-to-head here with JDG yet again. We do see the Charm connecting, and we do have the Viper Stun coming through as well, though I do believe it was the much shorter duration. Keke here coming through, and there it is. The Wushen ult instantly going to be invested as Alliance's ults are going to run out here. KLA CXZ on the backside here, just trying not to get caught out by Alliance. Alliance had not seen them. Still in danger, though, as they continue to keep the chase up here on the side of the buttery smooth rocks. But Alliance heading in the wrong direction, has lost sight of the members of KLA. And their ults have run down lane with one ult left in the tank. Revenge going to be caught out here. And now this is the perfect opportunity for the members of KLA to come in and capitalize. Revenge immediately deleted by the members of KLA. And Alliance is going to find themselves in a bad position as Bo gets charmed out here, following up by the ult coming in. It's going to be a bad time. Lane trying to cover best they can for the members of Alliance, but KLA on the skirmisher comp makes it happen.
Yeah, really nice there from KLA, but ultimately it's going to be pretty rough here for Alliance, who got knocked out, and they've had a pretty good day. I've been pretty complimentary of Alliance so far, but this game, not quite so hot, unfortunately. We're knocked out maybe a little bit earlier than they would like to have been. Looks like 5-2-1 being zoned out of the edge of the zone by BBE. Unique down. They've got Yin and Pampy seeing if there was a rebirth charm inside the shop. There wasn't. Unless that BBE, they just got the number of 521. They know exactly where they are inside that zone, and they are not letting them get in for free. DRG also right now trying to just see what they can do with a bit of shopping. Realm of Yang about to spawn up, spend some money, grab a couple of good soul jades if possible, and then translate that into a Realm of Yang fight if they want to go for it. Although only one player with purple armor might be a little bit rough. KLA on the other side got 2 members of purple armor and golden fans as well, so they're very, very strong right now. You want to remember the better armor onto the Viper as possible because they're very exposed during the ult animation. Although, wait, who's got? Yeah, they have got the purple armor on the right person. Anyway, wait.
Oh no, 521 Pampy, one of the last remaining members of 521 versus BBE.
I love an underdog story.
This is painful. Now,
I love an underdog story. Let's see it, Pampy.
Here's the thing. They come in, you hope maybe you can find something out of this. You hope maybe because it is second set of Realm of Yang, that you get one for free. You're missing a member, you do what you got to do. Unfortunately for Pampy, it is not free. BBE just having 521's number here, they're going to come in, they're going to get the buff. They're going to send Pampy out and put Pampy on a timer as well. This is a very unfortunate turn of events for 521. They realistically, I think they knew that the odds were low. They were going to get that for free, but I think they had to, given that they're down to 2 players left remaining alive. They don't really have too much choice. KLA over here finishing quests, doing some soul jade trading as well there in front of the prayer statue. You don't see a lot of quests getting done in Immortal War competitive, but they must have just had a little bit of time, didn't see anything else to do, decided to go ahead and do it, get some jades, make some trades. DRG here, WFZ with the Draco Storm looking to come out on somebody.
Interestingly, BBE opted into taking the Mystic Might instead of the Draco Storm.
So BBE has taken Mystic Might every single second Realm of Yang thus far today.
Interesting.
I think it's their strategy. I honestly think both buffs are good. I think,
yeah, 100%.
I think Mystic Might gives you the option to be aggressive, to go out and look for eliminations. And in BBE's terms, they're a team that, like you said, has been struggling with, you know, taking control of those late game fights. So the more mid game fights that they can take to put points on the board heading into late game, the better for them. I happen to agree with the decision, just giving the way that they've been playing, for them to take the Mystic Might so that they can put up as many of those mid to early game eliminations as possible, especially when they're going to be playing the blind date comp here. And looking to just find those eliminations and skirmish with teams quite often. The Soul Jades and everything, very good for them. This is what BBE has been doing. I think, like you said, coming into the next couple of days, the next weeks and stuff, they're going to go back, they're going to do some VOD reviews, and specifically, they need to look at that end game, right? You see 521 here. They do know there's fireflies in that location. JDG coming over the top side there, though. Pampy gonna break away, try to get the attention of JDG here. It is smart for them, given that they do have that depletion. If JDG is going to catch out a member of 521, you want to give up the one who has depletion, not the other way around. So JDG, though, not really seeing sight on any of the members of 521. 521 going to be extremely split, though, because JDG has run down the middle of the two, and it looks like there is a bounty down onto PP here as we cut back over to Baoda here in the lovely Bush City, if you will, where all these invisibility bushes are. EWG down below looking to pressure up. Baoda in a strong position, though. We've got the twin shot coming in for the bow. Huge on EWG's 9 there with the bow shot. EWG's 9 going extremely low. The cannon shot's coming in as well from the remaining members of Balda. EWG easily able to be pushed on. 521's Yin, unfortunately, is the player who gets caught out here. Pampy taking some shots as well. Roshishi able to help the team clean it up. Pampy going to be picked out by JDG. That's going to be it, unfortunately, for the members of 521. There's nothing they can do to recover from this. Both players separated, and in a 1v3 is the worst possible scenario they could have walked into here. JDG forced this situation onto them, unfortunately. 521 made the best effort that they could. BBE, though, continuing to find those picks, continuing one elimination at a time to climb up with those kills. Question is, will they be able to translate it into a good end circle this time around and find the MVP they've been looking for all day? As we cut back to the realm of Yang, Fun plus Phoenix going head to head here with KLA. QGG on the nunchucks here with the V3 coming through, the silence to buy them the space that they need inside of the realm of Yang for this fight here. Able to get some massive damage out during the duration. QGG though going to take some huge damage off the back of that fan coming through. I do believe that's the legendary fan that KLA had in the back pocket. The RMB doing a ton of damage. KLA though coming through with the tether. We'll find some huge stuns out onto Fun plus Phoenix, and they're able to come out on top there inside the realm of Yang.
Yeah, really nice there from KLA, and they've been kind of quietly consistent today. A bit like DRG in that sense, where they've not had a bad day, but they've not had as good a day as the likes of GG or BBE or any of our kind of like top teams. So it's very interesting seeing them still popping off, still finding opportunities, and able to take down FPX and that inside that realm of Yang. Although FPX have been a little bit underperforming today, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. CJS, Golden Fan, on the Takeda, ready to get themselves involved in his action right now. As 2Tick cuts themselves caught out immediately. Charm actually breaks down pretty quick here, and instantly looking in for the stun onto CJS. He's trying to break away, but he's unable to really get too much off there. Does at the perfect time get in, and that's going to be the Wushen out. Did look for an optimistic pick onto GG from JDG, and now they're being run down. Now that they've lost all their armor and health, CJS able to really sustain and survive that as long as possible. Keeping the pressure up onto them right now as LXM chasing on PP, gets caught mid-air by CJS. The fan's going to do a lot of work. I say that, and he is just melted. Instant Wushen out. Do not want to be dealing with that one. Going to try and get the save onto their member, and it looks like GG actually chasing in the wrong direction. So JDG should be able to pick up PP and get them out to safety. I see this as KLA get themselves in a fight versus TELYD, keeping some pressure up here onto them, but going to be able to break away as you've got that Bane's Breath coming down on the spawn of that Mora's Blessing.
Yeah, again, those Bane's Breath really coming through, making it difficult for people to heavy commit to the engagements here during the beginning of Zone 4 and 5. It definitely makes it even more risky to try and secure the set of legendary armor and things in those round 4 and 5 Morris Blessings, the last two Morris Blessings of the game. We see BBE, Roy Shishi up here taking those musket shots downrange onto GG. Honestly, if I'm Team BBE right now, I was in their ear as a coach talking to them, given the fact that they have kind of lost those final circles out to GG, those 3 games, I would be looking to eliminate GG in the mid stages of the game before we head into late game. If they could lock on to which team is GG and eliminate them, I feel like they have a much better chance of rounding out those final circles, Jake.
Yes, absolutely.
CJS here.
Oh, no, we're talking over each other now.
I was going to say, CJS here with the musket, doing the same thing that BBE's where she was doing here, really just taking those pop shots downrange on the members of KLA. TE's LYD just trying to stay ahead here, doesn't want to be caught out by KLA. And we're going to see the Wisp being invested by the members, I do believe LYD throwing that downrange at KLA, just trying to keep them at bay as we see them continue to keep the pressure up onto Team TE. TE really struggling today, just trying to find the reins here. The roster changes making things a little difficult for them. They haven't had the opportunity to really work out that synergy yet between these members, as they just want to find some sort of success here today in game number 5, because there's not a lot of opportunities left to put points up on the board. Unfortunately, they are still all rocking that blue armor, and this is something even the TE of last season we saw struggle with, right? Constantly finding their way into late game, but without the equipment they needed to make the most of it. So hopefully it doesn't become a recurring theme for them like it was last season. BBE here, out in the middle of the Bane. We saw them go out in a game this way before. They get caught out and are forced to Bane surf, but they're trying to break to the other side here before it fully invests and it capitalizes on a BBE, able to break away. They've got the heals coming through. The support from the Wuchen, Fat Milk coming in extremely strong. And, you know, Fat Milk, I've said it before, one of the best supports in the league, able to just continue to make things happen here. Shishi gonna take, I believe, a ballista shot coming in from the tower top side here, but now trying to keep EWG off of the box, but it looks like 14 was able to make it in and secure that legendary armor before BBE was able to reposition EWG safely behind the wall and on the other side of the Bane's Breath here. And now they've got some cannon shots coming down onto them, but in a much better position than they were before, with BBE breathing down their necks. Tease Leo gonna be caught out by DRG, gonna be sent over the edge there by the Merciless Havoc and going to disappear as Balda picks up Han. LYD hoping and praying as they sit in the middle of the Bane's Breath, and a Bane dropping inches away from them. DRG coming down, looking for that final member of TE as well. BBE, EWG, and JDG trading blows on the side of the circle. GG looking for that strong position, not really committing to the skirmish here. A lot of range shots coming in there to pick up JDG's 2-tick as well, as they continue to look for that strong final circle position that we've seen them do time and time again today. Will they be able to find the 4-piece here as they have made it into the late game? EWG's 14 in the mech, trying to make something happen. Back to able to reduce the amount of damage coming through. They knew that charm was going to come through and leave them in a vulnerable state. Good job here by EWG's 14, trying to cover for the team. 9 also up in the ultimate here, going to come in and cover for G, but G going to be thrown away by the Tessa F. The poison splash coming through onto the members of BBE's Ibin. Ibin in a bad situation. We're going to turn around with that flame breath here. 14, no place to go. Tries to get the ultimate together, but it's GG's 330. Who's able to pick it up at range with a repeating crossbow, continuing to find elimination after elimination without having to fully engage onto these teams, Jake.
Yeah, no, this is insane. GG once again are doing it. As you do see, actually, Roy Hehe are able to secure themselves a kill onto KLA's CXD. CJS now pressuring up onto Moonlight and onto, I couldn't see exactly who that was because there's just a scatter of letters on my name. WFZ being run down here by GG, although CJS has got himself a little bit isolated from their team, so needs to rejoin up with the rest of the squad and get himself into a more comfortable position. Are able to do so. Nbpl coming in to make sure that they're going to stay A-OK. 3 minutes left until this circle fully closes out, and QGG being flamed and shot out of the trees there, dealing with that squirrel. Down he drops. It's going to be another kill. 12, over to the side of 3-3-0. But Ivan, in the meanwhile, taking the trash out. KLL 17 gets himself caught out. And these guys are still on the board, although they've got some serious work to do if they want to catch up to the likes of GG. LYD jumping into the waiting arms of BBE. Not able to finalize the kill. He is able to break away. The Windwall doing so much work to keep BBE safe. Roishihi get themselves behind this tree, just into a position where they are more comfortable. GG able to resort out their armored situation, got themselves on this high ground now, shooting down and flaming down into BBE's face on that low ground at the base of the tree. So you can see Yaran got in for the transformation, and BBE just going to get bullied out. Roishishi low HP, instant woo out to make sure they're in a comfortable position as Roy Hehe comes down, looking for the stun onto some people, unable to make it connect, and down they go. Bowder's Peak able to secure that kill onto Roy Shishi. Now they're down a player for the side of BBE. It's going to be 2 men standing. Can they pull a miracle out the bag? 7 kills, 12 kills over the GG, and GG have control. Yaran maybe just be giving them that 13th kill, or maybe more, because in comes CGS with the flamer and the golden fan. Peak's health bar getting lowered by the second as they just knocked into the zone. CGS keeping the pressure up, gets up into the tree, tries to find some members here, but Bowder throw down the sandstorm, keep the control up. There's the flamers there. Jing, low HP, on fire, climbs that tree, tries to heal up, but that's going to be Ibin securing the kill onto Jin, stealing that one away. Bowder getting a kill onto LXM. GG starting to crumble a little bit here in the middle of this fight as Peak's now putting the pressure onto CJS. Still got the golden fan, still got a full health bar to work with. Ibin on the high ground, dealing with LYD, looking to knock them out the zone and finish them off nice and soon. CJS desperately trying to find himself a save, but he has got himself caught in the tether, charmed up, cooked up by the double flamers of BBE, and this might just be the revenge opportunity here for the side of BBE. CJ has stopped them at so many opportunities. They're trying to pick their teammate up, trying to get that man advantage back in their favor, but out comes the Wu Chen just to buy some space here for the side of BBE. Once again, the pickup's not going to be happening. I've been low HP now on that low ground, in some serious danger as BBE's Fat Milk is taken down by CGS with the golden fan doing the work. They're going to get their teammate back up. No, they're not, because in jumps another person. It's going to be Moonlight from DRG trying to see if they can save the day here. I don't know if they can. Can he get the heal off in this time? He is low HP. He goes down to EWG's 9, who's able to secure the kill. 9 now going in for the transform. CGS trying to just play around the height of this tree. It's on the edge of the zone, on the cusp, about to time out. There's still 6 players in such a tight circle. It is an incredibly tight situation. LYD throws the Zephyr out, trying to catch onto Moonlight. Moonlight low HP. Everybody blinking health bars, dropping down into the flamer of 330 here, who's just cooking people left, right, and center. GG look to have done this, but Yoran with the Yoto ultimate may be able to take out a couple of people on the way down. GG have done it again.
Oh my God, Jake! What a final circle! BBE. They play this final circle so much better. Unfortunately, one of their players does get caught out, but Fat Milk and I've been really trying to hold it together. Some great opportunities on to GG. Unfortunately, just given the nature of how crazy those final moments were, the other teams kind of griefing them out of it. But BBE already starting to identify what they're doing wrong, playing it better, but GG just playing it even better than that yet again, finding full control of this final circle. They're going to find their 4th MVP of the day.
4 or 5 as well. They have dropped 1 game, and that was FPX. If they, I don't know what the highest is. I don't think we've ever had a 6 bomb, but I feel like someone did a 5 bomb once. We'll find out, but I might ask production in the break.
I think the only 5 bomb that we've seen was WBG Spider in solos.
This could be the highest wins in a single day from a trios team. Then we will get
potentially, yes.
We'll get that confirmed in the break. But wow. GG, what has happened to these guys? They I don't know what they've been eating over off season, but
they've definitely been eating their Wheaties, Jake. They want it. You know what it is, really, honestly? I think it's this. I think GG has always had a commanding control of Final Circle, right? I think their biggest problem has been getting to Final Circle in the previous seasons. Once they've got there, or the games that they consistently find that good, I think they've identified that is their win condition, is to make it to Final Circle and control that Final Circle, because that's what they know how to do, right? We're talking about a team that consistently performed on Transformers, and Transformers has been slowly ebbing out of the meta, right? It's been a very slow burn for them to find their way out, but now that they're fully out, GG has learned, okay, we can't continue just rely on that one particular composition, but we can take what we've learned from being one of the best Transformer compositions, which is how to control these final circles and capitalize on it. Add that all together and sprinkle in what I think is really their secret sauce. I think GG was a team that came in during our very first season of NBPL. They performed extremely well. Everyone had high expectations for them. They won the first ever final for a split, right? This is a team that everybody expected a lot out of, and then just struggled going forward consistently. I think the secret sauce this time around, just watching the way that they're playing, watching how heavily they stuck on that resurrection and were covering for each other, I think they're just hungrier this season than they've ever been before, Jake.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. They just, I think it was a very disappointing season, even year last year. I'd be so far to say, like, they had a few days, a few weeks where it's like, oh, GG are back. But I remember repeatedly saying, I don't think GG look like the GG we're used to, and they were not playing that great. And I'll stick by that. That was just, it felt like GG were off all last year, and now this year they don't seem to be back. They seem to be better than ever. This is a very, very different version of GG. And, you know, 4 wins in a single day already is amazing. If they can make it 5 or 6, that's going to be huge. It might also, like we were saying, potentially be the first time that's ever happened at the NBPL, at least in trios. But after this, they're either going to be pretty close to OUG or honestly on par to overtake them. These have been some big bloody games. They were like 30 points off OUG, and they just dropped another massive game. They just need one more good game, and they're going to be sitting so comfortably. Now, here's where I'm going to say something maybe controversial. Is this an easier group? That's where I'm at now. I'm like, it seems like it's quite a bloodthirsty group, but like, I don't know if this is an easier group or not. And that's where I'm a bit concerned, because OUG, their group also looks very stacked, right? Like, I mean, you've got some really, really solid teams over in their group, so it could be a very, very good one.
OUG played against the same group that GG's playing against today, right? In terms of like grouping and stuff.
But the rest of their group.
Yeah, but the rest of their group is also not there playing. But I mean, look at this lobby. You've got KLA, you've got DRG, TE, Fun Plus Phoenix, and J Team all in this grouping. I would not call this an easy grouping to be playing into whatsoever. TE having a very off day, but the other teams still performing consistently well like they always do. GG here though with 15 eliminations in a first place finish, a 25 game score. They need 5 points in their next game, Jake, I do believe, to overtake OUG for the most amount of points in a day so far for the season. And there's no way, with the way Team GG is performing today, that they're not walking away with 5 points in the next game at the bare minimum,
and
right?
Everyone at home, that is what is called a caster curse. So now we all understand.
You, Jake.
You're the ones who said the words. I didn't say the sacred incantation of "there's no way it can't happen," right? Like that is textbook. Oh my god, that damage. 230 plus K damage. Woo! That's a brutal one. The zip. Damn. God damn, Frifrio, I see you. You used to be the best monk in the world. Well, one of the best monks in the world. Now, absolutely killing it on the zip. 8 kills, 6 assists, 33k damage. I think we know who's going to be MVP for this game.
I'm telling you, I think
stylish new haircut. He's rocking the mullet.
I love it, actually, yeah. But I'm telling you, I think it's the perfect storm, right? I think Monk Comp has gone out, so they've just completely given up on it. I think they have identified that their win condition is just straight up late game. They know how to control it. They're doing it, and I think they are hungrier than ever. I think it is those 3 things all coming together to really just make this a perfect storm from GG, and I'm loving it. It's the games have been nothing short of phenomenal today. As we take a look at the standings here, XCG here with that 82.8 day 1, now finally bumped out of that top 6 because GG is performing so well today. BBE, still a good day. 52.4 points is a phenomenal day, quite honestly. It's not a 100-point day, but this is a really strong day for them. I mean, you take a look at a team like JDG, who's played both days, and, you know, day 1, 30 points, day 2, 18.5. BBE's got to be super happy. Yeah, look, yeah, it's right there. It's like 3-4 points off. GG coming in hot on the heels, ladies and gentlemen. KLA having another good day as well, 39.6. Fun Plus Phoenix still having a better day than their day 1 already, 57.7. And look at the consistency from DRG, 45.3 on their day 1, 43.5, and they still have a game to play today. Again, I think if you're consistently putting around 40 to 50 points on the board every day that you're playing, you guarantee yourself a slot in the bi-weekly, if I'm being honest.
Yes, I think it's consistency. Oh god, I hate it. Consistency is key. You know, all the teams who are consistent are the ones who make it. Yeah. Me and you have been saying this since season 1. We got sick of it in season 1, but it is the truth of battle royales. You need to be consistent, and I think what made GG so good back in the day was their consistency. They're now just being consistently pretty bloody good. Now, we've only seen 1 day of a sample size from them, and we still have 1 more game to go. But, like, even if they 0 point it, even if your caster curse comes true, this is still an absolutely phenomenal day from GG. So, like, regardless of what happens this game, amazing day one. I need to see how they're going to perform next Friday, because that's the real question for me. Are they going to pop off in those games as well? And are we going to start to see, okay, GG are an amazing team, or was it a flash in the pan? Was it, you know, a perfect storm of a day instead of a perfect storm of like a team being built? I think to believe with you that you're right, but it is a perfect storm. I think the stars aligned for GG in the sense where like they just everything worked out for them. We'll get back to that in a second though, because man,
yeah, 330, man, what a 33,000 healing. Yeah, look at this though. He's got Aurora Burst, so he's constantly covering for the team. He's got group heal, advanced heal. So not only does he have the zipping healing on top of it, we talked about zipping inside that Realm of Yang being kind of broken, right? But look at it. He's got the group heal, advanced heal. He can pop his ultimate, get healing going, and then just stand in the corner and eat pots, and extra healing for his entire team that whole time. Like, absolutely no wonder he hits 33,000 healing here in game number 5. Huge for Team GG. And again, I'm very interested. I'm super excited coming into next week for that trios, like you said, because it's going to be OUG and GG. Realistically, I think it's going to be a phenomenal day. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth between the two teams. But speaking of back and forth, you know we go back and forth with some answer for treasure questions for you guys. We've got another one. Get ready to pop on the screen. Get your tip-tappity-typey fingers ready to lock in your answers as soon as possible. Here we go. Question's going to come up right now. 3, 2, 1. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, pretty good.
Which team killed Team Alliance in the Realm of Yang? I actually remember this one. Is it A, 521, B, KLAC, BBE, or D, Team GG? Lock your answers in, chat, for a chance to be that lucky winner.
That's a hard one. That is a pretty hard one. A, B, C, or D? Put it into Switch chat. I can't remember. You can tell me off air when we go to a quick break. But
I will give a little hint. They are a team that has consistently taken Realms of Yang in every single game today.
I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't actually trim it that much. Not as much as you think it does. That takes that one team out for me. I think the rest have actually been pretty good. Damn. Well, they do get harder over the day, to be fair. They always do. But remember, guys, check your whisper boxes, because that's where you are given your gifts. So we are going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and we'll be back with that final game of the day. Let's see if Rune has cursed GG or if they can beat OUG at the end of the day. See you in a moment.
With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. Let's find out if Rune has cursed GG or if GG are going to be able to overtake OUG at the end of the day. It is minimal amount of points, like 2-3 points, so they don't even have to do much here to actually do it. Absolutely phenomenal day from GG. I know we've talked a lot about them, but it has been a killer day.
You know, I'm gonna call you out for I'm gonna call you out for this one, Jake, because you're telling me not to speak the spell, so to speak, but I think calling somebody out for potentially caster cursing is the spell, right? I think every time somebody has done it, that is when we see it come through. So I'm gonna flip the script on you, and if GG doesn't put the points on the board, it's on you for calling it out potentially.
That ain't how. Normally, with caster curse, it's like a hindsight thing. It's like, oh, you caster cursed them. I'm calling it out early. I'm getting it in.
Chat, if GG doesn't put the 3 to 4 points on the board, I'm blaming my boy Jake. He's the one. He called it out. Who agrees with me? Chat, is it Jake's fault if the caster curse comes through, or is it me? Let's get your answers in chat. But Jake or Rune, who do you think's fault it is?
Bro, he cast the spell, the wand of the wizard, man. Like, I didn't. I'm just a tool of destruction, man. I'm the one here. Anyway, yeah, we focused a lot on GG, to be fair, today, and understandably, most of the games have been GG dominated. We've also talked a lot about BBE, obviously being, the kind of newcomers who have really made a big splash on their first day. Even when another team is shining so brightly, they themselves still look very good. But I still feel for teams like DRG, I feel like we've really slept on DRG today. Alliance as well. Like, these teams have really showed up in these games. They've also shone in these. Voice and word there. They've also shone in a day where some of these other teams have really been popping off, and I'm excited to see the performance of these teams going forward. Also, 5-2-1. I think bit lower down in the priority on like teams that have really popped off today, but I've definitely seen some really good stuff from them, like the kind of dregs of greatness, let's say.
Look, 5-2-1 is a very good team. They're one of the top teams from their region, right? When they were at Worlds, they performed very well leading up to the finals in Worlds, right? This is a team that's proven multiple times that they're capable of coming out on this stage and performing with these other teams here in the NBPL. Honestly, I think they just need a little bit of time to get that adjustment back, adjust to the fact that it's like, cool, we're not just here visiting now, we're here. We're playing in the Pro League every single time. It's not just a once a year thing for us now. This is our daily life, our routine. We're back at it again every single week. You know, I think as soon as they really make that adjustment, like you said, dregs not really being the right word, but that greatness, it's visible in them, right? I think they're going to be able to bring it to the forefront. I think they're gonna be able to make it happen this season. And even if it's not this first, realistically bi-weekly, right? They have a lot of opportunities to really shine this season. If anybody can do it, Team 521 can.
Yeah, well, let's see if they've got it in the bag right now as we're getting ready for our first selection of the day. GG, crucially, are in that last round selection, so that could potentially affect how this is going to be going down, as just seeing what everybody else is going to be looking to pick up here. So we're not into champ select, well, character select, hero select, that's the one I'm looking for. Got my games modeled up again there.
I just want you to know that chat has unanimously agreed that if GG doesn't go through, it's your fault. Yes.
All right, chat. You siding with the pretty boy VTuber. Is that what's happening here against me? I'm not okay with this.
When did I become a pretty boy? I don't understand.
Your VTuber is, but so are you. But your VTuber is as well.
Damn, I'll take that, Jake. Honestly, taking a look here, we are gonna see some Sand Siphon coming through. We do see Fun Plus Phoenix on the 1 point. Gonna go ahead and straight lock in the blind date comp here as we get ready to end our first round selections and head into round 2.
Alrighty, well, let's see what the round 2 is going to be looking like on this front. A bit of Cannonball from BBE. Love to see it. Bit of Sand Siphon from DRG, most likely. Yeah, there it is. Bit of Cannonball from J-Team. Come on, EWG, give me something fun. Give me like a Valor. Give me a Tarka. Give me something.
Let me see the Justina.
Yeah, I'm cool for Justina. I've forgotten the name of the lion guy or tiger guy. I haven't seen him for Arcos, that's his name, yeah. Where is he?
He's not really played in solos anymore either. Or, well, no, he did make an appearance in solos. I lie.
Blind date. EWG still have most of their points from the day. They've been very conservative, actually. Means these guys can pick what they want. Already moving into third select. Double Cannonball. Sand Siphon. Come on, GG.
Come on, GG.
You got 9 points, so they can probably pick whatever the hell they like. But they could play for fun. And I want to see them play for fun. No, Cannonball. That's a lot of Cannonball for the end of the day, actually.
I see Sand Siphon consistently still being picked during those first round drafts, right? I honestly think Cannonball is the better composition. I think some of the biggest pop-offs we've seen has really been that Cannonball comp. I think again, there's a lot of potential to still be squeezed out of that composition. I think there's still some experimenting to be done with it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this season plays out, and if we continue just to see these 3 same compositions, or if maybe we see a little bit of changes and something new shining through. As we take a look here, we are locking in. This is going to be game number 6, the last game of the day for groups A and B, going head to head here in the NBPL, the end of our first week of the spring split for 2024. Here you are, your teams A and B, and their comps heading into our last game of the day.
Damn, 40% pick rate there for TE, taking them back down to the 0 points at the end of the day. Got a 27% pick rate for both Bowder and JDG on their Sand Siphon comps as well. So Sand Siphon, the teams playing Sand Siphon right now are the teams who really, really like Sand Siphon. DRG, one of the teams we praised, they actually only got a 9% pick rate on this team. They were down to 1 point crucially, so I feel like this is a comp they weren't particularly comfortable with playing, but did just pull out because they kind of had to at this point. Definitely on the lower end of the pick selection, so we'll see if DRG are going to be able to pilot Sand Siphon correctly. It's getting ready to go into the 6th and final game of the day. All to play for, really. The GG looking to place ahead of OUG at the end of the day. Maybe see if they can surpass OUG, the world champions, on the first week.
Oh man, here we go. Drops coming in. JT and KLA spawning up by the Fireflies near Sunwings, looking to put the pressure on. But see, Fun plus Phoenix opting. There are some Fireflies to the north side of the temple up there, so maybe they want to go ahead and get that hot drop loot early and pressure into those Fireflies and then move into what is the potential for GG. We see GG heading in there towards Secret Tunnel, where there's going to be a ton of those Fireflies for them to get online early. It's really going to depend on how Fun plus Phoenix positions themselves and moves back into the members of Team GG, how that loot's going to work out for them versus the Firefly. KLA here already in a skirmish with J Team. QGG just completely separated, but their team coming in 17, able to find something for them. There we go. Those Fireflies going to pay dividends here. CXE able to come in with the ultimate. It's going to allow QGG to find the parry on J Team's Lee, separate them from the pack, and pick up the elimination. XLY trying to run away here. KLA's already cleaned up 2 of the members of J Team. That ultimate from CXE really separating the pack and giving KLA the power they needed to dominate that fight. Moving over to DRG and Alliance going head to head. Those sort of 2 teams we talked about having a really good day, but Alliance misses through one of the members of DRG. Likewise, DRG already finding an elimination onto Alliance as well, but Alliance now 2v1 onto Moonlight. Moonlight goes down, and Alliance is going to find 2 eliminations, get their teammate back up, but they need to be careful. EWG coming in for the potential third party. I think Alliance is going to opt to back away and let their third member find a resurrection altar themselves.
Man, name a more iconic duo than J-Team dropping at Sunwing's Rest and getting griefed. Like, every time, man. Every time they drop there, they just get griefed. It's just a classic J-Team move, unfortunately. And it's a different J-Team, but same story, I guess. TE right now has actually got himself some purple armor already, so he's pretty happy with that one. It's going to be moving around, seeing if he can find any better weapon upgrades for him. I believe that's a grey fan and a blue pole arm for him. Oh, it's pole sword, yeah, pole sword. As Pampy just grabbing himself a bit of goodies. We did talk a little bit about 5-2-1 prior to this today. Right now, they are on their second day of games, 74 points. As long as they're above that 13 mark, they're going to be happy and can make it to the bi-weekly finals. Only 4 teams won't be making it, so it's easier to get in, but it's not. Still very tense for all of these players. No one really wants to be giving it up, especially the first week. Like I was saying earlier on in the day, I feel getting the first bi-weekly is just a confidence boost. It's like, regardless of the outcome of what happens, it's just a confidence boost. If you win it, it's like an even bigger confidence boost. But realistically, all they're really looking for is just, say, okay, we're good enough. We can make the cut. Let's now work on it.
Yeah, I mirror the sentiment exactly, right? If you're able to qualify for that first bi-weekly, I think it gives you a lot of information as a team, right? You're able to turn around and go, hey, something that we're doing is working, right? So we're on the right track. It's those teams that end up not qualifying for that first bi-weekly who really are going to have trouble identifying what they're doing wrong and what they're doing right. And they're going to have to put a lot of time into those VOD reviews and trying some new strategies out to figure out what they've done wrong and how they can make it in to qualify for the next one. As we take a look, Balda really getting some huge shots down onto BBE here from range. Fat Milk completely separated out by both Peak and Jing. We're going to see the V3 immediately invested. Fat Milk able to separate and start to pressure back up to their team, who has one of the other members separated out in a 2v1. Roy Shishi putting in a lot of work here on to Balda's Yiron. Yiron now turning the corner into the cannon shots. Things could go very wrong for Balda here. Ivan gonna come in with the ultimate now as well, keeping Peak separated from the group here, just wanting to keep the pressure up. This a little bad for Ivan, though, with the changes to that Yodohime ultimate, where it does more damage based on the number of enemies around you. You don't want to take an isolated fight like what's happening here. And now Balda able to turn it back around and pick it up onto Ivan. Super unfortunate for the members of Team BBE. They separated those fights. They tried to take isolated 1v1s. This is textbook exactly what you don't want to do, and Balda's able to capitalize on it. Roy gonna be the next target here as Ivan gets chased down by the lone remaining member there. Balda chasing him down. Now it's just Fat Milk. Yiron cleans it up and Balda comes out on top.
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky there for the side of BBE. They do have their respawn though, so that's not the end of the world. Oh no, they're out. Oh wow, they know they're gonzo. Oh, that is a bad end to the day. unfortunately for them. We are seeing Alliance now in a fight versus FPX. Hi, Bo. Getting run down here by Dongqing. Dongqing trying to get some damage onto him. Oh, all three hit there. Huge by Dongqing. Gets a bunch of damage out onto one. They've already got revenge out, actually taking a kill onto one of the FPX members. And FPX finding themselves on the back end. Is there going to be the counter, the parry? The Dongqing sent flying away. In comes Lian, though, just to keep the pressure up onto Dongqing. Dongqing now in a 1v1. Can Lian pull it out, or is Dongqing got this in the bag? Dongqing comes in. Freeze comes down from Lian as they're just trying to back with this fan. In comes the backup. Down goes Dongqing. FPX unfortunately losing out on that one. Rough loss there. Alliance gets extra kills on the board. They're 8 kills in already. Wow. What a start.
Alliance on fire in our 6th and final game of the day. But again, they've been having a really strong day. They're kind of due for a good game here. And they're on Sand Siphon. This comp does extremely well, both inside Realm of Yang and late game. This could be the game that Alliance finds an MVP for themselves. It's been BBE who's trying to track it all day, but unfortunately, they are already out here in Game 6, being eliminated twice. So it opens up a space for Alliance to move in and try to dethrone GG in this final game. KLA out here trading blows with DRG. WFZ really trying to connect onto that charge R&B off of the fan, but QGG gonna get separated instead here. The Furin's getting ready to come through there from DRG. QGG trying to release something here. We will see a little bit of damage coming through. WFZ not yet using the Furin. There's one gonna lock down QGG playing it out, holding on to their charges until they're able to get hit by the other one so that they can return in response. Now DRG a little on the back foot. Moonlight getting a lot of their shields back here, holding on. QGG looking to turn around. There we go with the staff. Nobody really in control of the fight as things start to spread out. We do see KLA lose 17 though, so KLA down a man as we see J-Team coming in for the third party. KLA is going to have to leave 17 behind. J-Team wanting to lock onto the members of DRG is going to buy KLA some space to potentially resurrect their teammate and get away from this fight. CXZ though, now being the one locked onto, he somehow managed to find himself stuck between J-Team and the members of DRG. CXZ doing everything he can to keep them from finding the rest of the team's location. CXZ will go down. J-Team will find one elimination here. DRG breaks away and KLA is down to a single member left remaining. It looks like no, they came back. They were able to find that resurrection. They just now need to find a way to get CXZ back into the game.
See if they can do that. There's 22 minutes on the clock. Still got plenty of time before these games get a little bit too hairy. I haven't even had the Roma Yangs yet, so they will be spawning up fairly soon. As there it is. Thank you, observers. One is under a Bane's Breath, which I assume a player place, so they should have control of that Roma Yang for its spawning. See, a couple actually completely untouched. There's a Vermilion Birdsmite as well, very needed one, as JDG's 2-tick eats the Bane's Breath on the climb up, the ascend towards the portal. Gonna see FPX actually moving over towards, maybe they're just gonna go for the Mora's Blessing. There's a world where they don't even need to go for it. The Roma Yang off the back of that one. A lot of teams meeting up, let's say, at the other portal in the south. There is a whole bunch of teams all over in that area. Roma Yang spawning up here. As you can see, EWG have got their first move onto it if they want to go in. See who's actually going to get their hands on it. A lot of teams very hesitant to jump in, knowing, but if you get that debuff, it does put you at a pretty significant disadvantage going a bit further forward. But are playing that hold game for the moment, waiting to see who's going to get their hands on and who's going to jump in. Jing eating a wisp there. It's going to lose a bit of health, but not too much. They're going to be A-okay. But honestly, it looks like nobody's jumping into this realm of Yang yet. All of the teams here by the shipwrecks are going for it. Alliance drop down. It's going to be Alliance versus JDG. Let's have a quick look. As far as the gear goes, the Lions have a slight advantage, but it's nothing too major, so it should be a pretty equal fight on this front. Everyone's getting aerial for the start of this. Trying to keep up. 2-tick immediately catching out on the grapple, trying to go for a slam down. Not actually going to be able to hit anything, Lian. Comes in for the ultimate, has popped the Justina freeze there. PP is just liquefied by the damage coming forward. They look to try and connect the freeze on. Another chash on. PP, low HP, going to go down. Lian in a bit of danger, still has a couple of dashes left. Nope, they're out of dashes. It's going to keep the pressure up onto Bo now. did use that very well, able to secure themselves 2 kills. And Bo, the last standing player here for the side of JDG. Alliance just made this look super easy. Tutic is being hassled a little bit by Bo. They're going to keep that pressure up and try and get at least a point put together for them, as Tutic, low HP, is going to go down. Bo able to secure it, and there it is. Over on the other side, GG got themselves in a fight here versus J-Team. This could be a crucial one for them to find themselves the kills they need, but J-Team able to take down CJS already. J-Team actually got a bit of an advantage at this point. Zem looking to jump forwards and try and finish up some of these GG members. Health bars blinking. GG get nothing, and they've just got the debuff to work with now.
Oh my goodness, J-Team here going to come in and easily secure themselves this sort of realm of Yang. We've got 3 teams going out with Vermilion Birds, mate. I love this realm of Yang change. I can't say it enough, Jake. I know your team Yang as well, coming in able to just create so much pressure in these early stages of the game. And TE, unfortunately, here going to lose LYD and going to be forced to back away. I didn't see how much money they had in their pocket, but good golly googly moogly, Alliance has got a lot of change in that back pocket right now. 30,000 Darktide coins between them. That's 3 resurrections worth of Darktide coins holding up in the back pocket. JDG here able to come back here and now need to come out, and I do believe they see 521's Yin in the distance. That could be a very free soul bloom for one of them to potentially get them back in the game. Yin, no, just absolutely blitzing down onto Keke. Unfortunately, that 1v1 not going to last long enough for Yin to capitalize on it here. Yin just going absolute crazy mode, trying to secure a very quick elimination before the rest of their team comes in. 521 Yin, though, with the parry, but he's going to get parried in return. We're gonna see, was that F3 coming through from Yin? Oh my goodness, they do still have pillar available. They need to drop it, but they get completely caught out, and PP is gonna be the one who picks up the elimination. Oh my goodness, that was a fight.
That was absolutely huge, and now FPX and J-Team, both with Vermilion Birds, might go in toe-to-toe in this fight. Charm comes down onto FPX. Oh, sorry, onto J-Team. J-Team going to find themselves in danger. It's been juggled around by all of the crowd control. Now FPX Water going to look to lock them down in place with that ultimate. Unable to really make a connection as XLY keeping the pressure up onto Water. Water low HP at this point and out of abilities. Not really going to be able to do much, but they are juggling around XLY themselves. As now they're keeping the pressure onto Water. Water's low HP. Windwall comes down just to get a bit of safety and some armor back onto Water. J-Team not tracking exactly where Water is at the moment. Going to jump up as XLY goes down. J-Team now in some serious danger. FBX have turned the tides of this fight around beautifully. And Lil just trying to make a hero play happen. Unable to do it. Poison Splash not going to be spiteful enough to secure a kill. And they are going to be out there. What's happened to the bushes? Freaking out.
just throwing a little bit of sand in the face, you know what I'm saying? I love Poison Splash. It's such a petty soul jade, but sometimes you just gotta look at people and be like, just so you know, I feel a certain type of way about what just went down here. GG. No eliminations on the board yet, but they do have KLA's QGG completely separated from the rest of the team. The ult going to be invested here on the side of it. And there we go. 17 shows up as well. 17, though, getting locked down by the members of Team GG. 17, no place to go. We are going to see that ultimate getting invested very quickly on behalf of 17. CJS going to use that F to get away here. The ultimate just trying to pump down. 17 just trying to keep the game alive here. GG holding on, but they do have 1 minute and 10 seconds to get hold of the Soul Bloom to remove.
Caster, it's happening.
Jake, if it happens, chat's already decided it's your fault, homie.
I'm just a tool. You are the caster of this spell.
GG here
though,
going hard.
Like QGG. Out from it. Oh, CJS is low. This could be really bad. This could be really bad for GG. CJS trying to get himself a heal off. KLA, they found the pressure. They're the ones now turning it around. CJS, low HP. Pressure coming in from CXZ onto him. Is it going to be enough? CJS does a good job of trying to turn this one around, but he's got 30 seconds to find this kill. Both the health bars are blinking between the pair of them. CJS just trying to keep himself in this fight for as long as possible. There's the kill.
Let's go!
GG have cleansed themselves. They are fine. They are out. The curse is broken.
Oh my goodness. 0.3 points away. Let's go. Oh. CJS clutching it out in the very end. He had to play that so perfectly, able to make it happen for the team. They still have one member with Yang depletion, though, so they're going to have to find a way to make that happen. Alliance going to head inside your realm of Yang here. We're going to see JDG's PP picking up that rebirth charm, looking to get their team back together here. Baoda waiting outside, trying to make the decision. Are they going to take the realm of Yang and go head-to-head with Team Alliance, or are they going to back away? J-Team waiting in the wings. Baoda still not sure about the decision they're going to make. They're waiting to see how the Yangs play out, and it looks like Alliance might take this realm of Yang for free.
Yeah, unless J-Team are interested in jumping in. They've got Golden Fang's fan on LXY, making their way over towards it. They might be rushing towards it if they can get there in time. FPX and JDG, though, finding themselves in a little bit of a scrap. I say them, it's mostly just Dongqing getting picked on by 3 members, but the rest of his team have come to join him up right now. Trying to get some damage off onto these members. Xiaohu low HP, 2-tick doing a fair amount of damage, but the charm's about to break onto them, and that could be really nasty for them. Able to just about break it in the nick of time, though. Huge. Alliance get the Draco Storm for free off camera from that realm of Yang. Xiaohu goes down. 2-tick keeping the pressure up. FPX on the back foot here. Here comes Water's ultimate, trying to see if he can find a turnaround opportunity, but down goes Dongqing, and that will be the end of Water. This should be the end of FPX here. 2-tick's doing his best, gets the parry off, backs against the wall. Water is going to be squashed here by 2-tick. One last hit is all he requires to get this one down. Just trying to find those cannon shots onto Water. Down he goes. FPX out. Solid fight there from JDG.
Yeah, absolutely. JDG really locking it in. This is another team I feel like we've slept on today, right? I mean, they're not having a huge day, so to speak, but they do have really good coordination and are finding pretty strong fights. For the first week, I think they should be pretty proud of themselves. Alliance here, another team doing very, very well right now in a fight with the members of EWG lane, finding so much value. Going to take 14 down. We do see the charm come through, but they're going to be forced to invest the Wu Chen ult. EWG not going to be able to capitalize on it besides getting their teammate back up, but Alliance is all over them. Alliance just says, cool, that's another elimination we can pick up. We're at 13 already. It's our time to shine, baby. There it is. GG, by the way, surpassing OUG, finding the 4 points that they needed here. G, oh my goodness. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, as the Dragons rush into the Nezha's Might. Razor Swift on to XG. XG, though, just trying to make it happen. 1 HP in a dream, but it's not going to be enough. The Draco Storm for Alliance going to find just enough chip there to pick up the elimination. 4-lane Alliance comes out on top yet again, and that's going to give Alliance 15 eliminations heading into Zone 4 of the game, Jake.
Make it 16 because they've found 9 and he is on the run. Han connected onto him. Let's see who shoots first. 9 inside the zone in a bit of danger. Fan versus fan. They're just wafting each other right now. But these wafts hurt. 9 low HP. Han keeping the pressure on LYD. Come and tidy this one up. Ultimate comes out from 9. He is on the run, but the zone tick, if anything, will finish him up. There's going to be Han with the kill. Beautiful little pick up there. Soul Bloom to heal up like that. Beautiful. The zone's only off on the edge, so they'll be fine. Lovely fight here from TE. Beautiful.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy game we're already in here, Jake. I mean, Alliance here, this is all them, right? They just need to make it to final circle here and not allow GG to take control of the game like they've consistently been doing all day. If they can, it's going to be really hard anyway. Given that Alliance is at 15 eliminations, they're going to need one heck of a pop-off circle to be able to catch up to them, Jake.
Yeah, they really are going to need a hell of a pop-off circle to try and catch up. But regardless, I don't think they're particularly worried about it, to be honest with you. They are in a very comfortable position. But to the side of Alliance, this could be their recovery. Remember, this is only their first day on the show, so they still get to play next week as well versus the OUG group. So I'm going to be very excited to see how Alliance perform. If they can get this win in the bag, they're in comfortable setting going forward towards making it for that bi-weekly final. Remember, while we say making bi-weekly final, you know, all you got to do is just be in the top 12. It is that simple, but at the same time, it's not about that. It's the higher you place, the more points you carry into the bi-weekly final, which then means you have a better chance of actually qualifying and, well, winning and getting those points towards the J Cup. I know it's early days to be thinking about it, but every little win helps. Oh my word.
Oh, yeah, Alliance so into GG here. If Alliance can clutch this fight out, CJS goes down. Oh my goodness, Alex M goes extremely low too. Alliance, they've identified the win condition. They know they can't let GG make it to late game here. 330. They're trying to cover it in. There's the freeze. Able to counter the Transformers. This is what we talked about. This is why you play Justina into this comp. GG did the same thing in game 1. You use it to counter the other Cannonball comps, and GG is suffering for it right now. They showed Alliance the way. Alliance paid attention. LXM goes so low. CJS no place to go. TE goes up and picks up the elimination. GG down to a single member. It's all on Alliance. They've managed to knock GG out of this game. GG down to a single remaining member. Can Alliance clutch it up in the final circle?
That was a bit tragic for Alliance, but they happened to run into TE and TE take that kill. But regardless, they shut down probably one of the biggest threats in the lobby from being able to win this game. Yes, there's still one player. Yes, they might have a little bit of money that they can spend on rebirth charms, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get the whole team back. There's the finalize. Only one player standing is going to be the Farah on the side of GG. Morris Blessing spawns up. Moonlight comes in. He's going to be able to pick that one up. He's got the Karumi umbrella and tether. Just to make sure that he doesn't get any damage dealt to him. He's going to be sitting quite pretty. Oh, no, maybe not. Hold on. Moonlight getting himself in a bit of danger. He's able to get the golden armor and get away, but that was maybe a little bit tighter than he wanted. There's some pretty good stuff in there. Gone sword as well.
I mean, DRG, not like they're happy they end up with that box there, but that was heavily risky given how much damage is coming in. The Wisp follow-up as well. They very easily could have lost Moonlight there to trying to take that legendary armor off of it. TE over here, just chilling on the edge of the circle, probably having one of the best games they've had all day. Want to take those 6 games into late game. Alliance, by far having the best game they've had all day. They see JDG down the hill. JDG with the Valiant challenge on them, and Alliance looking to carry this fight over. They're going to see Baoda as well. Alliance does not want to end up smashed in the middle. They want to maneuver around this Bane as well. They're going to position Baoda to be the meat in this sandwich as JDG comes over the hill looking to capitalize on to Baoda now instead of turning their attention onto Alliance. This is exactly what Alliance wanted as they came over this hill and bring JDG into the clutches of Baoda. Baoda now trading blows with JDG. Alliance going to be able to move on and not have to deal with this fight. To take topside with the cannon, throwing shots down as we move over to Celestia. And Alliance going head-to-head here with J-Team Lane with a huge F to come through here, able to counteract a lot of the damage coming through onto the team. The Flamer coming through as well. Lane in a little separated position from the rest of Alliance is going to move to position around Lee, looking to capitalize on that UA ult, but Lane continuing to keep the pressure onto XLY here and keeping it up, keeping J-Team separated. XLY also going to be caught out in the freeze again. That Justina really coming in clutch against these other Cannonball comps. XLY going to get caught out again, yet in the freeze. Oh my goodness, no place to go. A little bit of healing coming through, going to be able to save them there for now, but Alliance is not going to let it go as they pick up another elimination onto J-Team's XLY.
I'm so happy to see Justina have a place. I'm so happy to see her have a place in the comps. Absolutely huge stuff in the end. Looking really good on them as well. Huge game coming in from them on this Justina. Executing on it beautifully. It looks like our final circle is going to be taking place here in Celestia. Is there a world where the water wheel might break and actually win this game? We almost had it once. It could happen, man. We're in the perfect zone for it. J-Team trying to pick up their teammate, but Leanne coming in to make sure that they're not going to be able to get anything near there. Revenge able to secure the kill for Alliance. They are 18 deep. This is a huge game for them, and there's still plenty of people left in this game. Bane's Breath's in a bit of an awkward position right in the center of Celestia, so a bunch of teams are going to be forced out of this one as, wait, Alliance almost got Bo caught out there. TE Great little Zephyr actually does so much work to them. Lian does have their ultimate available. They popped it, so they're going to look to try and find the freeze off onto these players. Not able to fully connect quite yet. OID in a bit of danger. Lian losing a lot of their armor here. Is going to heal up. They've still got a couple of dashes left on the ultimate for them. Just getting himself in a better position. TE forced away. Looks like that's going to be all she wrote on that little fight. So the Bane's Breath still continues to be a bit of a menace for some of these teams as Alliance. Just going to reposition themselves away. Ultimate's timed out for Lian, but they now do not have it up and available for the next fight. It's going to take a little bit before that comes back up, because it looks like TE find themselves caught out by a Zephyr, but able to reposition away before any nasty stuff goes down.
Oh my goodness, DRG also coming into Celestia here now that we see the Bane's Breath riding. Zem trying to come back and collect something from their teammate here. DRG just going to catch him out and more than happy to let them go for the second, but Wujin 98 not going to let it happen here. Zem is going to be picked up by the members of DRG. This game going absolutely insane. DRG, realistically, the last major threat to Team Alliance. TE did have a good peel onto Alliance, but Alliance able to break away, find the reset, and get away from the mistake that they made. DRG, a team that's also known for clutching out those final circles and making crazy plays. So Alliance needs to be careful going forward of DRG, but with 18 eliminations under their belt and 15 players still left remaining in the lobby, Alliance has a good opportunity to take the most points in a single game today, Jake.
They absolutely do, but DRG, like you said, are a very clear threat. They are set up. Two members with golden armor, two members with golden weapons as well. Like, these guys are very, very strong right now. Alliance themselves, though, all got purple armor, golden weapons on Revenge, so it's not like they're weak by any means. They got flamers as well, with double flamers, which is the real problem. You get frozen, double flamed, it's brutal how much damage Alliance are going to be able to do. TE actually trying to pressure onto Alliance here on the edge. Bowder just hanging around the side of this wall, just trying to avoid getting caught by any real damage and getting caught out here. But they are currently in a scrap with JDG. 3 minutes 30 seconds left, 15 players, 5 teams left. We got ourselves Celestia ending here, so this could be getting really messy with all of the buildings to hide around in. Does somewhat slow this down a little bit as Alliance getting pushed up onto by TE. They're just avoiding getting caught in the sandstorm. They're actually just avoiding getting caught in a fight. They want to break away from TE. They don't want to be going out yet. They want to be playing for as late as possible. Now, inside that center building, it's a pretty good position, but it's also a position that will get pushed on by other teams. So they need to be very, very keenly aware of that. Luckily for them, got multiple floors, so they can just pick a floor and hold it and make that their home, their base. DRG on top of the building, shooting down the cannon fire onto everybody below and beneath them. Slowing down the tempo a little bit at this point for these final couple of moments of this game. Bowder on the low ground, just trying to get some damage here onto Alliance, who are holding this high ground position, but the cannon fire coming through the floor from Bowder onto them. But the zone is going to be forcing everybody off this building and away into that center courtyard area where there's not going to be any buildings to hide on anymore. DRG still holding the high ground. Alliance forced out of the building. They found Bowder. They have not got an idea of it. DRG are on top of their head as well. They might have a bit of an idea once Moonlight drops down onto Bo. Gets a little bit of damage off onto him. Lian losing a lot of HP. They do still have the freeze on that Justina though, so they're going to be able to use that if they need to. But Lian losing so much HP. Cannon fire coming in. They're going to immediately throw that down. Freezes, looking to break out. Lian gets high into the sky. Catches out by Jing there. Freezing up for the moment. Revenge throws the ultimate down. It's just looking to get the damage onto everybody on the low ground. Goes nice and high. Alliance repositioned pretty well here for the moment. Lian still got a couple more charges left on that ultimate. Waiting for the opportunity to get the freezes off the multiple people. Try and turn the attention away from their team. Ultimate's going to be timing out for Lian, so they need to wait for that to now come back up before they can go for anything. Both also losing their ultimate. Alliance ultimateless now for the next however long, and there's only 1:30 left in this game. You can see WFZ getting healed up by the tether, keeping themselves up for the moment. Their armor has been lowered quite heavily here. They've been left alone in a really, really bad position. Beautiful ultimate coming out from their Karumi though. Found themselves knocked into the zone just going to lose a little bit of HP. Nothing too major yet. Jing now trying to move position away. Get some damage onto Moonlight. Moonlight, again, low HP. DRG finding themselves absolutely obliterated there by TE. Knocked into the zone, losing all of their HP. DRG, 2 members down. That should just be them donezo at this point. And it's all about Alliance just holding on. They've lost 1 player so far. Lian on the high ground, full health, just flaming down to the people below. Leo losing a lot of HP off on the sides. Lian does find themselves caught out and knocked into the zone. They do have that freeze. They will have that ultimate coming up fairly soon for them. 64%. They just need to build the rage up. The freeze is coming in. TE pressuring onto Lian for the moment. They're just keeping themselves out of the fight for as long as possible until that ultimate is up and available, until they can get those big freezes for their teams. TE are still controlling the zone there. They're still holding fast, but I think Alliance have bought enough time to win this whole game. Alliance Revenge getting a kill onto LYD. TE returning fire though with JDG. JDG taking out hand in response. It is just a back and forth. Revenge popping the ultimate. Leo looking for them. Leo, the last standing player, but Alliance, they've done all it takes. They've taken this game number 6.
Oh my God, let's go, Jake. I love it. Alliance coming in. We talked about it all day. I think we mentioned multiple games in a row, Alliance being a little slept on. They come in here, BBE goes out. They start having a really good game. It opens up space for them to kind of take control of the lobby that they hadn't had before. They identify GG in the lobby. They identify that they need to remove GG heading into the late game. They're able to do that. They capitalize, put so many kills on the board, get to end game. Realistically, nobody could have taken the MVP away from them. They get so close. I think it's a 19 bomb. It might be another 20 bomb, but a huge game nonetheless for the members of Team Alliance.
That was an absolutely monster game by Alliance, and it really clawed them up the standings because they've had like some good performances, but nothing like definitive. No massive points on the board games. They've just looked good all day, and they finally close it out in a game where they pop off. Absolutely huge ending, especially them taking out GG. That was so big. Sure, one of those kills was taken by TE, and I feel TE were the thorn in the side for Alliance this game. Honestly, if TE didn't exist, this could have been a 30 bomb. But regardless, Alliance, you know, they were able to find their points. They got themselves the win. They're going to be sitting very happy off the back of that one. And that now means going forward into the day 2, which is going to be Friday for them, I think Alliance are going to be sitting pretty comfortable. And if they can play this well again, they should be able to make top 6. But I think this performance enough. And as long as they play consistently on Friday, those guys are definitely going to be looking at a Biweekly's finals performance at least. They should have made Biweekly's off the day, to be honest, because they've had an amazing day.
Absolutely. I mean, GG coming in, a huge day. They're able to dethrone OUG for the highest score in a single day thus far this season. Alliance, this game, massive for them, right? This is what they really need. They didn't really have a bad performance most of the day in general, right? They, like you said, consistently either towards the middle or the top of the board. They just didn't find themselves the MVP. The same thing for BBE as well, right? BBE very close to securing 3 of those MVPs that GG actually takes. GG just having the skill, realistically, to have the better end circle than BBE. Alliance here, I think, identified that, right? They saw that it was constantly GG controlling those final circles. They have that opportunity to finally have a bigger game and pop off, and they go, hey, look, we need to find GG. No matter what happens, we have got to get to this end game without GG being able to interfere. Sure enough, they are able to find GG in the mid game, getting ready to head into late game. Like you said, it wasn't really them that were able to get the kills, but they were able to pressure them into a position where TE is able to secure those eliminations, and it opens the floodgates for Team Alliance to have a huge game. They go to 18, 19 eliminations, not the first place finish that I'm sure they wanted, but it is the MVP that they desperately wanted. That's extra money in the bank. That's extra pride in the bank too, knowing that we had a team today take 4 of the 6 MVPs, but it was Alliance who was able to secure one of the only other 2 MVPs for the entirety of the day. this is an org, right, that's coming in. Their EU represent, so I know Jake's super happy about them having a huge pop-off game as well. But on top of that, Alliance has been a team that has struggled a little bit throughout the league. So seeing them finally have a big moment like this, I honestly can't remember the last time they had an MVP. And I'm gonna make a little prediction here, and I'm gonna look to Frostivus. Alliance picked up Frostivus, a huge NA/SEA representing player that went to Worlds and performed exceptionally well this last year. And I think it was a huge boon to Alliance. Now, Frostivus is playing solos, but he comes in, he brings a certain energy when he's on a team, when he's playing. I think he brings that energy to Alliance. I think Alliance got a very big confidence boost from him being there because of that and the practice that Alliance has been putting in. They're able to come out on top here today. I know they're going to be shouting it from the heavens, the rooftops, but there it is. 19 eliminations and an MVP, a 29.1 game score for Alliance in game number 6.
Absolutely huge. Massive game there for Alliance. TE as well. Really needed game for them because they've been underperforming all day long. So they finally kind of found that wind in their sails, so to speak. JDG, this honestly felt like the underdogs game. Like all of the teams who didn't have been struggling to perform today kind of found their win, got their windfall there. Absolutely huge. 26k damage from Revenge on the Yotahime. Absolutely monster performance. 9 kills, 7 assists. I mean, 21k as well coming in from Lian on the Justina. I really think this is the key adaptation. I think we're going to start to see more and more of these Justinas show up as a counter argument to the Cannonball comp. I think it's super interesting, and I really like it. So I'm expecting to see some good things from Justina in the next few weeks. I think we'll see more of her. Let's have a look at the overall standings. Still a little bit of a disappointing day from the likes of TE and J Team. I think both of these are very established orgs, very historied orgs. I mean, TE joined last year, but they're still, they had a bit of a pedigree to them. Right now, both these teams at the bottom of the table. J Team are no strangers to being a complete letdown during the regular season, so I'm sure they'll recover. This end of the table, not too exciting. Middle end of the table, a little bit more exciting. Top end is where it's going to be really exciting, so hopefully we zip up to the next level and have a look at who's sitting in the middle. Thank you very much. Wolves, unfortunately, have been dethroned from the top 6, but they have only played one day, so Friday things could change for them when they come back and see how they perform there. XCG, same for them as well. 5-2-1, they played both their games today. Not as good as their first day. Significantly downgraded, to be honest, but I definitely saw the glimmers of greatness from them. Speaking of the glimmers of greatness, Alliance, 67-point day. Absolutely huge. Same for BBE, another team who I think, honestly, Alliance and BBE, if they can keep this performance up and also improve upon it, I think we could be looking at some seriously good teams and teams who are going to be, at least podium ready by the second bi-weekly. But if this is a flash in the pan, if this is all they've got, then unfortunately they're going to have a little look at it and look at this day and see what they were doing right and what they were doing wrong. Very hard to draw conclusions, but GG by 2 points, only narrowly, were able to beat out OUG. And they'll be sitting at the top. So Friday, the showdown between OUG and GG is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm not gonna lie, Jake. I hope I'm casting this coming Friday. I want to be here to see these two teams dominate and go head to head. And like even the teams that dropped down to 7, like Wolves, an 83.7 day, right? Like that's not in any stretch of the imagination a bad day whatsoever. Very easily could they catch up to OUG and GG as well coming into day 3. I think there was another team as well down in 8th that has only played one day and had an 80-point day as well. Now all 4 of those teams, 2 teams with 100-point days and 2 teams with an 83 or above points as well, going to be coming in and going head to head with each other on day number 3. That day is going to be absolutely crazy. I'm super excited. I mean, KLA though as well coming in, those consistency games that I think they've bought themselves a slot into the bi-weekly final. Speaking of KLA, here we go. This fight early on, CXZ coming in with this ultimate, opting to go for the Fireflies and then turns back in, turns that entire fight for them. Here we go. This is where BBE messes up in this game. Ivan with that ultimate pressures onto a solo fight lets the other 2 players separate away. He loses damage. It's not an ult that does well in 1v1s. We don't see it in solo, so unfortunately, he's not really able to capitalize much damage whatsoever. And then the rest of the team, as soon as the ult turns down, they turn back in. That's all they wrote for BBE. JDG here, huge for them coming in, able to clean up the members of Fun Plus Phoenix. Alliance, here's where they pressure hard onto GG. They pick up that 1 elimination onto CJS, and then the other one gets picked up by TE later. And then in the end here, TE, I've got a lot of respect for TE as well. They really clutched out this final circle. They took strong control here. This was probably their best game all day. It's just kind of unfortunate that Alliance had a way better game than them here, because TE did find strong control of that final zone, which is something that TE is known for. They just didn't have enough kills on the board leading into it, Jake.
They did not, unfortunately, but here we got our MVP. No surprises. Revenge on the Yotohime. 26,000 damage coming in. 9 kills, 7 assists. They got 3 as well before their revive. Got the Will Form Hook, Skyforce, Benefit Defense, Descent, Juggernaut, Explosive Armor, and Melee Resist Soul Jade. A couple of these people rocking blue Soul Jades in our MVPs today, so not everyone's doing as much. I think it's partly down to the fact that because we have an extra Realm of Yang at the beginning of the game, there's so much more fighting, but people aren't finding the time to do the shopping. Because you sometimes get, like, back in the day, you get times, I say back in the day, like 6 months ago, people would just go to a shop and just explode all their money into that shop and get whatever Soul Jades they do. Rolling for Soul Jades, not quite as common as we had today as we've had previously. So I wonder if that's just a shift in the meta. Maybe that's just people were kind of getting the feel for the game back, and they weren't spending as much time doing the kind of tactical stuff like getting their Soul Jades together. Only time will tell. It is still early days, so yeah, I mean, it's early to say. So let's pass it over for our interview, and then we'll be back to round the day out. So see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have CJS from the team GG to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 首先，家人跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是积极的陈江生。
Okay, welcome. So CJS is one of the new player for this time's Nbpl trials. I love new player. I love new blood. So could you please like give us a kind of deep introduction, self-introduction to our audience? 那其实我知道我们江生是我们这一次的新选手，那可不可以给大家简单讲一讲，自己的这个玩的位置啊，包括一些什么，所有你想说的，给大家深刻的介绍一下。
平时在队里就玩妖刀，然后狐狸，还有个啥来着？妖刀、狐狸，还有个鬼子。
Oh, okay. So I usually play Yudo, Tessa, and Takada. Oh, it's kind of attack position. Well, so today GG have 4 MVP today. So how do you say about that? 那今天 GG 也是拿了4个 MVP， 自己怎么看？评价一下。
运气好。
Wow, just lucky, really? 真的吗？真的是这么想的吗？
是的。
Okay, whoa. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure. So this time our question is, which team is leading the total scoreboard now? 那这一次我们的问题是哪一支队伍引领着我们的积分板呢？ By the way, I noticed one thing. Like CJS is also have a kind of cool face. You know, there is one teammate called 330. Like he's always like no smiles on his face. Is that a kind of like team culture, team type for your team? 那其实我发现每次江生在来采访的时候也是没有什么表情。你们知道你们队里面的330，他每次都是完全不笑的吗？这是你们的企业文化吗？
应该是吧。
Okay, I think so. Wow, so brave. Well, please count down the time. 也是跟我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Well, you know, have a kind of sharp question for you. You know, GG is already have 1 champion before, and this time you come to GG as a newcomer. Will you feel a little bit stressful for this time Nbpl? 那其实对于我们江生来说，我其实可能想问一个稍微尖锐一点的问题啊，因为积极已经是拿过1次冠军的队伍了，这一次作为新人来到积极，会不会觉得有一点小压力呢？
没压力啊，很轻松。
哦 Oh, I think it's nothing stress. It's like easy game. Wow, easy game is a kind of cool answer. Well, by the way, today one team surprised us a lot, and they are BBE. Also, like one game they like stand as the last team, but in that team in that game you're the MVP. So how do you think about BBE's performance today? 那其实还有一支队伍对于今天的比赛来说非常的亮眼，尤其是在第二把的时候，差一点就把你们的 MVP 拿走了，就是 BBE。评价一下 BBE 的表现。
他们挺厉害的，然后配合也挺好的。没了。
Okay. I think they're kind of really strong team, and also they have a really good cooperation. That's all. Okay, cool. So these times, GG's target for this seasons. 那积极这个赛季的目标。
大满贯。
Champion. He said all champion, not only the spring split, the summer split, also Jacob. Wow, that is really a kind of cool team. Okay, I'm really looking forward for this time's GG performance. Well, that's all for the interview. Thank you for doing this. Bye bye everyone. That's all for today's interview.
Leah, thanks for another wonderful interview there with CJS coming in from Team GG, who had such a dominating performance today, man. Jake, what a day of NARAKA Esports coming in. I don't think you could have asked for a better day to come back on, Jake.
I mean, it feels good to be back, but god damn, I was absolutely blessed today. I really was. It's been so long since I got to cast NARAKA. I've really missed it, and it felt like the players missed me because they gave me a little treat for giving me a really fun day. I'm super happy to see a whole bunch of things go down. First of all, GG finally found their form, because I think last year was disappointing from them. New team, BBE. I mean, I remember watching when casting Roy Hihi, as we were calling him Roy Hihi previously, because we're idiots and we don't understand how to speak other languages. But we got to watch him in solos and trios back in the second Worlds, and you obviously got to watch him in the last Worlds as well. And it's great to see them come over to this region and have an absolutely amazing performance here. Great day. Yes, there's stuff to work on, but if they came in like amazingly good, that'd be a little suspicious. So it's good to see that they got some stuff to work on. And my key thing is I want to see them actually work on that. Came back to great news to see the Wolves doing good. Team from my home country doing good, and Alliance from Europe, so another team from my home region doing good. I honestly, everything's all coming up Millhouse right now. I'm pretty happy.
I mean, yeah, it's so good to be back. Every time I come back, right, there's always that little bit of stress coming back into your first day. You're like, am I going to be on my best form? I haven't cast in a while. You know, am I going to remember the flow of NARAKA? How much things have changed, like, and then you get into it, man, and it's like riding a bicycle. We're just back at it again. It's like we didn't miss a day. And you know what's funny is you mentioned earlier, you were like, I say back in the day, but it was only 6 months ago. But realistically, in terms of esports, 6 months is back in the day. 6 months is a long time in terms of esports. So I know for all these players, they're just as excited to be here. The teams are coming through. Clearly, for a lot of these teams, things they've been working on paying off, right? Especially if you're a Team GG coming in off of the performance you had last year, and this is how you open things out of the gate. GG, like CJS just said, they're really gunning. They want it all. They don't just want a bi-weekly. They don't want a split. They want the world championship this year. And there's some obstacles in their way. I will say they've got a lot to overcome. You know, OUG, the defending world champion, definitely came back on their first day and said, hey, we're the world champs. Don't forget it, man. Like a 100-point day, nothing to scoff at. But the same as well. Like you look at Team Wolves, right? Wolves, all of a sudden, we have Panda Man name changing to CDY and moving over to Team Wolves. Our boy Panda Man making it happen in the solos, and we're like, hey, you know, at least Wolves getting the solos down this time. And then we go into day 2, we go to trios, and the trios absolutely knocking it out of the park. An 80-point plus day for Team Wolves. There was a time last year, you know, we talked about it. I'll say it. I'm a Wolves fan through and through. I called them puppies last year, man. They were not hungry at all, it looked like. They came in and they went out with a whimper. This year, that is not the case. The pups are gone and the wolves have come back to play.
Yeah, I also kind of going back to OUG, they're going to hold on to that title. Like, they're going to be feral holding on to it, honestly. Like, it's always been J-Team. J-Team have always held that title. This is the first time a team other than them have got it. There's no way OUG are going to give that up without a fight. So they are, first of all, going to defend this home title as strong as they could, because they did also win the summer split, something which, you know, kind of got a little overshadowed by the J Cup. But, you know, they are they're home champions. They are the world champions. They're going to be defending both of those titles. And I guarantee you there's going to be a bunch of teams just beelining for them this split. Like, I'm so excited to see what this season's got to come. The main thing for me is seeing the growth. It's early days. We've seen some good starts, but in NARAKA, sometimes the good starts are a little misleading. Sometimes the bad starts are a little misleading. It's always very hard to tell. And the game changes quite dramatically, quite a lot. I think to mention another game here, I probably shouldn't, but I think something like League of Legends is a game which does change also relatively dramatic. But no other game other than these two, I think, changed that much in between, like, just the big patches. Like, and whenever a new character comes to NARAKA, it genuinely shakes things up massively. I think there's been a couple of times where that hasn't been the case. Old Tiger Boy being one of them. Aikos had a bit of an appearance in solos, but his trios was lackluster. But like Tessa massively changed up the way that the game was played, opened up a whole new avenues and stuff. And that's the thing, is because the hero pool is so small still, every time a new character comes in, they have the ability to change the way that the game can be played in trios. Now, obviously, we do have a new character who has been introduced recently, not had quite the impact in the trios, but is still getting played in the solos. So keep your eyes over on that one. Matt, standings. We've already looked at these, but we're going to go over them once again. This stuff's fun, but I don't care about this stuff. I care about the stuff at the top. That's where it's really interesting. Because you say that, but XCG and Wolves here have only got to play one day, and they're 80 points up. I think what's exciting is that going into day 3, we have the likes of teams like XCG and Wolves who have incredible performances, and OUG and GG who have incredible performance, who have been separated, right? They've been split. They've been playing in separate lobbies. Now are going to be coming back into day 3 for the first time. All 4 of those teams, Titans in their own right, going to be going head to head for the first time here in the spring split. Friday, I'm telling you guys, if you only catch a single day next week, why you wouldn't catch the bi-weekly final, I don't know, but if you only catch a single day next week, don't miss Friday. GG, OUG, and of course, Wolves and XCG going head to head. 3 extremely dominating teams. You're not going to want to miss it. That's going to be on the 5th, but don't forget as well, our first bi-weekly final coming up, and we're going to see our first change to the rule set coming through on that bi-weekly final as well, because we will see for the first time our match point system. That's right, coming into the bi-weekly final, you get to keep a little chunk of points coming from the week. There is then a cap. As soon as a team reaches that cap, they are on match point, and they have got to win a game. And by win a game, I mean walk away the MVP to declare their victory in the bi-weekly finals. You can take a look coming up on the 4th of April. We'll be back for our 3rd day of solos, and it's going to be 3 days of Holleroth, followed by 3 days of Morris Isle. You're not going to want to miss that one either. All of the NBPL action is going to keep coming at you guys, and man, has it been a good season already. I am kind of loving this like Holleroth into Morris Isle, because typically it was Morris Isle, Holleroth, 2 games of Morris Isle, Holleroth, Morris Isle. Like that was our old school way of doing it. Now we've shaken it up. We got the free the free Holleroth at the beginning of the day, then the free Morris Isle. It's super interesting because it just means that, like, first of all, the Fireflies come at the end of the day, which means the end of the day gets really, really explosive. But also, it's just like, I felt like Holleroth was a game which some teams were okay to throw away. And I know that's really bad, but there were teams who just sucked at Holleroth. They really did. And I think they're going to get heavily exposed this season. You have to be on it with Holleroth, because, like, your first 3 games matter. like there's so much for both, first of all, mental, kind of just your like acceleration going through the rest of the day. It's your trajectory is decided by your first 3 games, and it's not defined by it, but it is decided by it. And you now, if you suck at Holoroth, you are going to just suck at Nbpl. So you need to make sure that you got it down. And I feel like some teams have already started to fix those issues, and they are looking very, very good. I'm super excited for this season.
You know, there's a flip side to that coin too, right? We talk about some of the teams that you saw Holoroth as a throwaway game, but we also had teams like Team Wolves who typically during last year, the games that they popped off on were Holoroth. Now they have an extra opportunity to do that. 3 games back-to-back as well. They get to carry the momentum even easier. But speaking of carry the momentum, unfortunately, me and Jake have got to carry ourselves off screen, ladies and gentlemen, because that's it from us today. We wish it wasn't. We would love to cast another 6 games, but unfortunately, we've got to head on out the door. Thanks to everybody who showed up, and we're going to see you guys next week.